Huskers in the Orange Bowl. This live 10/11 News and Report special is brought to you in part by your local Dodge dealers, Prime Star, Anderson Ford, and Runza.
You are looking live at Pro Player Stadium in Miami, Florida. This is the scene of the battle. In 1 hour, the Hokies of Virginia Tech play what they admit will be the biggest game in their history. A game that could put them on the national map in college football. They are about to meet one of the winningest teams football has seen in all time. In the last 4 years, no team has won more games. And in 1 hour, Virginia Tech gets a first-hand look at what makes the Nebraska Cornhuskers the elite in college football. Good evening, everyone. I'm Deb Collins, along with Sports Director Vince Erickson. Welcome to 10/11's coverage of the 1996 FedEx Orange Bowl.
For the next hour, Deb will preview tonight's upcoming matchup between the Huskers and a team they really still don't know a whole lot about, the Hokies of Virginia Tech.
To get things started, we want to talk to a couple of guys who will have the best seats in the house tonight. Bill Robertson and Dave Willey are on the sidelines at Pro Player Stadium.
Hi, Deb. Welcome to wonderful and loud Miami. Virginia Tech band is right behind us. Dave Willey and I, of course, hard at work.
Yeah, right. Let's be honest with the folks, at least before we get started here. There are a lot tougher assignments than Miami in late December, I'll tell you that.
But somebody's got to do it, and this is a wonderful city. It's paradise. See what I mean? Everybody's laid back. I mean, the culture, the climate, you've got to see it to believe it. Welcome to Miami. In this subtropical climate, extravagance is part of the culture. It's a city that tickles your sensation and lets your imagination run wild. From the wealthy boulevards of Coconut Grove to the Art Deco district of South Beach, Miami in December seems a million miles from Nebraska in winter.
Quick, book a flight, head down to Miami for the fun, the frolicking, the beach.
Keep the secret. We don't want them all coming.
Okay, don't come. It's too wonderful. It's great.
Still, it is a metropolitan area, a big city that needs taking care of.
You don't see all the problems. If you don't deal drugs, and if you're not into gangland or prostitution, that kind of thing, you really don't have a problem here. It's a really good lifestyle.
But Miami in December is all about football. Pro Player Stadium is home to the Orange Bowl. It's a new chapter for the big game, but a familiar city for Husker faithful.
It's been wonderful. This is the 16th time that Nebraska has been here. We are just thrilled with that.
So welcome to Miami, Husker fans. The city by the sea is happy you're here. Of course, there is so much more to this wonderful city. We tried to capture as much as we possibly could. We had a terrific time this week. We've been here since late Friday night, Dave, and we've really seen as much as we can. Of course, you've been back and forth to all the practices because that is the focus of this trip. The Huskers trying to capture another Orange Bowl title.
That's exactly right, Bill. You know, the Huskers have been down here in South Florida now for about 10 days. They've practiced hard. Of course, they've enjoyed the fun, the sun, and the beautiful weather. Now they say they're ready to play some football.
The sun has shined brightly on the Huskers since they arrived in Miami. They've had 10 days now to get used to the heat and humidity, and they say that won't be a factor tonight.
The fact that we played in Miami before, I think a lot of guys already knew what to expect, so the adjustment wasn't a big shock. So, like I said, we've adjusted to the weather, and I don't think it'll be a factor.
It was tough. In the first few practices down here in full pads, we were struggling a little bit, but I think we're pretty much accustomed to it now, and I don't think it'll affect us too much in the game.
Get that elbow up, that inside elbow.
The burning question for the past 3 weeks has been, can the Huskers get up for a game that doesn't have national championship implications?
To go out losing 2 in a row would be pretty, I don't think any of us would feel very good about our record going out like that. And, this is a big game. It's we got embarrassed in our last game, and I think everybody's been practicing really hard, and we want to come out and play pretty well against Virginia Tech.
I guess no one really ever knows if they're going to play again. A lot of people want to, but to go out with a loss and never have to feel the taste of victory again would be pretty sad, and that's why we're working as hard as we are to hopefully win.
We're going to go out and we're going to feel that we have a lot to prove playing Virginia Tech this week. And if we know if we don't play well, then we're going to be embarrassed once again. And, I don't downplay person on this team. I don't think we're going to let that happen.
Well, there you go. The Huskers say they're ready. But what about the Hokies? Well, you better believe they're going to be up for what they call the biggest game in their history. Virginia Tech arrived in Florida 4 days after the Huskers. Coach Frank Beamer says he wanted this week to seem like any other game week, even though it's anything but just another game for the Hokies.
I think we're one of the few teams in this country. I think we're a story in the fact that we're one of the few teams that can change the status of their program, and I think we're right in the middle of that. I think Virginia Tech right now is thought of differently than it was a few years ago.
By winning this game, it'll make us be known as a national team, make us be known as a team that that hasn't had a mediocre schedule, and that we are a good team, and we have good players on the team that can go out and play with the best of them.
Well, we've heard from both teams now. They both say they're ready. Now, what do you say we count down this final hour to kickoff, Bill?
You can feel it in the air. It's getting exciting. I tell you what, we'll have more from Miami in a moment, but now let's toss it back to Lincoln and Jeff Collins in the studio.
We can feel the excitement all the way back here in Nebraska, guys. We'll talk with you in a bit. Well, Virginia Tech is not a team the Huskers or its fans are used to. And to get a better idea of what we can expect from the Hokies and the Huskers tonight, Vince Erickson joins us with a special guest.
Indeed, Deb. One Husker parent has a pretty good idea of what his son is going through right now. Reserve cornerback Chad Blaha is getting ready for his final bowl game. His father here knows the feeling. Joe Blaha was a member of or defensive back for those back-to-back national championship teams of the early 70s and is kind enough to join us here tonight. Joe, welcome back.
Thank you.
Last time you and I talked, we were talking Nebraska, Oklahoma. We're talking Virginia Tech tonight. And as we've said so many times, this is a game that really is going to put the Hokies on the map. How dangerous does that make Virginia Tech?
I think very, very dangerous. They've got something to prove. I think a lot of teams over the last several years, and especially in the Orange Bowl history, have put themselves on the map with victories over Nebraska. We've had a great and successful program over the years, first with Coach Devaney and now with Coach Osborne. And it kind of validates a team as a national contender all the time. And not so much that, but it certainly aids a lot in attracting the recruits to come and get an opportunity to play against teams like Nebraska. And for a team to have success certainly helps that.
So how does Nebraska really get up for Virginia Tech? They're not very well known at the same time. 20-plus wins over the last couple of years. I mean, they're obviously a tough test.
It's going to be a tough. They're a big team. This is the first time Nebraska, I think, has faced an offensive line that's bigger than it. I think they average 296. We're 291. I think the issue is going to be whether or not we can control their running game and force them to pass. They've got a great quarterback in Mr. Druckenmiller. He's a big guy, 6'4", 238. We're going to have to question how mobile he is. We're going to have to shut down the run, force him to throw the ball, and then just cut Winstrom and Tomich loose.
As you and I were talking about just earlier, this is an interesting parallel between your son and you. You had won 2 national championships, and then your team lost to UCLA early in '72. This year, the Huskers lose to Arizona State and ended up playing in I don't want to say a lesser bowl, but let's face it, it's not the national. How much does that play into the factor? It's not a national championship game.
There can be 2 effects for the team this year. The pressure's off. You don't have to worry about playing for that national championship, and so you can just go out there and have fun. At the same time, maybe having the fun and not focusing on a team like Virginia Tech that there's a possibility of taking them lightly, and I think that would be a dangerous thing to do. We've got some great seniors. I think they'll be focused. They're proud. They've kind of carried the program the last couple of years, and I don't think they want to go out losers.
I certainly hope they don't. Joe, thank you for joining us here. We'll talk to you a little bit later on some more subject matter. We want to thank Joe Blaha again for joining us. And again, we'll be talking to him later on some things to watch for in tonight's game. Deb.
Well, as Joe and Vince were talking about, this is the first time in 4 years the Huskers haven't played in a national championship game. The excitement level may not be as great this year, but Husker fans are still ready to root their team on. 10-11's Doug Walker is with some folks getting ready to have a good time tonight. Doug, national championship or not?
That's exactly right, Deb. We're here at one of Lincoln's popular sports bars, a Husker hotspot, you might say. As you can see behind me, all the Husker fans are starting to pour in here getting ready for tonight's game. Now, despite the Huskers' disappointing loss to Texas that took Nebraska out of the bid for the national championship, fans here say they'll support them win or lose.
Just born into me. That's the way it is. If you're from Nebraska, live in Nebraska, you bleed red. I love you. Born and raised here, always going to be a diehard Red fan.
Now, as you can imagine, all the fans here that I spoke with tonight are predicting a win for Nebraska tonight, and they say they're not interested in being fair weather fans. They say they're going to stick with them no matter what happens this year or any year. And Deb will have more for you tonight during the postgame show.
Looks and sounds like everyone there is ready for a big victory, Doug.
Yeah, I think they sure are.
Thank you very much. Well, we're about 50 minutes away from CBS's coverage of the 1996 Orange Bowl, but before that starts, we've got much more. When we come back, we'll head back to Pro Player Stadium in Miami, where the sun is setting on another day of Dave and Bill working on their tans.
The granddaddy of them all. The grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford. It's the biggest and it's the absolute best 5 days of the year to buy. Every vehicle will carry a grand finale clearance price that you can't afford to pass up. Choose a new 1997 Ford Ranger, only $99.99, or a new 97 Ford Taurus, just $16,499. We simply don't want to carry inventory over into next year. During the grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford, 1901 West O Street, Lincoln. Don't miss it.
Looking for a college that gives you great teachers and the attention you deserve? Then Southeast Community College Beatrice campus is the place for you. You can prepare for a career in agribusiness, health, business, biotechnology, or mass media. Or you can study a variety of courses as you complete the first 2 years of a 4-year degree. Small classes, fun activities, and more, all at an affordable price. And you can move on to a good job or the last 2 years of college after you graduate. Say yes to the best. Say yes to SCC Beatrice.
We have a lot of dreams for our family.
For years, the Haydens have had their life insurance with American Family.
Our daughter Ashley, a new home. That's a lot of responsibility.
What's this?
A fish?
Very good.
I think about our future every day.
Loyalty, the mark of satisfied customers.
American Family Insurance.
Look in the white or yellow pages for an American Family agent near you.
We did it, and you can do it too. We did it. You can make your dreams come true. 'Cause Jenny Craig has it all. This is the time to make that call. 1-800-97-JENNY. We did it.
Now lose 19 pounds for just $19.97 plus the cost of food. Call 1-800-97-JENNY for details. 1-800-97-JENNY.
We did it.
Welcome back. The stadium is starting to fill up in Miami.
Indeed, it's not expected to be a sellout tonight, Deb, but more than 60,000 are expected to see the game live. One of the folks there to see the game firsthand is our own Dave Woolley, tan and all, and he joins us live from Pro Player Stadium. Dave.
Hey Vince, as you can see behind me here, the Huskers going through some pregame warm-ups as we are right at an hour away from kickoff. Let's talk about the Huskers season for a moment. This season certainly had its share of ups and downs. You know, Nebraska came into 1996 looking to make history, trying to be the first team to ever win 3 consecutive national championships. Let's take a quick look back on the 96 season and see how the Huskers came up short in their quest for a three-peat.
Nebraska stormed into 1996 led by a defense that returned 7 starters. It was that defense that scored 2 touchdowns and led the Huskers to a 55-14 rout of Michigan State in Week 1. Then came Week 2, the disaster in the desert. The Huskers showed up to Sun Devil Stadium flat and ill-prepared, and the 17th-ranked Arizona State Sun Devils hammered the Huskers 19-0 to hand Nebraska its first regular season loss in 38 regular season games. Nebraska got untracked in week 3 as they rolled past Colorado State 65-9. The following week, Nebraska looked like the teams of the past couple years as they beat up on Kansas State 39-3. The Blackshirts held the Wildcats to just 86 total yards offense. The win also marked the emergence of freshman I-back D'Angelo Evans, who ran for 168 yards and 2 touchdowns. Week 5, another home blowout. This time, the Baylor Bears were the victims of 669 yards of Nebraska total offense and a Blackshirt shutout. Week 6 took the Huskers to Lubbock, Texas, where the offense stumbled and bumbled, committing 5 turnovers. Fortunately, the Blackshirts humbled 2,000-yard rusher Byron Hanspard, and the Huskers came away with a 24-10 win. The Kansas Jayhawks came calling in Week 7, and the Huskers quickly dispatched them back to Lawrence, 63-7 losers. Week 8 epitomized the gap between the Nebraska and Oklahoma football programs. Final score, Nebraska 73, Oklahoma 21. Enough said. Week 9 brought Missouri to Memorial Stadium. Sophomore I-back Amon Green had his biggest day of the year as he ran for 161 yards and a score. The following week, Green had the first 200-yard game of his career as he ran for 214 yards and a touchdown, eclipsing the 138 yards by the Cyclones' Troy Davis. Week 11, Colorado week. And once again, the Blackshirts came to the rescue, holding the high-scoring Buffaloes to just 4 field goals and scoring the Huskers' first touchdown of the game on this Jay Foreman interception. The 17-12 win gave the Huskers the Big 12's North Division Championship and a berth in the Big 12 title game against Texas. Which is why we're here at the Orange Bowl tonight and not in New Orleans preparing for Thursday's Sugar Bowl. The Longhorns racked up 503 yards of offense against the previously immovable Husker defense. The 37-27 loss ended the Huskers' chance for a 3rd straight national championship.
Now, the last thing in the world the Huskers want to do this year is end the season with 2 straight losses. Now, to avoid that, obviously they have to beat Virginia Tech tonight. Let's take it back to the studio now where Vince and Deb are standing by. Vince taking a look at the Hokies season. Vince?
Indeed, David, it was an impressive season for Virginia. Thank you. We'll check back with you a little bit later on. Dave, Virginia Tech seemed to come out of nowhere to nab their Orange Bowl berth, but hey, they are no fluke and no joke. Just ask Texas, who got shellacked last year in the Sugar Bowl, and the Hokies picked right up there with a 10-1 season. One thing is for sure, the Hokies ain't hokey. They'll throw a nice tight spiral down your throat and boom, run it down even further. And at 10-1, they've established themselves as one of college football's heavyweights. They started out on the road with 2 wins, a tight one at Akron, then a blowout at Boston College, and then blew through Rutgers in their home opener. But then they hit a buzzsaw at Syracuse. Donovan McNabb and company drubbed Tech to a 52-21 tune. The Orange, the only option team Tech saw all year. Could be an omen tonight. Then they reeled off 4 impressive home wins in a row. Started out with the Temple shutout, all the way through Pitt, Southwest Louisiana's Ragin' Cajuns, and then East Carolina. And then maybe the most impressive win of the year, a 21-7 bottleneck at Miami, an awesome showing of offense and defense. Then their battles o' Bedlam, whipping West Virginia 31-14, and then turning back in-state rival Virginia 26-9, setting up tonight's Orange Bowl battle. And Deb, the clock continues to tick. We're now about 45 minutes away from CBS's coverage of the Orange Bowl.
And when we come back, Vince, we'll take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today in the capital city. Plus, there's still much more ahead live from Miami.
Grandma's value number 1.
Here, look over here. Come on. Honesty is the best policy.
Value number 2.
You get what you pay for.
Like the honest meal at an honest price you get at Runza. Bigger portions, higher quality, better value. Nobody gives you your money's worth like Runza. Grandma's value number 3. Only the best will do.
Live a little.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Em, is that thing on sale? Honey, please don't push the cart. Honey, please don't push the cart. You're going to make your sister sick. Just a second. We're going to go.
Writing a check isn't always convenient or even humanly possible.
That'll be $47.99.
That's why Norwest Bank offers the instant cash and check card.
No, honey, please put
It's
them
like
back.
writing a check without having to write the check. Instant cash and check.
Zachary, come on.
Another financial solution
Go home.
from Norwest Bank.
Okay, so I love TV. You would too if you had Prime-Star satellite television. All it takes is one phone call. 1-800-PRIME-STAR. You see, Prime-Star is a service, so there's no equipment to buy. You get up to 95 channels of great drama, sports, movies, a monthly program guide, digital picture and sound, and it starts at about $1 a day.
Save $60 when you order Prime-Star. Call 1-800-PRIME-STAR and enjoy.
Did I mention that you don't have to buy the dish?
As the hours tick away to a new year, many of us will be ringing out the old and ringing in the new by celebrating. In Lincoln, though, too much holiday cheer could land you in trouble. 1011's Jack Wang has a look at how police and bar owners are ready for the big night.
If you plan to drink this New Year's Eve and then drive, you might end up pulled over undergoing a test for blood alcohol. Lincoln police are out in full force to keep the streets safe.
New Year's Eve is the highest alcohol consumption day of the year. There's no other day that there's more alcohol consumed, and we make a very strong effort to let people know that we're going to be out there.
15 officers alone from the Traffic Enforcement Unit will be looking for drunk drivers. Sergeant Harley says motorists should be aware of the danger of drunk drivers on the roads from 10 o'clock tonight until 3 in the morning. Local establishments like P.O. Pears are also keeping an eye out for drunk drivers.
We'll have our designated driver program tonight, which is a free soft drink for anybody driving. We also will offer bus service tonight. We have our own bus, and we'll have service taking people home at the end of the night.
Motorists arrested for drunken driving could face the loss of their license for up to 3 months and 7 days in jail. And if you've had previous DWI arrests, it can be even more costly. In Lincoln, Jack Wang, 1011 News.
Now here's a sobering statistic. Sergeant Harnley tells us 1 in 4 drivers on the roads tonight will be intoxicated. It's something to think about. Well, alcohol is definitely a New Year's Eve tradition, but at a Husker bowl game, and alcohol sales go through the roof. Folks are grabbing the alcohol faster than grocery stores can stock the shelves. The big ticket item is, of course, champagne, and not to toast in the new year, but to toast a Husker victory.
Well, I think it's done real good for my business because everybody's coming in, and that's what, instead of going to parties, everybody's going to watch the game, and there's so many parties going on tonight. It's just absolutely crazy.
Now tonight at 10, we'll tell you why shoppers are also stocking up on lemons. A clue, it's not for the drinks tonight, but for the morning after. If by chance you do overdo it tonight, play it safe and get a free ride home. For the past 6 years, Freedman Law Office of Lincoln have offered the public free taxi rides home. The taxis will only take you home and not to another party, though. The ride is free within Lincoln city limits. The free rides started in the middle of the month and end tonight. Sponsors say several hundred people take advantage of the offer each season. If you need a taxi ride home, you can call 474-SAFE. The number again, 474-7233. Well, the ponies will no longer run at Omaha's Exarban Racetrack. The Douglas County Board today approves the sale of the 140-acre Exarban property to First Data Resources. The plan calls for First Data to build an office complex on the northern portions of the grounds. The Information Science campuses of the University of Nebraska Omaha will also be built on that land. Back to the holidays, teens in Lincoln will have a safe alternative tonight to celebrate New Year's Eve. It was set up in time at the Lincoln Starship 9 theaters today. Members of the Youth Advisory Council helped 3 local bands get ready for tonight's alternative New Year's Eve bash. Teens can enjoy free soda and popcorn, watch movies, or listen to music at the theater, all for just $6.
I just want youth to have a place they can have some fun on New Year's. It's a different environment, so it's not same old, hanging out at home, watching movies.
The council is expecting close to 1,000 teens to take part in tonight's alcohol and drug-free celebration. The weather hopefully won't cause any problems on this New Year's Eve.
We did have a little bit of light mix of precipitation that passed through the Lincoln area. Actually, what we're seeing occurring now, Deb, is some of this warmer air that we've been talking about for the past couple of nights starting to work across portions of central and eastern Nebraska. So we did have a little bit of light snow, some flurries, a little bit of light freezing drizzle there for just a very short amount of time. That's moved east of the Lincoln area now. Should be completely out of the state within the next hour or so. So no, we are not expecting any kind of travel problems tonight. But folks in extreme eastern or extreme southeastern Nebraska, you could see a little bit of a light mix during the next couple of hours. But then things will be calming down. Did it look like Dave and Bill were okay? I know it was a little
I don't
chilly.
think they were having any problems.
Yeah, a little chilly there. They've got a real cold 76 degrees, I think, at 5 o'clock our time in Miami. And the forecast for the kickoff down there, temperatures are going to be in the mid-70s, we think, at kickoff. It's going to be on the warm and humid side. So we could be looking at a lot of substitutions maybe coming into play for the game. Southeast winds, partly cloudy skies. Really should be a great night for football.
Good.
We've got some great football weather headed our way here, even in the Midwest. Let's take a look at our current satellite picture. You can see an awful lot of cloudiness covering much of the country, but at the same time, some very mild air is covering much of the United States as we say goodbye to 1996 and hello to the new year. We are seeing variable cloudiness across Nebraska and northern Kansas. Again today, as we mentioned yesterday, we had that wide temperature variance from one end of the state to the other. Eastern sections of Nebraska cooler today with readings in the 20s and lower 30s, while once again in the west and far west we were in the 50s and lower 60s. You can continue to see the onslaught of moisture pounding the Pacific Northwest. They've been inundated with precipitation over the past several days, and at least one more major weather system will be bringing more wet weather to the Pacific Northwest as we enter the new year. We'll take a look at our surface features right now. Here's the warm front we're talking about again. Western half of the state, 20, 30 degrees, in some locations 40 degrees warmer in the west than we were in extreme eastern sections of the state today, but you can see that warm front will continue to push to the east, and that means that everybody will enjoy some milder temperatures for tomorrow, even folks in eastern Nebraska where we struggled into the 20s for afternoon highs today. So some mild high pressure will begin to build in. We'll continue to see periods of cloud cover, but all in all, some very mild temperatures to welcome 1997. Readings at the top of the hour again show that wide range. 22 in Sioux City, 24 in Norfolk at the top of the hour, but about 10 degrees warmer than that in the central part of Nebraska in the Tri-Cities region, and about 20 to 30 degrees warmer than that as you move into the west and southwest. It's 49 right now in North Platte, 50 degrees in McCook. In the capital city, we're at 29. That's cool, but it's also the warmest reading we've had all day in Lincoln. Mostly cloudy skies, a steady barometer, a relative humidity reading of 72%, and a southeast wind at 9 miles per hour with a dew point of 21. As we mentioned, that 29-degree reading that we have at the 5 o'clock hour in Lincoln is our warmest temperature of the day so far. We started the day at 14. That's a couple of degrees above normal for this time of year. In Grand Island, we made it to 36 after a low this morning, also of 14. Forecast map for the new year. We don't get to say that very often, but the forecast map for 1997, or at least for the first day of 1997, will show milder conditions. We will see some patchy fog, especially over central and eastern Nebraska to start the day tomorrow, but we expect a mixture of clouds and sun, much milder temperatures, especially for folks in the east. Now, you folks in the west have had mild temperatures all week long, so you're going to share some of those mild readings with the rest of us over Nebraska and northern Kansas. So we're looking at very nice conditions, not only tomorrow, but pretty decent day headed our way on Thursday as well with very mild temperatures. But then this next weather system will gather strength and bring us a chance for some precipitation as we head into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and also some much cooler conditions. So enjoy the next couple of days. They will certainly be the nicest of the week. Tonight, variable cloudiness, seasonally mild temperatures, readings expected to hold in the 20s over most of the area, although extreme northeastern Nebraska could dip down into the upper teens for a brief period of time tonight. But we may actually see warming temperatures as we move toward daybreak tomorrow. Some patchy fog could be a little bit of a problem late tonight and early tomorrow morning as well. 25, we think, to bottom out in Lincoln, 28 in Grand Island. On the first day of 1997, we're looking at variable cloudiness, some fog to start the day, but milder conditions from one end of the state to the other. And again, the mildest air will be once again in the far west and southwest, where we could see new or near record highs in the low 70s in places like Imperial, Goodland, McCook. We'll top out at 50, at least 50 in Lincoln, maybe warmer. 60 degrees we'll shoot for in Grand Island. And our forecast for Thursday, breezy and mild with variable cloudiness. Again, temperatures way above normal in the 50s and lower 60s, including 57 in Lincoln, 60 degrees in Grand Island. And our forecast right now, shows some changes for the end of the work week and into the weekend. We are certainly going to cool back down to more normal conditions as we move towards Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and maybe even see a little bit of some precipitation. Right now, the precipitation doesn't look like it'll be major, but it could take several different forms. So we'll keep folks updated on that. And here's a look at that kickoff forecast for Nebraska versus Virginia Tech at kickoff, about 6:15 our time. Partly cloudy, warm and humid, temperatures in the mid-70s. Dave and Bill will be sweating with the oldies there down in Miami.
Thanks, Ken.
You're welcome.
Well, Bill Robertson and Dave Willie still have much more for us tonight live from Miami.
What do you say we join them now for a look at what they have in store for us, guys?
Vince and Deb, I tell you what, when you combine the sunshine, the warm temperatures, and that Atlantic Ocean lapping onto the beaches, what's a Husker fan to do while they're in Miami? We'll show everyone a little bit later.
If they're anything like us, they have a pretty good time, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, a little bit. Pretty good time, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, folks, what are some of the key matchups in tonight's game? We'll find out when we come back live to Pro Player Stadium here in Miami.
That was some kick.
Absolutely.
Good kick, man.
My man Chuck with the twisted ankle kicked the 25-yarder.
We've been talking about this for years. Did we ever tell you ladies about the kick?
It was pouring rain. This guy Chuck with the broken leg kicked the game winner from 45 yards.
Did I ever tell you kids about the kick?
It was a freak November blizzard. And then your dad, in a full body cast, hit that miracle kick from 60 yards.
Things just seem to get better around the Pizza Hut pizza. You'll love the stuff we're making.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
The tradition continues. It's the biggest furniture sale of the year. New Year's, 10 to 6, nothing down, and no interest until 1998. The New Year's Day sale at Rod Cush's Furniture. Every single item in the store is discounted. Oak or cherry plant stands, $7. Wood futons, now only $97. A twin full bunk bed, just $118. Curios starting at $97. Glider rockers from $88. And a 5-piece white natural dinette is now down to $128. Plus nothing down and no interest until 1998 at the New Year's sale in all 5 stores of Rod Cush's Furniture.
It's Goodbye 96, our best ever cash incentives on remaining 96 Buicks, including Skylark, save $1,500. Regal, a budget saving $2,000. Riviera, $3,000 to you. And Park Avenue with a $2,000 reward. Goodbye 96 also means special offers on 97 LeSabres and the all-new 97 Park Avenue. The savings countdown ends January 6th at your quality Buick dealer.
Welcome back to Miami. Well, we'll see a lot of games within tonight's game, but one thing you need to keep an eye on is how this Husker defense responds from their poor performance against the Texas Longhorns. And can Virginia Tech exploit the weaknesses the Huskers showed against Texas? You better believe the Hokies have poured over the game film from the Huskers' loss to Texas, and it has them thinking their offense can be effective against the Black Shirts also.
Run the ball. Run the ball, just pound them, and don't turn the ball over, no mental mistakes. You got to play a perfect game, and I think we can do that.
Senior quarterback Jim Druckenmiller triggers the Hokie attack. The 6'4", 225-pound Druckenmiller throws the ball well, runs the option some, and holds several school weightlifting records, so he's a handful. The Black Shirts will also have to be ready for the biggest offensive line they've faced all year, averaging 305 pounds across the board.
We got talented receivers, talented backs that can run the ball right at you because they're big guys, and then they also pass protect real well, and their quarterback's got a ton of yards this year and over his career, and they're a hungry team looking for some respect.
The Hokies won't be alone in looking for respect. Tonight, the Black Shirts want to repair their reputation as one of the best Nebraska defenses ever. You'll remember a pack of Longhorns trampled on that image in St. Louis.
We got to go out there and really just manhandle Virginia Tech, man. I think just to make us feel better, about, our season, what we've done, because a lot of people before the Texas game was talking about how great we are now. It's kind of like, okay, they okay.
So, folks, clearly one of the key matchups tonight is how a very, very large, well-balanced Virginia Tech offense goes against one of the best defenses in the country. Now, speaking of defensive football, Vince, you have a fellow back there who made life pretty miserable for a few offenses in his days as a Husker.
You betcha, Dave. Joe Blaha, again, was a part of one of those great, strong defenses that made such an important part of Nebraska football history. And he's back with us here to talk about some of the things that we need to do to watch in the game and tonight's game. Joe, thanks again for being here. What about rebounding from that Texas game? That seems to be the big thing that the Huskers are going to really have to do, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
You know, I think probably a lot of people don't realize that you know, our team was pretty sick the preceding week for that game. Eric Stokes lost 11 pounds due to the flu, and it hit the team pretty hard. Yeah, we need to rebound. I think Texas is an excellent team, and they play erratically all year long. I mean, they looked good, they looked bad. It just they finally put it together against us. I think the flu had a lot to do with it. We've got a lot of proud players. We've got guys that have been to the big show, and they know what it takes to win. And I see the team coming back real strong tonight. We're healthy, with the exception of a couple I-backs. The team is ready to play. They've had some time down in Miami. And it's always a pleasure to go down there when we've experienced the weather we've had, to go to the 70s and 80s. And I think they're pretty much ready to play.
What about the seniors, the leadership they can offer, especially after being in those 2 national championship games and then going into a game like this one tonight? How much is that going to help them?
I think it's going to be a tremendous asset to them. These guys have been there. They've over the last 3-4 years, they've played at the top level. I mean, we've always been in contention. We lost to Florida State in a game that I think we won morally, although the scoreboard didn't indicate it. And then the last 2 years with performances, and these are guys that have been there. You know, they know what it takes to win, and there's tremendous talent. We've got a lot of young talent there. Jason Peters, only a junior. Grant Wistrom. We're going to lose some great guys on defense, but tonight's a game where, you know, the seniors have got to step up and say, you know, to the younger guys that, you know, stay with it, do what you can do, you know, stay focused, and enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game and have some fun.
Yep.
It's been fun having you here, Joe. Thank you for joining us.
Yes,
Good
thank
to see
you.
you again.
Appreciate it.
All right, have a Happy New Year.
We'll do that.
All righty,
Thank
that
you.
sounds great. Okay, we're getting ready to gather around the old TV and watch the Orange Bowl on CBS. There are thousands of Nebraska fans beginning to fill Pro Player Stadium, and we'll take you back there when we come back.
It's lunchtime, and what are we having with our burger today? Wow, you get a big 28 grams of fat with this one. And this one serves up an amazing 39 grams. Hey, tell it like it is. A great sandwich doesn't have to have all that fat. At Subway, 7 of our 6-inch subs have 6 grams of fat or less and taste fresh and delicious. Take the Subway challenge and take 1 bite. If you don't think our subs are great, you get your money back. Take the Subway challenge at a Subway near you.
Took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems. Heart care close to home.
What would happen if you took all this Big Red Spirit and put it into a cellular phone? You'd get the Husker phone only at Alliance Cellular. This new Husker wide receiver is available in a quality Motorola flip or bag phone, with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phone from Alliance Cellular. There's a lot of Big Red Spirit in this little phone.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. Just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Welcome back. We're now less than a half hour away from CBS's live coverage of this year's Orange Bowl. And while we're waiting for the game to begin, a lot of Nebraska fans are busy right now trying to find their seats in Pro Player Stadium. Our Bill Robertson has his seat on the sidelines. We go back now to Miami for more. Bill?
Hi, Deb. You know, Husker fans are traveling fans. If there was a game in Timbuktu in the middle of a blizzard, there would still be red in the stands. But in this case, it's Miami and a break from Nebraska's frozen tundra. Bundled up and ready to go, Ricardo Garcia caught the first flight out of Lincoln late last week.
We hear tell we can go swimming and everything, so we're excited about that.
Fast forward a few days to magnificent Miami. It looks like Ricardo Garcia. It sounds like Ricardo Garcia. So it must be Ricardo Garcia.
Things are really getting hot here. Things are cooking up. We're getting ready to whoop the folks from Virginia.
We caught up with these fans at Husker headquarters. A little breakfast on the balcony, you might say. No doubt they're taking a break from the freezing temperatures and that old daily grind.
Yeah, I'll let the people know back home that I'm working. I'll be back in the room after breakfast and working hard. So, but go Big Red.
Husker fans come in all shapes and sizes, and when it comes to this big game, it's all for one and one for all, and everyone's got a prediction.
We're going to win by 2 touchdowns.
By 2 touchdowns. Confidence runs high in this group, and who can blame them? They're fans on a mission. That's to root on their team and bring back a win in the '96 Orange Bowl.
I think our team is going to play very well. I hope we get control of the game about the second quarter and we have a dominating win.
So here's hoping the Huskers win and the Hokies get sand in their shorts.
You take on the whole team, me. I'm from Virginia Tech.
As you can see, lots of fun on the beach, both by the Husker fans and by the Virginia Tech fans. But by the way, Chancellor Measer, who you heard from in that piece, is forevermore the head Husker fan because, of course, he is the boss at UNL. But if Chancellor Measer is the head Husker fan, what does that make Governor Nelson? We'll ask him just that when we come back from this break. But first, the coaches who got their teams here. We'll hear from them when we come back to Miami.
That was some kick.
Absolutely.
Good kick, man.
My man Chuck with the twisted ankle kicked the 25-yard.
We'll be talking about this for years. Did we ever tell you ladies about the kick? It was pouring rain.
Then this guy Chuck with the broken leg kicked the game winner from 45 yards.
Did I ever tell you kids about the kick?
It was a freak November blizzard. And then your dad, in a full body cast, hit that miracle kick from 60 yards.
Things just seem to get better around the Pizza Hut pizza. You'll love the stuff we're making.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
The tradition continues. It's the biggest furniture sale of the year. New Year's, 10 to 6, nothing down, and no interest until 1998. The New Year's Day sale at Rod Cush's Furniture. Every single item in the store is discounted. Metal futons, only $55. Get a solid oak hall tree, just $47. Day beds as low as $43. Living room lamps in assorted colors starting at just $11. And a 5-piece oak dinette, light or dark, is now only $297. Plus nothing down and no interest until 1998 at the New Year's sale in all 5 stores of Rod Cush's Furniture.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. Just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Welcome back to Miami. Well, we figure to have a great game down on the field tonight, but we'll also have a good battle on the sidelines as well. Tom Osborne in his 24th season at Nebraska, matching wits with Frank Beamer, who's in his 10th season at Virginia Tech. 2 outstanding coaches leading what are now 2 outstanding football programs.
He's needed a decade to do it, but Frank Beamer has taken the Virginia Tech football program from the middle of the pack to near the top of the heap. The Hokies are 20-3 the past 2 seasons under Beamer, a feat that hasn't gone unnoticed by his counterpart.
I think Frank Beamer's a great coach. I don't know him well, but have certainly respected what he's done there. He's brought a team from somewhat of a mediocre circumstance to one of the top teams in the country the last few years.
We all know the story of the Nebraska program under Tom Osborne. The Huskers, though, are one of just a couple programs that have enjoyed more success than Virginia Tech the past 2 seasons. And Beamer thinks he knows the Huskers' secret.
They focus in on each game and don't let people slip up on them. There's not many programs that they can't say during the course of the year somewhere someone slipped up, and Nebraska, really for the most part, hasn't done that. And that probably goes back to their coaching, their players, their level-headed people there that look at each opponent and get ready for each opponent.
Well, we've learned Coach Osborne and Coach Beamer each have a little added incentive tonight, Bill. At least that's what the governors of Nebraska and Virginia are hoping for.
Yeah, exactly. The two made it put up. Well, we'll call it a challenge on the game. And joining me right now is Governor Ben Nelson, the governor of the great state of Nebraska. And Governor, a challenge we hear? Tell me about the challenge.
Well, I've had this kind of a challenge before with Governor Bush, and now it's with Governor Allen. And the loser has to wear the winner's T-shirt for a day. And so I've already checked on Governor Allen's size. It's a double extra large, and I've got one all ready to send to him.
Terrific, terrific. Are y'all having a good time in your state?
Having a great time.
What about what you been doing?
Well, we had the Orange Bowl fishing tournament, and I caught a sailfish again, so Nebraska won the Orange Bowl fishing tournament, and every time we've won the Orange Bowl fishing tournament, we've won the football game.
All right, that's great. What about, what else? What else been on your itinerary?
Well, I played a little golf along the way, and had a chance to get out and see a lot of people, and talk a little bit about economic development, too.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
all right.
absolutely.
Well, Governor, it's always a pleasure to see you, and thank you very much for coming down on the field and joining us for the interview.
It's great. I think we're going to get turkey twice this year, Thanksgiving and tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good to see you
again. Good to
again.
see you, Bill.
All right.
Thank you. You bet.
All right. Hey, I tell you what, Deb, it's become clear that obviously the mission for the Huskers this game is to keep Governor Nelson from wearing that Virginia Tech T-shirt. We'll have more on that a little bit later on. We'll toss it back to you guys in the studio. And then a little later on, a lot of fun times have happened down here for the team. We've got it all on tape, and we'll show you when we come back. And it's loud out here.
It's nice to see the band behind you there, Bill. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Well, a little later, we'll hear from Coach Tom Osborne on some of his lasting memories, both good and bad, of the Orange Bowl.
And up next, some lasting memories from a number of the Husker seniors, Deb, who will put on the big red jerseys for the last time.
It's lunchtime, and what are we having with our burger today? Wow, you get a big 28 grams of fat with this one. And this one serves up an amazing 39 grams. Hey, tell it like it is. A great sandwich doesn't have to have all that fat. At Subway, 7 of our 6-inch subs have 6 grams of fat or less and taste fresh and delicious. Take the Subway challenge and take one bite. If you don't think our subs are great, you get your money back. Take the Subway challenge at a Subway near you.
What would happen if you took all this Big Red Spirit and put it into a cellular phone? You'd get the Husker phone only at Alliance Cellular. This new Husker wide receiver is available in a quality Motorola flip or bag phone, with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phone from Alliance Cellular. There's a lot of Big Red Spirit in this little phone.
Okay, so I love TV. You would too if you had Prime-Star satellite television. All it takes is one phone call. 1-800-PRIME-STAR. You see, Prime-Star is a service, so there's no equipment to buy. You get up to 95 channels of great drama, sports, movies, a monthly program guide, digital picture and sound, and it starts at about $1 a day.
Save $60 when you order Prime-Star. Call 1-800-PRIME-STAR and enjoy.
Did I mention that you don't have to buy the dish?
There's a rare edition hitting the streets, rich in added features, and available at a price that's very good news. The Accord Special Edition. A car this uncommon is definitely front page stuff.
As you can imagine, playing in a major bowl game is exciting for the players on the Nebraska football team.
But Deb, it's also a reflective moment for some of the players. For the seniors of this team, well, it's a time to look back on one of the most successful 4 years in college football history.
25 seniors will storm the field for the last time tonight, a special night for some in particular. How about Jared Tomich, All-American last year, now with a degree?
Yeah, I think probably more than any of my football stuff. I mean, school's been more stressful for me than anything else has in life.
How about the story of John Hess, seemingly everywhere the ball was, starting out on special teams as a freshman and ending his career as the starting Mike linebacker? How about split end Brendan Holbein, from walk-on to one of the best blocking receivers in Husker history? How about I-back Damon Benning, who will end his career tonight by starting against the Hokies in the Orange Bowl? But maybe the best, Rover Mike Mitter, fighting his way back from a 1994 injury at Texas Tech to 2 national championship rings and providing senior leadership as a co-captain this year. And Mitter's sentiments reflect the thoughts of the class of 1996.
It's going to be great to sit back and say I played for 2 national championship teams back-to-back and, you know, play with some great players and things like that. So it's definitely going to be fun to reflect back on this.
Now, Deb, there are some, but not all, of this year's senior class may find themselves playing on the NFL gridirons next year.
Whatever they do, it's been a joy watching them play for the Huskers.
It sure has been fun.
When we come back, we'll head back to Miami. Bill takes us behind the scenes at the Pro Player Stadium, which is filling up as game time nears.
The granddaddy of them all. The grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford. It's the biggest and it's the absolute best 5 days of the year to buy. Every vehicle will carry a grand finale clearance price that you can't afford to pass up. Choose a new 1997 Ford Ranger, only $99.99, or a new 97 Ford Taurus, just $16,499. We simply don't want to carry inventory over into next year. During the grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford, 1901 West O Street, Lincoln. Don't miss it.
Tired of the same old job with no future? Southeast Community College Lincoln campus offers vocational, technical, and college transfer courses. And you can attend classes day or evening, whatever suits your schedule. Small classes in well-equipped facilities make it easy to prepare for an outstanding career or complete the first 2 years of college. And SCC Lincoln helps graduates find jobs and transfer to a 4-year college. Do something really good for yourself. Say yes to SCC Lincoln.
Took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems, heart care close to home.
Start the year off right at Circuit City's New Year's sale. You'll save on the best names in audio, video, computers, appliances, and more. Right now, all big screen TVs are on sale. Plus, you'll pay no interest for 12 months on all big screen TVs. All digital satellite systems, all home audio over $299, and all appliances over $499. And Circuit City has thousands of CDs under $10 every day. It's Circuit City's New Year's sale. You can't get a better price. We guarantee it.
Welcome back, everyone. Deb, a little trivia now. How many Orange Bowls have the Huskers played in?
You got me.
3 hands and 1 finger. 16.
But this is the first time, though, that they've played inside Pro Player Stadium, even though they've been to Miami a lot. That means it's the first time inside the stadium for a lot of Husker fans as well, including our very own Bill Robertson.
Hi, Deb, you're right. This is the first time the Orange Bowl has been at Pro Player Stadium. It's getting exciting. This is the Virginia Tech band going by right now. Hey, there you go. Yeah. And right behind him, the Husker marching band is on the field. Yeah. Incredible play. Let's go behind the scenes and take a quick sneak peek. Let's get swept away.
Slowly but surely, the home to the Miami Dolphins and the Florida Marlins is getting set for the '96 Orange Bowl. Piece by piece, line by line.
And they painted all day, or some Friday night,
and then he painted all day Saturday, and they're going to paint some more today.
And wall by wall. It's what you might call a massive gridiron facelift.
A lot of work, weeks and weeks.
This is it, folks. Pro Player Stadium. Come on, take a look. It's a wee bit smaller than the Huskers' home turf back in Lincoln, but take a look. There's not one bad seat in this big bad house.
We're expecting a pretty well-behaved crowd.
Wherever you sit, mind your manners. Metro-Dade police are on patrol before, during, and after the game.
We'll probably have in excess of 100 officers working. We'll work traffic outside and work the stadium inside. And basically, we just want to make sure that everybody has a good time and take a lot of work. A lot of work.
So from bottom to top, here's hoping the Huskers clean up at the Orange Bowl.
It takes about 1,000 people to get this stadium ready for the big game. But I tell you what, as soon as it's over, another transformation takes place. The same group comes back in and starts getting it ready for baseball as this season approaches, Dave. So it is a massive effort that's been going on to get ready for the Orange Bowl.
Indeed it is. And you know, this is, of course, obviously is the first time the Huskers have ever played here at Pro Player Stadium. But it's the 16th time they've played in the Orange Bowl, and the 10th time Coach Tom Osborne has been the head coach in Nebraska in the Orange Bowl, plus a few others as an assistant coach. We thought we'd share with you some of the fond and not so fond memories Coach Osborne has had here in the nights he spent in Miami.
That's that comedian.
The Orange Bowl holds great appeal to me, just because of all the memories, good and bad.
Coretta. Touchdown, Kevin Williams.
A couple of those whippings we took from Miami were bad, you know, 22 to zip or 23 to 3 or whatever. That was horrible. And then certainly the 3 years ago when we beat Miami, to beat Miami in Miami at that time was pretty good.
Schlesinger has another touchdown.
And I guess the bowl game against Alabama, 38-6. You know, I'll never forget that. Bob's last game, Notre Dame, 40-6 or whatever it was. You know, that was quite a performance.
A 52-yard touchdown play.
LSU 17-12.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
They won 31-30. I'll remember that one. So, most of them you remember.
Tonight, Coach Osborne will have another Orange Bowl memory, and Bill, hopefully it'll be a good one.
Yeah, and we've got some great memories of our stay here in Miami. We'll tell you all about it when we come back from this break.
Grandma's value number 1.
A job well done is time well spent.
Value number 2.
You can't put a price on quality.
But you can get quality at a terrific price at Runza, like our 100% ground beef burgers, special Runza sandwiches, or hand-sliced onion rings and great French fries. Value number 3.
It's better to give than to receive.
Thanks, Grandma.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
At the Dodge year-end event, you'll get your choice of low 1.9% financing, or up to $1,500 cash back on our most popular Dodge cars. So hurry in now, and you too can tear along the dotted line. The best Dodge sales year ever ends very soon. Don't miss it.
Financial Solutions from Norwest. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, you can bank on Norwest. Financial products, financial services, financial solutions.
It's experience and more.
Once again, 1011 Doppler radar has picked up a line of severe thunderstorms.
It's a dedication to the people of our state.
Live in the Lincoln area, we'll keep you updated on the latest activity.
It's a respect for the job at hand and the responsibility we feel toward you.
24 hours, these numbers will definitely go into the record
Concerned,
books.
trusted, respected, knowledgeable. More than just words. For the 1011 weather team, it's a matter of pride. See for yourself. Turn to 1011, your capital city news station.
Deb, how fast the time goes. We're just minutes away from kickoff.
We have one quick time to go back to Miami for Dave and Bill to wrap things up. Guys, it's been a fun 5 days.
It really has, Deb. We've had a great time since we got down here, Dave, but it's really all about the team, and they have been down here for quite some time.
They have indeed, 10 days now, and of course they practice hard. They've had practice every day, but they've also had some time to enjoy Miami. Let's take a look at some of the things they've enjoyed. Obviously, the beach, one of the big places for the team. The beach actually is right in the backyard of the hotel. They've got a swimming pool there. They've really had some time to walk up and down some of the streets here in Miami. So the Huskers have definitely had a good time here in Miami. And really, that wraps up our pregame show tonight, Bill.
Yeah, we'll be back right after the game with post-game comments and highlights. It'll be great.
It should be great indeed. And you enjoy the game, folks. Let's hope it's a big Husker victory.
This live 10/11 News and Report special is brought to you in part by your local Dodge dealers, Prime Star, Anderson Ford, and Runza.
From all of us at 10/11.
Have a happy holiday.
Lincoln, a city where news and events occur around the clock. What happens in the capital city affects each of us. That's why right now, 10/11 News is preparing to bring you the latest news, weather, and sports of the evening for the 10 o'clock news. Because 10/11 News can bring you Lincoln's news faster, quicker, and more in-depth than any other station in Nebraska. If it concerns the people of Lincoln, it concerns 10/11 News, your capital city news station.
Of the frontier lies the ultimate adventure, Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Sunday nights at 10:30 on 10/11.
Next week at the same time. Now stay tuned as Nebraska meets Virginia Tech in the Federal Express Orange Bowl.
The most compelling action is on CBS Sports.
New Year's Eve in Miami, Florida, site of the Orange Bowl, and tonight, a brand new home, Pro Player Stadium, where the Nebraska Cornhuskers will be playing in their 28th consecutive bowl game. They take on the Hokies of Virginia Tech, 20-1 in the last 21 games. The Big East champs for 2 years running. 24-year-old senior Jim Druckenmiller is Tech's offensive leader, who also led the Big East in total offense. The Hokie defense is spearheaded by defensive end Cornell Brown, who's earned back-to-back first-team All-America honors. For Nebraska, quarterback Scott Frost has the arm and the accuracy to complement the Huskers' vaunted running attack. He was intercepted only 3 times in 200 attempts. We look for a scuffle and a shuffle in the Nebraska backfield tonight. I-back Damon Benning will make just his second start of the season in place of injured players Amon Green and true freshman D'Angelo Evans, both of whom should see some action tonight. Hi again, everybody. I'm Pat O'Brien. Welcome to College Football Today, Ford Tour's pregame show, and we're about 5 hours away from 1997. And joining me is my partner, Craig James, and the legendary coach, Lou Holtz. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Now, from a coach's point of view, the press conferences are over, everything's done. You finally get on the field and play. What's that feel like?
As a coach, it's very simple. You say to them, we've beaten the last 7 ranked teams here at Virginia Tech, and people still don't respect us. Let's go out there and make sure when this game's over, win, lose, or draw, the people respect Virginia Tech. Greatest motivating factor there is.
And Craig, do you listen to him?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to play for Coach Holtz. Matter of fact, it's an honor for me to be sitting next to you. I'd tape my ankles up. My ankles are taped up. I'm sitting here. But if the coach tells me it's still a football game, go out and do the same things you've done all year, then I'll listen to him.
All right, let's give a blockbuster analysis to the Orange Bowl tonight, Nebraska and Virginia Tech. And, Coach, can you make a case for Virginia Tech?
Oh, you can make a strong case for Virginia Tech. They're capable of winning the game. It's on regular turf, not on AstroTurf. But their quarterback, Jim Druckenmiller, has to find a way to get rid of the football. He's going to be pressured, but he's big, strong. They'll be in the shotgun a little bit. Give him a chance. If he can get the ball off, they have a better chance. Also, they have to find a way to score in the kicking game. They blocked 5 punts this, one PAT. They've scored a couple touchdowns off of it. They must win the kicking game. The third thing they have to do is find a way to score on defense. They've scored 19 times in their last 38 games on defense. And the other thing they can do is give Nebraska something they don't earn. You don't need to give a tax break to the Rockefeller family. Nebraska doesn't need help to win this game.
You don't?
No.
Let's talk about the Nebraska defense. Last year we all marveled at them in the Fiesta Bowl. We marveled at them this year as well.
And I thought they'd be an undefeated football team, play for a national championship, but they've lost some key guys. Terrell Farley, an All-American linebacker, he's out. So therefore, in this ball game, to get back in it, they have to rely on Jared Thomas. He had 5 sacks during the season. He was double-teamed all the time. A motivational guy. Get the black shirts going again, Big Jared. And for Virginia Tech, they rely on inspiration too. Cornell Brown missed 3 games, still had 8 sacks, double-teamed all season long. Both of these guys have to inspirationally pick their football team up. And their units, they got to go out and they got to play with a lot of aggression. You got to hope their quarterbacks play well too.
And one quarterback tonight has got to be inspirational as well as execute is Scott Frost, who's really improved throughout the season, but a lot of pressure on him.
He's a fine athlete. We had him in our football camp. He went to Stanford University, played defensive back and quarterback. Transferred to Nebraska, which is his home state. Great athlete. Had the 10th best offense of any offensive player in the history of Nebraska, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and he had to follow Tommy Frazier this season too. With only 3 interceptions. I mean, he did a great job, I thought, for them coming out and performing as he did. And for Virginia Tech, Jim Druckenmiller, he's a spiritual leader for them on offense. 17 touchdown passes this year. He only threw 5 interceptions. He's a big, ugly guy that will like to take it to Nebraska's defense tonight.
All right, of course, off the field, there's been a lot of problems for both squads. The two programs have had several problems the last couple of seasons. 6 Nebraska players combined for 7 arrests, while Virginia Tech had 21 arrests involving 17 players. And Coach Bobby Knights once said to me that players don't change, parents do, but obviously something has happened here.
Well, there are a lot of positive things you can say about the graduation rate of Nebraska, et cetera. But let me say this. The main difference between athletes today and 25 years ago is today everybody wants to talk about the rights and privileges. This is my right, this is my privilege in our society. 25 years ago, people talked about obligations and responsibilities. And when you join a team, you join an organization, you have obligations and responsibilities to conduct yourself in a certain manner because every decision you make affects everybody else.
And we had a situation when I was at SMU as a senior. We're fighting for a national championship, and I really believe that the players on a football team have to step up. I was the captain of the team. I knew an illegal situation was taking place. I went to the other captains. I said, fellas, we need to go talk to these players, and we've got to tell them they're jeopardizing our opportunity. The players have to police themselves because the players are the ones that are going after 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, going out until 3 in the morning. They know what's going on. Coaches can't keep up with the players.
By the way, Lou, do you notice he's got more balloons behind him than the two of us? Yeah. He's got a bigger party. We'll see at halftime. Coming up, the FedEx Orange Bowl after a message. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, you're the party monger. What, are you kidding me?
It's one of the most comfortable cars I've ever driven.
People love talking about Ford Taurus.
It's fun to drive. It really is.
With Taurus, you fit in no matter what size you are.
I'm big.
I'm surprised by how much room there is inside it.
Everybody in my family's big.
Just turn the wheel a fraction of an inch. The car responds.
There's a lot more room.
It's designed so I don't have to search for anything. The seats feel like they wrap around you.
It's a state-of-the-art car.
Ford Taurus, the best-selling car in America, starting at $18,545.
This car is a pleasure to drive.
I have fun.
The new Hoover Steam Vac Jr. helps get spots and spills before they become stains.
Nobody does it like you.
Let's get real. Brakes stop your wheels, but tires stop your car. Goodyear AquaTread 2 has a deeper, wider aqua channel than the original AquaTread to sweep water away for outstanding wet traction. AquaTread, only from Goodyear.
Jesse, you're next.
I'm all yours.
Save it for the stage, Romeo.
Carol always gives it to me straight. Like when she told me about my...
I told him about Head & Shoulders. Regular shampoos just rinse flakes away so they could come back. Head & Shoulders helps prevent flakes from even forming. You see the difference? You look great.
Thanks, but will it get me this part?
Couldn't hurt.
Head & Shoulders, because great hair can't have flakes.
Hey, break a leg.
They have come for 62 years in the Orange Bowl. Spectacular plays and daring calls.
Here is the try for point. They're going for two. The handoff. It's a Campbell. He's in, and you couldn't ask for a more exciting Orange Bowl in this one, man.
Games marked by legendary players, coaches, and rivalries, and dramatic victories.
Going for two. Gill takes, looks, rolls, throws, deflected away. They tried for two and didn't make it. For the national championship, it's slotted. It is in the air, and it is no good. Schlesinger and Phillips in the eye, the snap to Tommy, and the give on the trap play, and it's Schlesinger inside the 5, in there for the touchdown. He's got the touchdown.
Glorious moments all, and the promise of more to come. Virginia Tech head coach Frank Beamer and his senior quarterback Jim Druckenmiller led the Hokies to their second straight Big East title and a top 10 ranking. All-America Cornell Brown and the Tech defense plan on keeping them there. Tom Osborne's Nebraska Cornhuskers faced hard times in their defense of the national title with losses to Arizona State and Texas. They are number 6 in the polls. But the Huskers have vowed to stick together, and with that always powerful rushing attack, they look to run past the Hokies tonight. It's Virginia Tech and Nebraska meeting for the first time ever at the 63rd FedEx Orange Bowl, next on CBS. Tonight, the FedEx Orange Bowl begins a new era as the Orange Bowl is no longer played in the Orange Bowl. The game has moved a few miles north of downtown Miami to beautiful Pro Player Stadium, where the Nebraska Cornhuskers have found their way to the new home. It might be a new ballpark, but they are familiar faces. They're in the Orange Bowl for the 5th time in the last 6 years. They enter this Orange Bowl Classic with a record of 10-2 and a number 6 ranking. And tonight the Cornhuskers extend their NCAA record bowl streak to 28 straight years. They have taken the field on an absolutely perfect night for football in South Florida. 75 degrees as we approach kickoff. The wind is not a factor, and there is little chance of rain as we ring in a new year. And here come the Hokies of Virginia Tech off their best regular season in school history at 10-1. They're in the Orange Bowl for the first time. Sean McDonough along with Mike Mayock. It's great to have you with us. Certainly these are two dramatically different programs in terms of history, and they come into this game from different directions. Nebraska on the downer, the loss to Texas in the Big 12 championship game. They're not used to being in a New Year's Day game and not playing for the national championship. Tech thinks this could be the game that puts their program over the hump in terms of respect nationally.
Hey, let's face it, this is a program that's won 20 of their last 21 games, and the irony tonight is they're playing against the program they most emulate, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So truly, Sean, tonight is a benchmark evening for this Virginia Tech program.
And the Hokies, while enjoying their best season in school history, have been led on the field by the senior quarterback, Jim Druckenmiller.
This guy is special. Folks around the country, if you haven't seen him play, 6'5", 237, looks just like Jim Kelly to me. Great touch, runs a no-huddle offense, but if there's one knock against him, it's his feet. Take a look at him shake and bake on the option, and another thing, he can move his feet in that pocket as well as most quarterbacks.
It has been a great season, tarnished somewhat by the off-the-field problems that Pat O'Brien and Craig James addressed moments ago. and they do have an effect on these two teams. Nebraska certainly has had off-the-field problems as well, but for Virginia Tech, the recent suspension is their starting fullback Brian Edmonds, and for Nebraska, Terrell Farley, a great linebacker, is not here.
Hey, Farley's rated as high as number 7 in one of the National Football League combines. His loss is particularly difficult. They're going to try and use 2 or 3 players to pick up the slack. There will be a drop in productivity. For Virginia Tech, what they lose in Edmonds, well, he's a heck of a blocker and he's got great experience, but they pick up a tailback converted to fullback, better running back, Marcus Parker.
And when you play in Nebraska, you have to worry about slowing down their pass rush. Their 2 rush ends are All-Americans, Jared Tomich and Grant Wistrom. What does Frank Beamer have in mind?
Hey, they've got a great screen package. Here's my favorite. Druckenmiller rolls right back to the fullback, and they get those big 3 offensive linemen, center guard and tackle in front. 2 weeks ago against Virginia. Watch Druckenmiller roll hard right, expands the defense with them, back across the green. Edmonds makes the catch. 900 pounds of beef in front of him, makes the cut. Touchdown. That will slow down an aggressive defense.
Well, we don't know about the emotional readiness of Nebraska. We do know that the Virginia Tech Hokies are sky high for this one.
It's huge. I mean, it doesn't get bigger than the Orange Bowl versus Nebraska. You know, that's what you dream about as a child. I think this is the biggest game in Tech history. It's all about respect, really.
You know, if we can beat the big dog, this is our final chance for, you know, the ultimate recognition.
Hopefully, you know, everything will go accordingly, and we'll come on top, and, you know, New Year's will be a bang.
We'll ring in the new year from Miami. The FedEx Orange Bowl next on CBS Sports.
What tough is? It's the wide open spaces of the world's only standard third door. What tough does? What tough is? It's the biggest box and the highest maximum V8 payload. What tough does? Tough is what tough does. The new Ford F-150. More Trend Truck of the Year. Built Ford Tough.
The golden age of small business has arrived, and with it, the Gold Corporate Optima card, new from American Express. It allows you to extend payments to manage your cash flow with a low introductory APR of 8.9% and a credit line of up to $20,000, all with no annual fee. It's the perfect match for today's small businesses. The Gold Corporate Optima card. Let American Express give you the power to do more.
Guys, I know you're wondering what to watch now that Monday Night Football's over. Well, come on over to Inc. We got new girls.
Wait a minute, that is not true. He's lying.
Honey, I've been on television for years. I know what viewers want. Girls, girls, girls! New!
Idiot.
You'll see. Ba-boom!
Monday Football's off. Big Comedy Monday's on. And all new Inc. on CBS.
This story didn't end the way you might expect. This one didn't start the way you might expect. Coast to Coast finds the unexpected in a place television rarely dares to go, your own backyard.
Virginia Tech and Nebraska ready to go here in Miami. We're pleased to be joined down on the sidelines tonight by Dave Logan. Dave?
Okay, thank you very much, Sean. As you've already mentioned, this is a different game for Nebraska tonight. For the past 3 years, they have played for the national championship. That will not happen this evening, so one may wonder, what's the motivation? How do they get up for this football game? Well, just moments ago, I talked to Tom Osborne, and he said, this team doesn't need to be motivated. They're self-motivated. They want to go out a winner, a lot of pride in Nebraska. But if you do want to look for motivation, all they have to do is remember the Texas game. Because if it were not for that loss, then perhaps this year they would be playing for a national championship. Sean?
They expected to be doing just that in the Sugar Bowl with the loss to Texas. Thwarted their hopes for the unprecedented third straight national championship. Virginia Tech kicked off by Jimmy Kibble down to the goal line. Returned by Kenny Chatham. And he got banged down at the 24-yard line.
Now, Sean, today, Nebraska to win the football game, Scott Frost has got to play the best game of his career, and defensively, they got to turn that front four loose. They can't wait to get a piece of Druckenmiller. Virginia, they've talked all week. They got to stop the run. Easier said than done. And lastly, they need a balanced offense. They've got to give Druckenmiller time to throw the ball. My wild card, special teams, field position. Who will make the big play on special teams? Ultimately, I think will decide the football game.
And as Lou Holtz mentioned, both teams outstanding on special teams. From their own 25, quick throw by Frost. Brendan Holbein And the split end is out across the 30 and down at the 31. Scott Frost, the transfer from Stanford, in his first year as starting quarterback at Nebraska. He's only thrown 3 interceptions. Nebraska as a team has only thrown 3 interceptions. Only Army and Ohio University have thrown fewer. Of course, all 3 are better known as running teams. All at a gain of 5 on the pass to Holbein. Damon Benning starting at I-back. And he gets driven back after a short gain out near the 33-yard line by Kerwin Hairston. For Nebraska, injuries at I-back, so Damon Benning, ordinarily a third-string player, gets the start. Schuster, the fullback. Wiggins at wingback. Holbein, the split end, and Tim Carpenter, the tight end. They'll use 3 tight ends tonight in a rotation. Outstanding offensive line. A change tonight. Josh Heskew starts at center. Aaron Taylor moves to guard. Chris Dishman from guard to tackle. And on the right side, Zaniska and Anderson. Benning has a first down and more. Out near midfield. Finally taken down by the middle linebacker, Tony Morrison. Gain of 14 for Benning, the senior from Omaha. For Virginia Tech on defense, Cornell Brown is an All-American defensive end, joined up front by Waverly Jackson, Kerwin Hairston, and John Engelberger, who's playing with a broken nose. Morrison just made the tackle. Brandon Simonis, an All-Big East linebacker, with Myron Newsom, also an All-Big East linebacker this year. And in the secondary, Lauren Johnson, Torian Gray, Pearson Prelo, and Antonio Banks. Benning weaves across midfield and picks up 5. Again, Kerwin Hairston was able to trip him up. Amon Green ordinarily would be the starting I-back for Nebraska. He says he's at about 85 to 90%. He's had turf toe, and he's also had a stress fracture of his foot.
And I watched him very closely Saturday and Sunday. He got through his first 2 practices since the injury. I thought he moved pretty well, better than anybody else they have.
Frost appears to be changing the play on 2nd and 5. Goes to the quick pass, incomplete, looking for Jeff Lake. And it'll be 3rd down and 5, just underway and no score here in Miami. Far less than capacity crowd on hand here at Pro Player Stadium. Ordinarily, Nebraska brings down tens of thousands of fans, but they only sold 8,000 of their 15,000 ticket allotment. Pass over the middle for Benning. He's dropped short of the first down. Slipped as he tried to cut, and we walked on the field before the game. The areas that are newly painted with the logos are very slippery at midfield and in the end zones, and it looked like the turf might have caused Benning a problem there. He was knocked down by Torian Gray.
Yeah, good job by the safeties there. Gray and Prelo coming up and making sure the tackle got made short, well short of first down yardage. But this is where you've got to be careful. They're going to be in a prevent, a safe defense right here. It's 4th and about 2 or 3 on your own side of the 50, so Tech's got to be careful.
Jesse Cush is the punter. He's a junior from Columbus, Nebraska. Has had a great year. And it bounces near the goal line and hops into the end zone for a touchback. Officially a 45-yard punt, but they net only 25 yards. The Hokies on offense after this.
What you think?
Oh no. Ice.
What the Bravada thinks.
Decrease coefficient of friction, divert torque to adjust wheel velocities.
With its exclusive Smart Track system, the Bravada automatically reacts to changing road conditions. So with no buttons to push or levers to pull, you can let it do the thinking.
Oh no. Marbles?
U.S. gold medalist Mia Hamm spends 90 minutes destroying her hair and 90 seconds bringing it back with Pert Plus. More than a shampoo, it conditions too. How? As you shampoo, the conditioners stay suspended. As you rinse, the conditioners go to work, giving you great hair simply. Perfect for Mia, because she wants great hair, but she'd rather be living in it than working on it. Wouldn't you? Pert Plus. Simply great hair. Simply.
You are looking at a non-smoker. Haven't had a cigarette in 6 months or a piece of Nicorette gum in 3. I am a nicotine-free man because Nicorette helped me get off cigarettes my way. It eased me down, one craving at a time. I needed less and less and less Nicorette until I needed none, and none is a wonderful number.
Nicorette gum will help you quit smoking successfully by helping you control your cravings. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by FedEx. Just what you want, just when you want it. It wasn't always this way, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works. Oldsmobile and your local Oldsmobile retailers. And by Nicorette Gum. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
No score as Virginia Tech is about to go on offense for the first time with 11:53 remaining in the first quarter. We mentioned at the outset this is the 28th consecutive year in which Nebraska has appeared in the bowl. That's the NCAA all-time record. Second longest active streak is Michigan, making its 22nd consecutive appearance this year. And as you might expect, Florida State, Penn State, and Ohio State on the list of longest active bowl streaks. Virginia Tech will open out of the shotgun with Jim Druckenmiller at quarterback.
Remember, they never huddle. No huddle offense the entire game.
And Oxendine stayed in the block, and the long pass is caught and then dropped by Sean Scales. He was turning to run upfield at about the 46-yard line. They had a chance for a big play on the first play, and Scales dropped it. Mike Minter had coverage, but Scales was behind him.
One of the keys to the game today, or can the Tech wide receivers get off the press coverage? And look, a little flag route over the head of number 10, Michael Minter. The ball is right in his hands. In a game like this, you don't get those kind of opportunities against Nebraska. You got to make the play.
Once again, Tech spreads the field on 2nd and 10. The rush finally gets to Druckenmiller. It's Grant Wistrom, the All-American right rush end. He's their team leader in sacks, now 10.5 for the year. For Virginia Tech on offense, Ken Oxendine is the tailback. Marcus Parker for the suspended Edmonds at fullback. Scales and White, the wideouts, and Brian Jennings, an all Big East tight end. The offensive line average is 305 pounds. Haygood, Washington, Conady, DiNapoli, and Washington again. The Washingtons are brothers from left to right.
Interesting play selection. They started out in gun. All 3 plays. First 2 were passes.
Loss of 4 on the sack. 3rd down and 14. Druckenmiller again scrambling for his life. Dumps it for Oxendine. Just his 5th catch of the year, and it results in a first down and much more. Ken Oxendine all the way to the 42-yard line. Michael Booker made the tackle. Well, they say Druckenmiller isn't very mobile. That might be the one criticism of Druckenmiller, and we've seen this season that's a lot of baloney.
Sean, we talked about the top of the program. The one cut against him is that he doesn't have great feet or mobility. From a reverse angle, watch the guy get away from first Wistrom right there. He steps up, he feels the pressure from Hess, gets away from that, gets away from Ogard, and dumps it off to Oxendine. At this point, the athletic ability of Oxendine not only gets the first down, but picks up some blocking down the field, makes a big play for Virginia Tech in their first series. And did you see Jason Peter without the helmet jumping in at the end?
We mentioned they don't throw to the backs much. Just the 5th catch of the year for Oxendine. It goes for 41 yards on 3rd down and 14. They get a big play after they blew a chance for a huge play to start the game on the drop pass. Now back to the run for the first time, and it's Oxendine who ran into Jeff Ogard and Grant Wistrom. 2 of the 4 defenders up front with Jason Peter and Jared Tomich, a great defensive line for Nebraska. Jamel Williams is the team's leading tackler. John Hess, the middle linebacker. Ryan Terwilliger for the suspended Farley at will linebacker. Michael Booker, Eric Stokes, Mike Minter, and Ralph Brown, the secondary. Minter moved up and played some linebacker in the games against Colorado and Texas. It worked well against Colorado, not well against Texas. He's back in the secondary, and Terwilliger starts at linebacker. Druckenmiller with a lot of time, has a man open, and it is incomplete. Another ball that could have been caught. This time it was Cornelius White who had it go through his hands. He beat Ralph Brown, the true freshman, who had the coverage.
Ralph Brown got beat, but the free safety also bit on the play-action fake. Turned his back completely on it. This is a case where Druckenmiller did not make a good throw. Minter's beat. Brown is beat, and the ball is thrown behind the receiver, White. If he throws it over the other shoulder, it's a touchdown. Still, White gets both hands on the football.
3rd down and 9. Only 5 interceptions thrown by Druckenmiller this year. And only 1 in the last 7 games. He's under a heavy rush. And he throws it away in the direction of Marcus Parker, and there is no flag on the play. Very close to grounding, but there was no flag from a Big Ten officiating crew working this game tonight.
But once again, he did what a quarterback should do. Here's Wistrom, number 98, from the bottom of your screen, and then from the top of your screen, here comes his buddy from the other side, Tomich. Give Druckenmiller some credit. Rather than taking the big sack, he gets rid of the football, keeps the field position in their favor.
Jimmy Kibble to punt. He's a redshirt freshman from Manassas, Virginia. Mike Fullman standing back at the 10. Very high punt. Fullman banged down immediately. Outstanding coverage by the Virginia Tech Hokies, and it was Jamel Smith who put the pop on Fullman with help from Steve Tate.
This morning, strange things are happening all over the world. Shops are about to open empty. Parts suppliers are partless, and assembly workers have nothing to assemble. Is this any way to run a business? With FedEx it is. Every morning the world gets just what it wants, just when it needs it, without expensive warehousing. Gone today, here again tomorrow. Now that's the way the world works.
What you're thinking.
Hey, cows.
What the Bravada's thinking.
H2O, we distribute power to rear tires.
You?
Mexican food tonight?
The Bravada.
Mud, reduce slippage via viscous clutch.
With its exclusive Smart Track system, the Bravada automatically reacts to changing road conditions. So with no buttons to push or levers to pull, you can think about more important things.
I wonder who invented barbed wire.
Picante sauce, seize him!
Problem, folks? You stole my job. Stole all our jobs, Mr. Tasty Blended Tomatoes, Onions, and Fresh Jalapenos. They're pouring paste on everything from chicken to potatoes.
Not my spuds!
Look, I just want to be one of the gang. Is that so wrong?
Yeah, I can't stay mad at another tomato-based condiment. Come here, you big lug.
For great taste, paste stops everything.
When is the best time to buy new tires? Right now, while they're all on sale at Sears. Save big on top name brands like Michelin, Bridgestone, Road Handler, and Goodyear. At the one store that carries them all. Now is the best time to buy, but only at Sears.
When sports cream? When legs are sore. When backs ache. When muscles hurt. Why sports cream? Rubbing it in brings fast pain relief. No medicine-y smell. Why sports cream? Because it works.
The world's hottest skaters light up Las Vegas. You'll flip when you see these high rollers burning up the strip. The heat is on, but it's never too hot to skate. January 4th on CBS.
Well, on that last pass and run by Oxendine, watch what happens. Number 76 from the left of your screen pulls off the helmet right there of defensive tackle Jason Peter. The helmet comes off. Watch the hustle play. Peter gets up. The helmet's on the ground. Look at him run. There's top of your screen now. He's fighting off a block from the left side of your screen. Look at the helmet. It's not there. He's still chasing, still chasing, still chasing. Now watch him jump on the pile at the end. How much do you like that hustle, huh? I've never seen a football play like that.
Jason Peter changed numbers this year to his brother Christian Peter's 55. Christian Peter starting defensive tackle the last 2 years in Nebraska. On first down, the handoff to Damon Benning, and he gets very little. 2 yards before he ran into Myron Newsom and Cornell Brown.
8 men in the box. Myron Newsom, one of their inside linebackers, number 55, fights it off, makes the initial hit, and gets some help from Cornell Brown. One of the key guys in this game today is going to be Myron Newsom. He's only 5'10", 218 pounds, but he's one of those Sam Mills types of players. He just happens to be there every time the ball is snapped.
He's 5'10", Bud Foster, the defensive coordinator, said if he was 6'2" or 6'3", he'd be a first-round draft pick in the NFL. Frost on the roll, drop pass. So we're seeing drop balls on both sides now.
That was almost the identical play where on the previous series, Virginia Tech, Scales drops the ball. Wide open on the post corner route is Chevin Wiggins. Got to catch the football in big games. You can't drop the ball like that.
Wiggins playing for John Vedral, who is one of the Nebraska players who's been suspended. Vedral, the starting wingback, arrested on a charge of drunk driving between the Big 12 championship game and the Orange Bowl, and he did not make the trip, so Wiggins plays for him. Vedral is also the holder on kicks. Screen, and Wiggins bounces off a couple of hits and has the first down. Hokies had a chance to stop him well short of first down yardage, but he bounced off a couple of pops and was finally tackled downfield.
That's exactly right. Wiggins catches the ball well short of first down, but poor tackling right there is a miss by Newsom. A bad tackle attempt right there, and at the end, Lauren Johnson jumps on top. Poor tackling, but a very good run by Wiggins.
He'll alternate at wingback with Lance Brown, where's number 14. The pitch to Benning, and he's in trouble. Banged down by John Engelberger. Loss on the play from the 30 back to the 29-yard line. Engelberger's a redshirt freshman, walked on as a tight end. Weighed about 210 pounds. He's bulked up to 245, and now he's a defensive end.
I was at practice on Friday, the second day they got here, and they had this very aggressive, what they call middle drill, center guard tackle in the back, full live. He broke his nose. Trainer came over, popped it back in place, stuck a couple tubes up there, put a Band-Aid on, and said, "What are you waiting for? Get back in."
And he did. On second down, long pass. Wiggins drops another. Well, that's two dropped by Wiggins, who only had 3 receptions for the year coming in. And the man he's replacing, Vedral, was a 20-reception player during the regular season and Big 12 championship.
It's a triple streak against 2 deep coverage. Johnson's late getting over, makes a good hit, but no excuse. Chevin Wiggins, you got to catch the football. There's Johnson falling off late. The ball's dropped before he gets there, but he does make a good hit.
And the big surprise to this point, Mike, both teams coming out throwing. They're both known as running teams. Nebraska's thrown 6 passes and has only run 5 rushing plays.
I think they're just trying to get the defense to back off a little bit.
Frost appears to be setting up a screen. It is deflected, and it falls incomplete. Cornell Brown deflected it and then almost caught it for an interception on the ricochet.
That is an athletic play by an All-American defensive end, number 58, Cornell Brown. Bottom of your screen, fights off the block, gets the left hand up, makes the diving attempt, almost makes the interception.
Still no score midway through the first quarter. Sean Scales waiting for the punt. First punt by Cush went 45 yards into the end zone for a touchback. Cush is averaging 44.7 for the year. He nearly got that one blocked. Deion Carpenter almost blocked it. He's blocked 3 this year. Wow. And the ball bounced out of bounds after traveling 43 yards to the 28-yard line.
Like a rock. Hey, when are you gonna buy a new truck and sell me this one? You know you deserve a new truck, man. Oh, come on, man. You know, I've been asking you for years, how much you want for it? You know, ballpark, what do you think? I mean, you gonna keep it forever? Come on. Great.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
I think I might know someone who can take it off your hands for you.
Really? What's with young players these days? Take Kevin Garnett.
I was out of my league.
I got to help this guy. He was shaving with a phone. My word. Hey, Head Shave Gel has 6 lubricants, so it protects better than foam.
Nobody told me.
No. Front to back. Front to back.
Edge Shave Gel. Save your skin.
I think it changed his life.
I know just about every garage in town. I guess I ought to know them all. More professionals use Napa parts than any other. That's because they can't afford to put in the same part twice. Just look at the signs. When did you see anything but we install Napa parts? Dan here liked us so much he became a Napa Auto Care Center. Yep, everybody loves Napa. Of course, some say it's the hat. I think it's my good looks.
We keep America running.
You're about to be sued by 26 people. Allstate defends over 50,000 people every year. Who's your insurance company? Being in good hands is the only place to be.
Brigham Young and Kansas State clash at the Southwestern Bell Cotton Bowl Classic. Then in prime time, Penn State locks horns with Texas at the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl tomorrow on CBS.
Back at the Orange Bowl, no score midway through the first quarter. Sean McDonough with Mike Mayock. And Mike, it was interesting as we chatted with the coaches this week. Frank Beamer of Virginia Tech talking about how he'd like his program to be like Nebraska. He said they're probably the most respected football program in the country with tremendous success. And he says Tom Osborne is probably the most respected coach among his peers in the profession.
Yeah, I think the delineation there would be that he wants his football program to be as successful on the field as Nebraska is, yet he doesn't want some of the off-field problems that they've both experienced in the last couple of years.
And the Virginia Tech people are very honest about it. Dave Brain, the athletic director, says we're embarrassed by what's happened off the field. We don't have the answer for it, but they are trying to put measures in place to prevent problems from happening off the field. Certainly the number of arrests that they've had over the last 13 months is a disgraceful off the field record. On first down, Oxendine. It's about 8 as he crossed the 35 and went down to the 36. Jamel Williams and Mike Minter combined on the stop on Oxendine, the junior from Chester, Virginia.
And this is Virginia Tech football right here. They'd rather come right at you. Isolation play. Good cut in the hole by Oxendine, who's an underrated back, but gained almost 900 yards this year. Good job up front. Left side of the line, Todd Washington and Jay Haygood clearing the hole for Oxendine.
And they call Ox. He described himself to us the other day as the total package with his bursts of speed. He's a power runner. And he picks up a first down. Out to the 40 for a gain of 4. Near the conclusion of today's game, we'll select a genuine Chevrolet Most Valuable Player of the Game from each team. To date, Chevrolet has contributed almost $6 million to the scholarship funds of America's colleges and universities. First down, Virginia Tech. Jim Druckenmiller, senior from Northampton, Pennsylvania. Some scouts have him rated as the top senior quarterback in the nation. Oxendine, this is more what we expected from these two teams. Running the football. I think you're right. At the beginning, they're just trying to loosen up the defense with those passes.
Yeah, both defenses are extremely aggressive, and I think they're trying to get those linebackers and safeties to think pass first, give them a little room to run. But it's interesting. I watched a lot of tape of this Nebraska defense. I felt like you do better running right at these guys because they're so fast. They can go sideline to sideline. I think you're better off lining up and taking your best shot, helmet on helmet.
Second down and 7. In out of the shotgun. Druckenmiller's pass deflected, still caught for a first down in the Nebraska territory. Brian Jennings, the tight end, with the catch. John Hess wrestled him down. It was tipped at the line of scrimmage, but Jennings was still able to hang on.
Now in that last game against Texas, their tight end had 3 big catches early in the game across the middle. Here's exactly what you see Virginia Tech doing, letting their real good tight end Brian Jennings work the middle of the field despite the deflection, makes the catch on Jamel Williams. That's a good solid play.
No score. 5:15 remaining in the first quarter. From the Nebraska 48. Druckenmiller got away from Tomic. Now runs, and Terwilliger collared him just shy of the 40-yard line.
They were trying to take a deep shot here, play action, trying to get the safety to bite again and look for the post, but he had to step up into the pocket. And once again, look at Druckenmiller. He's not going to run a 4.5 40, folks, but he still can pick up 7 or 8 yards because he's got that innate football sense that coaches really dream about.
Credit him with 8 yards on the run. He rushed for 205 yards during the regular season. Now he's running the option. The pitch to Oxendine. Druckenmiller tried to throw a block and helped the cause slightly. Jamel Williams and Mike Minter finally made the tackle on Oxendine at the 20-yard line. That's a gain of 20 and another first down for Virginia Tech.
And Virginia Tech's offensive coordinator, Ricky Bussell, told me they were going to run this option early. Here it is, short yardage. Everybody tackles fullback. You don't expect Druckenmiller. Great job dishing the football. And then he tries to make a block in front of Oxendine.
And they have done a great job of mixing up the play calls. There's Ricky Bussell right in the middle of your picture, the offensive coordinator. Virginia Tech scored at least 20 points in every game in the regular season. First time in school history that's happened. Oxendine hit right at the line of scrimmage by Minter, the safety who was up close to the line of scrimmage. And Oxendine got just inside the 20 for a gain of 1.
You know, one of the more impressive offensive coordinators in the country is Ricky Bussell. They're 29-6 with him as an offensive coordinator. They average over 30 points a game, 411 yards a game. And Sean, he left for a year to go to South Carolina and missed working with Frank Beamer and this program and came back. He's really a success story around the country.
Said his family missed living in Blacksburg a great deal. Second down and 9. They don't even rush Druckenmiller. It's a screen for Marcus Parker. Nice move. Marcus Parker scores. Terwilliger injured on the play for Nebraska along the near sideline. The Hokies are first on the board in the Orange Bowl.
Little double screen out of shotgun. Fake it to the front side Oxendine. Then you come back weak side to your fullback, just like we diagrammed before the game. Great move by Parker. Makes one man miss, and then it's down the sidelines for a touchdown. Sean, right at the top of the show, what do you do to slow down a great aggressive defense? You throw the screen package. Got to give Marcus Parker some credit. That was a heck of a run.
Just his 8th reception of the season. It goes for 19 yards. His longest reception of the year. He got the start at fullback tonight in the absence of the suspended Brian Edmonds. And Terwilliger is being helped off the field, favoring his right leg.
Now let's be cognizant of what that does to the weak outside linebacker position for Nebraska. They already lost their All-American Farley. Now they lost his replacement, Terwilliger. That leaves them with a converted safety, McFarland, and a sophomore named Eric Johnson.
Shane Graham struggling physically with back and leg problems, but no problem on that extra point. There was some question about whether or not Graham, the freshman, would be able to kick tonight. The Hokies a big underdog, but leading by a touchdown early in Miami.
Every year I try to quit smoking cold turkey, but this year is my year. I'm committed. I'm psyched. And I have help. Nicorette gum to help control my cravings. It's not like the patch. Nicorette lets me decide how much nicotine to use and when to use it, so I can stop smoking now. The idea is by this time next year to save enough money by not smoking to be not smoking in Cancun.
Nicorette gum will help you quit smoking successfully by helping you control your cravings. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
This FedEx Orange Bowl flashback is sponsored by Nicorette Gum. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
Nebraska head coach Tom Osborne's Orange Bowl experiences have been bittersweet. In 1984, the Cornhuskers lost by a point to Miami when they had a failed 2-point attempt in the final minute. 10 years later, it was the battle of number 1 and number 2. Nebraska and Florida State met in a classic. Scott Bentley's field goal with 22 seconds remaining clinched the national championship for FSU. The following season, Nebraska was back and once again vying for the national championship. Corey Schlesinger's 2 touchdowns helped Tom Osborne to his first national title.
Well, we talked about it in the pregame show. We said screen passes, slow down an aggressive defense. Druckenmiller rolls one way, comes back to his fullback, in this case Marcus Parker. He's got the big offensive line in front. Now what they did in the game was a slight variation off that. Instead of faking it, all they do is they've got a great block in here. They're going to fake the swing pass over here and come back to their fullback with the guard and tackle pulling out in front. Druckenmiller gets the snap, drops back, fakes it to Oxendine up top. Here comes the weak side pass to Parker. The center, guard, Conatee, and Washington are out in front. Parker makes one guy miss, and bang, it's 7-0 Virginia Tech.
They were a 17-point underdog in this game, the biggest underdog of any major bowl game this year. Kibble's kicked off. Sends Cheatham back to the 1-yard line. Kenny Cheatham trying to run to some open field wide and didn't get there. Michael Stewie with a nice open field tackle at the 21-yard line. CBS Sports Big Time Bowl coverage continues tomorrow. First at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, it's the Southwestern Bell Cotton Bowl Classic. Number 14 Kansas State taking on number 5 BYU. And later at 8 Eastern time, Big 12 champion and number 20 Texas collides with Joe Paterno's 7th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions in the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. That's all tomorrow on CBS Sports. The fullback Joel Makovica, who alternates with Brian Schuster. Straight ahead out near the 25-yard line. And they're still tending to Ryan Terwilliger, the weak side linebacker who was injured on the touchdown. He's a senior from Grant, Nebraska, playing in his final game for the Cornhuskers. Part of an outstanding senior class that's gone 46-3 during their careers at Nebraska. 2 national championships. 24 seniors playing their final game for the Huskers tonight. Jay Sims in at I-back now. And he's down shy of the 30. We'll give him forward progress to the 28-yard line. It'll be 3rd down.
Interesting. You're at the end of the night, you're not going to see a 50-50 ratio there unless Nebraska is losing the football game late in the game. But right now they're running their option package. They have 4 different options. That's the one play that Virginia Tech has got to stop tonight if they want to win the football game.
Makovica and Sims in the eye. We still have not seen Amon Green or D'Angelo Evans, their top 2 rushers, both bothered by injury. Sims applies the stiff arm and a face mask against Lauren Johnson, it appeared, at the end of the play. Looked like Sims had enough for the first down on the run, and they will likely add to the play on the face mask by Lauren Johnson, who grew up a half-mile from this stadium. Used to walk over here and watch games from his home in Miramar, Florida, right around the corner.
Now we talked about option. Number 45 Makovica first takes the fake and then he gets a block downfield, and there clearly the face mask. Sims with the football. Tackle from the inside out by Johnson, has a big hold of it. The question is, it looks like it's the 15-yard variety and not the 5.
And the penalty gives Nebraska first down at the 47-yard line. Frost has some running room, is going deep into traffic, and it's nearly picked off by Johnson. He was looking for Kenny Cheatham. Let's check in down to the sidelines with David Logan.
Okay, thank you, Sean. I want to get you caught up on the injury to Ryan Terwilliger. It's not as bad as it first seemed to be. He has a strained back muscle and right hamstring. His return, however, is questionable. Sean?
Thank you, David. That means Octavius McFarland would likely see most of the action there, a junior who plays a lot on pass downs. He'd be the 3rd player at that position with the absence of Farley. Sims, good gain on 2nd and 10. He got 8 to the 45-yard line, tackled by Torian Gray. Sims is a junior from Omaha, rushed for 288 yards coming in. That was the 5th highest total on the team, an impressive average of 7 yards per carry. He's the oldest member of the team, turned 25 in November. Spent a couple of years working before he walked on at Nebraska. 3rd down and 2. The pitch to Sims. Here's a first down inside the 40. Down to the 38-yard line. 7 yards on the rush for Sims.
It's a key play. One back offense, speed option. He's going to go down, option the end who's coming hard off the corner, but not a good job by the corner, Lauren Johnson, getting off the block. They turn it up the field for a first down. Key 3rd down. There's the hit on the quarterback. The block on Lauren Johnson forces the safety man, Torian Gray, to come up and make the tackle.
Frost throws, man wide open. Lance Brown has it inside the 20 and falls down at the 15-yard line. Well, Chevin Wiggins, who started at wingback, had trouble hanging on. His replacement, Brown, had no such difficulty. And the Huskers are driving. At the 15, they trail 7-0 with 31 seconds left in the first quarter.
That's known as a wheel route. The inside receiver, number 14, Lance Brown, goes out and then up. The outside receiver runs a post pattern, clearing the corner out of the way. If Brown can keep his feet, he'd probably be dancing in the end zone.
And Makovica, and he's tripped up by Engelberger. That was an interesting choice of words because Lance Brown's father choreographs Broadway plays. His mother and sister both have dance studios, and Lance was known to be a little exuberant on the field, dancing from time to time, and the Husker coaches asked him to tone it down a little bit.
And you think that was a coincidence that I picked that particular word? It was an open for you, pal.
We appreciate the assist. At the end of the first quarter, the score, Virginia Tech 7 and Nebraska nothing. CBS Sports coverage of the FedEx Orange Bowl will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
Alonzo Mourning, 21 points per game, loves McDonald's French fries.
Hey!
Reggie Miller, threat from the outside, loves McDonald's French fries.
Whoa!
Patrick Ewing dominates the post, loves McDonald's French fries.
Yow!
Scottie Pippen, over 1,500 career steals. Uh-oh. And a great first step. McDonald's, America's favorite fries.
Go get him.
Only by going alone in silence can one get into the heart of the wilderness. All other travel is mere dust and hotels and baggage and chatter.
Special guest quarterback Terry Bradshaw.
Who's that?
He won 4 Super Bowls.
I never heard of him.
Catch it all new Everybody Loves Raymond, CBS Friday.
CBS. Welcome home.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. Just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
I wonder if the neighbor's got an ALS-resistant weed. Now that's what I call a resistant weed. Hey, old Buck's good, but with Bucktril, we manage ALS resistance before it's a problem. Right, boy? Want to know more? Drop by your Bucktril dealer soon.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
End of the first quarter, Virginia Tech leads Nebraska 7-0. Sean McDonough with Mike Mayock. We had a surprising start to this game, Mike, as both teams came out throwing. They almost seemed to surprise themselves the way they were dropping footballs on both sides, but now the game is taking the shape we expected.
Yeah, I think both offensive coordinators wanted to take some pressure off their quarterbacks early by trying to establish them in the pass game. But now I think what you're going to see is both teams going back to doing what they do best. And indeed, on this drive, in 8 plays, there have been 6 runs by Nebraska. 5 of them have been the option play, and that's what they do best, and that's what you're going to have to see Virginia Tech attacking defensively.
9th play of the drive upcoming for Nebraska. They started at their own 21. They're down 7-0. Marcus Parker on a screen pass went 19 yards for the touchdown. Cross, the fake and kick. And now down behind the play is Brian Schuster. Some trickery, and it results in a loss.
That's it. I saw them practice this the other day. It's kind of a combination Statue of Liberty, and it's a wraparound draw. You're going to see number 31 and number 28, the fullback, establish himself there. There's the wraparound, the 28. But he gets nailed right away, and I don't think it was because Virginia Tech knew what was going on. There just happened to be a defender standing right there with Schuster.
3rd down and 11 now. On the draw, Sims tripped up short of the first down. The ball popped out, but the whistles have stopped the play. The ground caused the fumble, say the officials. Brandon Simonis tripped up Sims. He had a burst of speed, and even though he's the 4th string I-back, he goes at 4.4 in the 40.
Good call down in the red zone. Spread the field with 4 wides and run a little option. Hits the ground first. It certainly looks like it was a good call. The ball's still in his hands until he hits the ground. The ground cannot cause a fumble. Clean call right there.
And a field goal try upcoming for the Huskers. Kris Brown will try a 25-yarder. He's 12 of 19 for the year. 6 of 6 from between 20 and 29 yards. Matt Turman is a new holder, and the kick is just good. Looked like it was going to miss to the right, and it just did hook back in. Tom Osborne has had to sweat out more than 1 field goal in the Orange Bowl games over the years. Huskers on the board at 7-3.
This morning, a quiet man in Wales decided to stir imaginations around the world. Soon, classrooms became kingdoms. Dinosaurs roamed the earth, and all it took was the wave of a wand, the twinkle of an eye, and suddenly he could open minds, take dreams farther, and create more excitement than ever before. He wasn't always so powerful, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works.
When fix-it problems hit you from out of the blue, trust the folks in the red vest. They've got shelves full of products and loads of ideas to fix any fix you're in. Because Ace is the place for the helpful hardware folks.
10, 9, 8, 7. It's 7-Up. It's an up day. It's 7-Up. Happy New Year, 1990, 7-Up.
No two GM owners are alike.
We drive a lot of different kinds of cars
and trucks for a lot of different reasons.
But when J.D. Power and Associates ask new vehicle owners about the quality,
sales experience, and delivery of
their vehicle, the different GM owners
wound up
mostly saying the same thing.
Same thing.
General Motors is rated highest in satisfaction right from the start.
People
in motion.
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by FedEx. Just what you want, just when you want it. It wasn't always this way, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works. The men and women of General Motors, people in motion. And by Mutual Fund One Source from Charles Schwab.
And a warm welcome to the Blockbuster Blimp and its crew. Piloting the Blockbuster Blimp is Captain Steve Tomlin from London, England.
London, England?
Yes.
What's he doing over here?
I don't know. I wonder if that means his seat is on the other side of the cabin up there.
Got to be careful which side of the highway up there he's driving on.
That's right. Kris Brown kicks off. Good kick. Scales watches it bounce out of the end zone, and Virginia Tech will begin at the 20. The Tostitos Fiesta Bowl tomorrow night on CBS Sports beginning at 8 Eastern Time. Penn State and Texas, the matchup, and that appears to be a very even matchup heading in. Joe Paterno just turned 70, says he still wants to coach 5 or 6 more years.
Hey, he's an interesting guy. I've had an opportunity to spend some time with him, being a Pennsylvania kid who he ultimately decided not to offer a scholarship to many years ago.
There's a reason he has that record, Mike.
It's called lack of speed.
Jim Druckenmiller calling signals and movement along the line. They ran into Brian Jennings, the tight end. He's trying to argue that he did not move. Dick Honig leading the Big Ten officiating crew.
Dead ball, offsides, on the defense, 5 yards, still first down.
Druckenmiller gave him the hard count there. Good job by the Virginia Tech offensive line remaining stationary.
Well, you'd expect the center to know what to do in that situation by now. Tonight, Billy Conity makes his 48th straight start. He started every game since he came to Virginia Tech. 48 consecutive starts, a Virginia Tech record. He was tied with his former teammate, offensive lineman Chris Malone, who had started 47 in a row. Conity, a senior from Pennsauken, New Jersey, has had a great career at Tech at center. First team All Big East this year. Oxendine upended. Or check it, it's Chiron Stiff who came into the game for Oxendine. He's a true freshman from Chesapeake, Virginia.
Yeah, he had to start early in the season when they had some injuries and off the field trouble. Did a great job, gained over 100 yards in his first start. A little quicker, built low to the ground. You talk to the coaches, they say he's one of those 100%ers. Always gives his best regardless of the situation, practice, game, or meeting.
He hasn't played much since the early season when Oxendine was injured. Once Oxendine and Edmonds, Parker were healthy, Stitt spent most of his time on the sideline. Virginia Tech picks up the first down as Marcus Parker bulls out across the 30. And he was tackled by Jamel Williams and Octavius McFarland, who's in for the injured Ryan Terwilliger. There's McFarland, the junior, ordinarily plays in 4 wide situations, obvious passing situations.
Yeah, he's a young man who they've switched permanently now to that position. He will probably try to bulk up a little bit and be their starting outside linebacker next year.
Virginia Tech leads 7-3 early in the second quarter.
Interesting game going on between the Nebraska defensive backs and Druckenmiller. He's checked off 3 in a row.
And they snap it with 1 second on the clock, and Scales couldn't come up with a low pass. This is a battle of 2 top 10 teams. The AP top 10 Florida State is number 1. The issue to be decided within the next couple of days. Nebraska number 6 after the loss to Texas in the Big 12 championship game in St. Louis, while Tech is number 10 in the AP poll. The Hokies number 9 in the coaches poll, and that is their highest ranking ever.
They tend to lose some votes among the Big Ten voters in the AP poll because there's a preponderance of those as compared to Big East people.
Druckenmiller dumps it off. Great job to get it to Marcus Parker, and they actually turned it into a gain of about a yard. Mike Rucker had a hold of Druckenmiller. But Druckenmiller's a big, strong guy, a record-setting weightlifter, and he uses that strength time and again.
You know what? People say, how could you say a 1-yard gain is a great play? Watch what happens here. He ought to be sacked right there for about a 7-yard loss, but he has the capability, the strength to stay up, get the ball, deliver it. 2nd and 9 instead of 2nd and 16.
Druckenmiller bench presses 350 pounds, back squats 500 pounds, and has the record in hang clean at 405. That's better than most of the linemen. Michael Stewie with the catch. And he is very close to a first down. Appears to have it beyond the 41-yard line. Mike Fullman had the coverage.
This is kind of a showcase so far for Druckenmiller. Stewie does a great job running off the backup corner. Mike Fullman comes back to the football. Look at it right there on his shoulder pads. That's NFL arm strength right there.
And perhaps divided loyalties tonight in the Stewie household. His father, Dennis, played at Nebraska. Was a halfback in the 60s. Michael Stewie says he grew up following Nebraska. He came down and watched Nebraska play in the Orange Bowl when he was a young boy. Well, there's a lot of old team photos of the Huskers in their house. His dad says he's a Hokie all the way tonight. Oxendine. A loss on the play. Back to the 40-yard line, Chad Kelsey, who backs up Jared Thomas at the left rush end position, made the tackle.
Kelsey made the tackle, but Eric Warfield, number 3, makes the play. You'll see him flash from the right side of your screen on the right there. He makes the play, not the tackle, but he forces him back into Kelsey. That's a great reaction on screen from the backup safety, Eric Warfield.
Expected between 55 and 60,000 here tonight at Pro Players Stadium that seats about 75,000. I'm not sure they accomplished that goal in attendance in their first year in the new ballpark. Druckenmiller going long for Stewie. That's too long. It'll be 3rd down and long. Michael Booker had the coverage on Stewie. In the courtroom or on the killing fields, the nation's best defense is a pair of criminal prosecutors. David James Elliott as Commander Harmon Rabb. Don't miss the series premiere of JAG, CBS, Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central. 3rd down and 11 facing Druckenmiller.
Got 4 wides in the game, including Marcus Gildersleeve, a converted tailback.
He's playing because James Crawford was suspended in the same off-the-field episode that involved the fullback Brian Edmonds. A blitz from McFarland, and they get to Druckenmiller. 2nd sack of the night for the Huskers. Jason Peter with a bull rush up the middle, and McFarland blitzing off the corner, combining on the sack.
From the left side of your screen, you're going to see number 4, McFarland. From the bottom of your screen, number 55 on a little loop right there is Jason Peter. They meet and have a party in the backfield. From Druckenmiller's angle, he's got no chance here. From the top, right side, there comes McFarland. From the bottom, Peter. Jailbreak.
And as they usually do, the Huskers drop 3 men back to receive the punt. Low wobbly kick from Jimmy Kibble. This right to be run back by Fullman. Mike Fullman with an excellent return. Brought down at the Tech 45-yard line by Michael Hoggs. It was a poor punt, low and only 39 yards. And it was returned 26 by Mike Fullman, the senior from Roselle, New Jersey. The Huskers will have excellent field position, trailing by 4 points after this.
Looking for historically high-performing mutual funds? You'll find lots of them and more right here. Mutual Fund One Source from Schwab. 600 funds, no loads. Call now for the select list free.
Hi. Sorry, never guessed my brakes would go out on the biggest day of my life.
You should have gone to Midas.
That's a very good idea, and I will after this. Hi. You look nice.
For a thorough brake inspection, come to Midas. We'll explain your options. It's the Midas way. A better system for you and your car.
Do you take this man to be your husband?
Midas. Auto systems experts.
Welcome to Park Avenue. A place of quiet power. A place of quiet confidence. A place of quiet refuge. On Park Avenue, there is no quieter place than Park Avenue. The all-new Park Avenue by Buick. The power of understatement.
This is for my grandfather, who always said I'd make the family proud. For my mom, who never let me out the door without my homework. For my dad, who worked the night shift to make our lives better. Flight 3 Alpha. Spotted. For myself. For my future.
Are you excited about New Year's Eve?
Dave is.
Then I'm staying up.
Because Tom Arnold's dropping by.
I'm there, dude.
Tonight on The Late Show.
We talked earlier about Virginia Tech's continuing struggle for respect nationally. They've won 20 of their last 21, including 7 victories over ranked teams. They've won their last 7 games against ranked opponents. Their only loss this season was against Syracuse. At the time, the Orangemen were not ranked.
Kind of interesting, those last 4 games there were the last 4 of their season. So in a 27-day period, they played 4 ranked teams and handled them all pretty easily.
Grant Wistrom, see a Band-Aid over his right eye. That's to cover up a ring. He had his eyebrow pierced on the trip here to Miami. We asked him why. We still really haven't figured it out. Amon Green, his first carry. And it's a dandy inside the 30 to the 29. Tripped up by Lauren Johnson. But it's a gain of 16 for Green, who sat out the last 2 games against Colorado and Texas with a stress fracture of his left foot.
That's the spark they need. Watch and let's see off that foot whether he makes the cut. That's an excellent cut to the outside. Looks like he's accelerating extremely well. I watched him in practice on Saturday and Sunday, and I felt like the acceleration was good. Their biggest concern, I think, is conditioning and whether or not he can cut.
Quick throw by Frost. Has a man. It's caught by Kenny Cheatham. At the 5-yard line, he goes out of bounds. Johnson had the coverage. First and goal, Nebraska. They look for a go-ahead touchdown.
See, but that's what the option game does for you. They've run the option 8 to 10 times already. You come down the line, fake it to the fullback, and your split end runs a go route. Kenny Cheatham beats Johnson easily, and that's got to be a situation where Johnson plays run second and pass first. Great pass, great catch by Cheatham.
He had only 7 receptions coming in. First and goal at the 5. Virginia Tech leads 7-3. The option. Frost keeps it and scores.
Good block by their fullback, Makovica, who after he faked option came down and made a great block on the linebacker to enable Frost to get in the end zone.
I don't see a flag on the field, but the officials are having a conversation.
After the touchdown, dead ball, personal foul on the defense, will be assessed on the kickoff. Touchdown.
Reverse out, fakes it to the fullback right there, Schuster, who's going to then seal off from the inside, wide open for Frost.
Kris Brown for the extra point. And Nebraska leads for the first time tonight. It's 10-7 Cornhuskers with 9:14 left in the half.
Are you ready for some football?
The game has begun. Who is flying the aircraft?
That would be me.
The clock is ticking.
It's crazy. This is bad.
On January 10th.
Let's delay our flight. I'm calm.
Get ready for the ultimate
I'm going to crash the plane.
touchdown.
Happy New Year.
Turbulence. Rated R. Starts January 10th.
You are looking at a non-smoker. Haven't had a cigarette in 6 months or a piece of Nicorette gum in 3. I am a nicotine-free man because Nicorette helped me get off cigarettes my way. It eased me down, one craving at a time. I needed less and less and less Nicorette until I needed none, and none is a wonderful number.
Nicorette gum will help you quit smoking successfully by helping you control your cravings. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
If you ever take your Pontiac Sunfire convertible cruising around some mystical ancient pyramids, hey, make sure you try out that one latch easy opening top. Because it's a cool new way to worship the sun. The new 1997 Pontiac Sunfire convertible. Finally, a real set of wheels you can really afford.
I'm going to take the stairs up to my office every day.
I'm giving up desserts during the week.
50 sit-ups every morning before my shower.
This new year, why not make a resolution that's easy to keep? Kellogg's Complete Bran Flakes. High fiber, low in fat, and a crispy taste that's easy to stick with.
Me? I'm gonna walk a mile every day.
Kellogg's Complete Bran Flakes. An easy start to a healthier new year.
As we look at the Kellogg's game summary, we see both teams mixing up the pass and the run. The stats fairly even, and the game fairly even as well. Nebraska with its first lead, 10-7 after the 5-yard touchdown run by the quarterback Scott Frost.
Key is the block here. Fullback comes out, takes the fake, gets the block right in here, and then the guard comes out and gets the seal on the corner, and Frost can dance into the end zone. Number 67, Taylor with the seal. Good block up right there on Torian Gray. Touchdown.
Because of the personal foul penalty on the touchdown, Brown kicks off from the 50. Looked like he was trying to entice Scales for an unwise decision to run out of the back of the end zone, because we saw him boom one out of the back of the end zone, kicking without the advantage from the penalty on the last kickoff. But Scales wasn't going for it. He let it bounce to the back of the end zone.
Made the right decision. Now, I'll tell you what Virginia Tech has to do a better job of right now. They've got to take better advantage of first down plays. Right now, they're only averaging 2.4 yards per play on first down. Consequently, they're being left in a lot of third and long situations. So they've got to do a much better job on first down.
Backup defensive lineman in the game now for Nebraska. Ken Oxendine rips through that new unit and is close to a first down. Looks to be inches shy near the 30. Mike Minter and Jay Foreman combined on the tackle.
Once again going right at Nebraska. Good job by the interior line of Virginia Tech. Conatee, Washington, and DiNapoli. In behind gets Oxendine. That's what I like about him. He's a little bit of a slasher. He's not afraid to get his head down, pick up the extra yards.
Second and a short one. Oxendine now with 42 yards rushing on 6 carries. He was the second leading rusher in the Big East this year, behind Omari Walker, Boston College. Marcus Parker with the first down and much more. Out to the 36-yard line. He's a junior from Roanoke.
Talked about how Parker gives you an added dimension. You get the pull by number 75, Todd Washington, out in front. Little inside handoff out of the gun. And this guy, Parker, runs a 4.5 40 at 220. So even though they're losing a little bit on the blocking side of fullback, they pick it up because he's a better runner.
He missed the first 4 games of the season for a violation of team rules. Or didn't have much more yardage than the 467 he had coming into this one. Oxendine on first down, crosses the 40. They'll spot the ball right back on the 40-yard line. A gain of 4. Eric Warfield made the tackle. Oxendine, we talk about Virginia Tech looking for respect. He said the reason he chose Tech was because he wanted to be a part of building a tradition. But he also told us, even though he grew up in the state of Virginia, he had never heard of Virginia Tech until he was in high school.
Kind of amazing how far that program has come in 4 years. They've got 37 wins in the last 4 years. Only 6 teams in the country are better.
Second down and 6. Nice move by Oxendine, and he slipped on that paint again. That is a very slick area of the field. They had the CarQuest Bowl here on Friday night, and their logos were painted on the field. Then they had to change over the painted areas for the FedEx Orange Bowl logos and the 2 team names in the end zones. And this field has a lot of slick paint in spots.
Watch the cut he makes, though, to make Mike Minter miss right there. That's a big-time cut, folks. And there it is, the slide on the black paint. Still keeps his feet fighting for yardage.
Spot him down to the 49-yard line of Virginia Tech and a first down. Nebraska leads 10-7 second quarter. Oxendine crossed midfield. Jay Foreman made the tackle with help from Jamel Williams. Saturday in prime time, CBS Sports puts on an icy hot special, Too Hot to Skate, from an outdoor rink in Las Vegas. You'll see Scott Hamilton, Katarina Witt, Oksana Bayul, and more. They show off in a whole new way. Too Hot to Skate, Saturday in prime time on CBS Sports. The handoff to Marcus Parker. And he's thrown for a loss. Jeff Ogard, the defensive tackle, had help from Octavius McFarland. Ogard's the quiet member of that defensive front. He's a senior, wears number 97. Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, said in 5 years in the program, I think he said a total of maybe 500 words to me. He's averaged about 100 words per year.
And he really likes this young man. Interesting, he's at 6'6", 310 pounds. He's really the guy that holds up the middle of that Nebraska line against run.
He's from St. Paul, Nebraska. 3rd down and 6. Druckenmiller runs, and he has the first down. At the 40 of Nebraska, Eric Stokes tried to drag him down from behind, and that's a tough task with the muscular Druckenmiller.
Now, if people had concerns about Druckenmiller's mobility, he's trying to throw the ball underneath the number 22 scales. It's not there. He tucks it, goes, gets what he can. Look how strong he is. You know, that's just a great job. 6'5", 237. He's 20-3 as a starter. I happen to think this young man's best games are ahead of him in the NFL.
Here's the Big East co-offensive player of the year with Syracuse quarterback Donovan McNabb. 7th play of the drive. Huskers up around the line of scrimmage, and as a result, they stuffed the run. It was Ken Oxendine, the ball carrier, and Octavius McFarland made the tackle, and he's been very active since coming in for the injured Ryan Terwilliger.
He really has. He's a better athlete than Terwilliger. Terwilliger stands up against the run well, but he certainly can't run like McFarland, who probably isn't used to A, to the heat, and B, to getting this much action because he's tired.
He wants to come out. You can see him gesturing to the sideline.
He's got to get some new shades. Darth Vader there.
His replacement would likely be Eric Johnson. Play action fake. There's McFarland again. And Druckenmiller dumped it off for Oxendine. This time they're going to call it a sack. Back at the 50-yard line. Well, if he was tired, he wasn't tired enough to come on the blitz and get the sack.
I'm not sure how you call that a sack. There's no such thing as in the grasp. Look at him. He's not even touched. Great athlete. Now let's see what Druckenmiller does. Why is that a sack? The NFL has in the grasp. College football doesn't. I don't get it.
And Frank Beamer has the same question.
That's a bad call.
Forward progress, said the official on the sideline.
He's still fighting. He is still fighting.
That's
you
right.
can't call it at that point. Guy's 237 pounds. He's got a 190-pound D-back on him. You can't call that dead.
3rd and 20. Huskers showing blitz. Druckenmiller, flag thrown in the area in which you'd expect a holding call. Ball thrown and caught for a first down at the play stands. Ken Oxendine the reception. There's a flag back at the 44-yard line.
It's probably going to be a holding call, which will bring it back. Yep.
And our crack spotter, Chris Helen, thought he detected Billy Conatee bringing down Mike Rucker. It was the center, apparently, guilty of holding.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I watched a very tough quarterback on television last night named Detmer do a great job. I am just as impressed.
Holding on the offense, 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Repeat 3rd down.
I am so impressed with Jim Druckenmiller today. 61, Billy Conatee's in the middle of your screen. Rucker comes through, and there it is, the takedown. Good job on the recognition by our spotter, Chris Helen. The dish late. Look at the fight, though, by Oxendine. You got to give Tech a ton of credit. They're really doing a nice job. And how about Jim Druckenmiller?
He's been under siege. Well, how do you play it now if you're Frank Beamer? 3rd down and a mile.
It's a quick kick right here, right?
3rd and 37. That might be an option. They might just resort to a running play now as they shift into the I. And the ball's lost and picked up by Jason Pater. Touchdown, Nebraska. Mike Rucker knocked it loose and Pater ran it in. And rather than just run into the line and punt, they went to a slightly riskier play. The option is not a big play for them, and it hurt them.
You know what? It's not that it's a riskier play, but it's that for the first time today, Druckenmiller made a very poor decision. Under pressure like that, you can never throw the football away. There's the fake. Now he's got people all over him right now, and the ball is knocked down by Rucker, picked up by Peter. Hey, folks, that's a defensive tackle, 6'5", 285. That's an athlete right there.
And the Huskers lead 16-7. Jason Peter, the junior from Locust, New Jersey. Kris Brown adds the extra point. 17 unanswered points by Nebraska.
When my grandfather served the Bonsai Pipeline, narrow boards ruled. Eventually, Gramps had a stroke of genius. A wider board for better control. He said, wider is better.
Introducing the new Wide Track Grand Prix. Its wheels are set wide to hold the road for more control when you're shooting the curves.
It's true.
The new Wide Track Grand Prix from Pontiac. Wider is better.
Come on, Scotty, give me a fry.
America's favorite fries. McDonald's. Go get them.
Please.
Get your own, man.
Recently, an independent group of brewmasters and beer experts conducted a tasting of just about every major beer in the country. For 4 months, they sampled regular and ice beers for character, flavor, and overall quality. And in the end, the judges named one beer the best tasting beer in America, Old Milwaukee. So when you want the best tasting beer, now you know where to turn. Old Milwaukee.
This is your mutual fund portfolio. You may want to put in some aggressive growth funds, some balanced funds, maybe an international, and of course, lots of historically high performers. So you'll want to build your portfolio at Mutual Fund OneSource from Schwab. 600 funds, no loads, and the select list free when you call now, the way it should be.
Let's get real. Brakes stop your wheels, but tires stop your car. Goodyear AquaTread 2 has a deeper, wider aqua channel than the original AquaTread to sweep water away for outstanding wet traction. AquaTread, only from Goodyear.
Coming up on the College Football Today halftime report, some insights from Craig James and the coach Lou Holtz, and the Country Stars and Stripes Orange Bowl is spectacular in the Independence Bowl today. Army trailed 32-7 entering the fourth quarter. They rallied to within 32-29. Jay Parker missed a 27-yard field goal on third down, and Auburn held on to win. Parker had been 17 for 17 inside 40, but missed tonight. Coming up at halftime, let's go back to the game.
Jason Peters' 31-yard return to the fumble has given Nebraska a 10-point lead in a big play early in the game.
Yeah, you can't let Nebraska separate like that. It's so hard to catch up to them with their great defense.
Kris Brown's kick bounces into the end zone, and another touchback.
Now, Mike Rucker is the backup defensive end to Grant Wickstrom. Watch him make contact with the tackle, fight through pressure, and at the mesh point, right there when they try and pitch it, he knocks it down, and a very athletic play by their defensive tackle, Jason Peter. That's a touchdown.
And this is the fourth time that Virginia Tech has started a possession at its own 20. Kris Brown's been a great weapon with his kickoffs into the end zone. Tech back to its strength, but Oxendine gets nothing on the run. Mike Minter flying up from his rover position. He was first team all Big 12 on the squad picked by the media this year.
This is a key series for Virginia Tech right here. You give up the big play. Now you're down 10. Late in the second quarter, they cannot afford any more separation. They've got to get a drive going, and worst case scenario, regain some field position.
Clock ticking down to 3 minutes left in the half. 2nd and 10. Play action fake. Druckenmiller under pressure. Jennings, the tight end. First down. Hokies out to the 40-yard line. 19 yards on the pass play to Brian Jennings, the senior from Forest, Virginia, had a big game in the Sugar Bowl last year against Texas with 6 catches.
I really believe Jennings can work the middle of the field here against Nebraska and pick up significant yardage. The Texas tight end Fitzgerald did the same thing. This guy is a talented young man. He's ranked number 2 in the country by Sporting News as far as draft eligible tight ends. I believe they can get him the football.
1st and 10. Each team with 3 timeouts remaining. Nice move by Oxendine. Oxendine in the clear. Eric Stokes able to run him down at the 21-yard line. Big play for the Hokies when they really needed one.
Yeah, all great backs have an ability to cut back, and Oxendine did a super job in the hole, breaking the counter back weak side. Nebraska is very strong at the point of attack, but watch the cutback. Sees something innately, cuts back, makes 2 people miss right in the hole, and then it's just a foot race. Oxendine's got good speed, but Eric Stokes has great speed. Couple of big plays, though, Sean, for Virginia Tech, right back in it.
That's a 39-yard gain. Oxendine up to 99 yards rushing on 12 carries. Movement. They snap the ball to Druckenmiller. There are flags. Willie Conatee and Jim Druckenmiller, obviously over the years, attuned to snapping when they see encroachment by the defense.
Offsides on the defense. 5 yards. Still 2nd down.
Makes the situation a little bit easier for Virginia Tech now. 1st and 5 and the 16-yard line in the red zone. You know, it's interesting, Sean, in the red zone, this Nebraska defense has only been there 16 times this entire season in 12 games.
Where opposing offenses get to this point on the field. And off to the fullback, Marcus Parker. He's down to the 15. And we're down to 1:40 on the clock running remaining in the half.
And I'm not sure Octavius McFarland was trying to make the tackle or take his head off, but that was a good aggressive play by a guy that stepped up and played pretty well here in replacing Terwilliger.
A minute 20 left in the half. 17-7 Nebraska. They fell behind 7-0. They've scored 17 unanswered points. This is 2nd down and 4.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a corner route against man-to-man coverage.
Oxendine took the toss and showed his power to turn it into a gain. It looked like it was going to be a no-gainer on the play. Jamel Williams made the tackle on Oxendine. And a timeout called by the Hokies with a big 3rd down and short upcoming. Oxendine now over 100 yards. It's his 5th 100-yard game this season. At 4 during the regular season against Temple, Pitt, Southwestern Louisiana, and West Virginia.
The University of Nebraska ranks #1 in the nation for graduating academic All-Americans in football, women's volleyball, in fact, all sports put together. And our honors program attracts some of the country's highest-scoring freshmen in fields like physics, computer science, biology, chemistry, and math. So you have an interesting known value for N. There is no place like Nebraska.
For 125 years, Virginia Tech has been dedicated to the discovery, teaching, and application of knowledge. Today, Tech students are immersed in a world of advanced technology and communication, and here most will find their life's work. The world of knowledge and experience at Virginia Tech is not just academic. It is practical. It has purpose. It is working. Virginia Tech, where knowledge is working.
You joined us late. Here's what you missed. Virginia Tech scored first on a 19-yard pass on a screen play to Marcus Parker. It was the 2nd possession of the game for Tech. Kris Brown got the Huskers on the board with a 25-yard field goal. The first 3 of 17 consecutive points scored by Nebraska. Scott Frost gave the Huskers their first lead at 10-7 on a 5-yard run, capping a 45-yard drive. And then Jason Pater picked up a Jim Druckenmiller fumble and returned it 31 yards. The extra point made it 17-7. That's where we are with 57 seconds left in the half. But the Hokies have marched from their own 20 to the 13-yard line of Nebraska. Now they're looking at 3rd down and a short 2.
Huge play here for Virginia Tech. They've got to come away with points on the board. Obviously, they'd like to see 7 instead of 3.
Started into the shotgun and then shifted into the I with 2 wide receivers to the right.
Tried to draw.
Changing the play.
Tried to draw him first. Now he's changing.
They snapped it with 5 on the play clock. Parker up the middle. It's going to be very close. His first surge got him very close to the marker, and then he was bounced back. But it appears from the official on the far side of the field that they are going to give him that mark at the forward progress. Jeff Ogard and Jason Peter combining on the stop, and there will be a measurement. 50 seconds left in the half.
I think they got a pretty good mark there. Looks like the head of the ball probably got to the yard marker, and they're going to get the first down. If they don't, it'll be an interesting decision for Beamer here. You got to get points on the board. Do you take a chance? Now I don't have to tell you.
There's Ricky Bussell, the offensive coordinator.
They've got an awful lot of work to get from Bussell. The play to the sideline, waggled into Druckenmiller, and still give him time to change at the line of scrimmage. It's very convoluted.
1st and 10. They can pick up another first down just inside the 2-yard line. Now the shotgun now. Druckenmiller a pump, and then he threw to Cornelius White. And he tried to scramble for yardage. They're going to give him forward progress all the way up to the 6. So that's another pretty generous spot. Ralph Brown made the tackle. The clock's running. And now a timeout called by Virginia Tech with 25 seconds left. And the Hokies with 1 timeout remaining. They still trail 17-7.
And not a great pass by Druckenmiller there behind him, which forced them to reach back for it and gave the defensive back from Nebraska, Minner, time to recover.
Friends, Larry Hagman is returning. Or Larry Hergman is
retiring.
No, he's not. He's returning to CBS in a powerful new dramatic series, Orleans. Hagman is a judge, bends the rules but never breaks the law. Don't miss the 2-hour series premiere next Wednesday on CBS. Given the problems of these 2 programs, I'm not sure this will be the favorite new show for the Hokies and the Huskers.
Now let's talk a little bit about the situation here. It's 2nd down, goal to goal, 5-yard line, but more importantly, 1 timeout left and 25 seconds on the clock. Now Virginia Tech's wide receivers have only caught 2 passes so far today. So I think what you're going to see, number 1, what's the personnel in the game? If the tight end's in the game, you might see Brian Jennings involved here, because I don't think they can take the time to continue to burn the clock with running plays.
Ball spotted on the 6-yard line. 2nd and 5, 8th play of the drive.
It's a 4-wide out set. They'll probably do some kind of crossing or pick routes, anticipating man-to-man coverage.
Parker, the back, lined up to the left of Druckenmiller. Blitz, Druckenmiller into the end zone, into coverage, and caught! Ripped away by Scales. It looked like it was going to be intercepted by McFarland, and Scales took it away from him.
How did that happen? Poor decision by Druckenmiller. Ball should have never been thrown. Poor pass, and they end up with a touchdown. I guess Sean Scales atones for the previous 2 drop passes. Druckenmiller once again under heavy pressure. Nebraska little zone blitz right there. Gets hit from behind. McFarland sitting there waiting. But the more aggressive Scales makes the play.
You're right. He approached it to McFarland like he was fielding a punt rather than run at the ball and separate himself from Scales. He was in perfect position to make the pick and didn't.
Inexperience.
Scales the touchdown. And Tech back within 3.
You want to play sports at an NCAA Division 1 or 2 school?
You must be certified by the NCAA Initial Eligibility Clearinghouse. Get one of these student release forms from your coach or guidance counselor and send it to the clearinghouse. Remember, if you're not certified, you can't compete as a freshman in Division 1 or 2. For more information, call toll-free 800-638-3731.
Want to play? Know the rules.
This message provided by the NCAA.
There's a word we use for athletes who win with hard work and dedication: champion. And there's a word we use for athletes who use steroids or any other drugs to get an edge. Cheaters.
If you or someone you know needs help or information concerning drug abuse, call this toll-free number, 1-800-662-HELP. This message provided by the NCAA.
To the pursuit of justice, they will devote their lives. For the sake of America, they will fight for the truth. In the name of glory, they will risk it all. Just call us, Jag. In the courtroom or on the killing fields.
We're unarmed.
Fake it. The nation's best defense is a pair of criminal prosecutors. Commander Harmon Rabb.
I was always a sucker for dress whites.
Major Sarah McKenzie.
Major, I never had you pegged for such a romantic.
New year, new network, new champions. Jag premieres CBS Friday.
And a great individual effort by number 22, Sean Scales, and we've got a 17-14 ball game. Look, he's bracketed both by 4 McFarland and 10 Minter. McFarland's got to elevate for the football. He just stood there and wait for it to come. Scales did a great job. He was more aggressive. He made the play, went and got the football. That's a huge swing right there in the football game.
And if you missed the feature story about Scales during our coverage at halftime of the Sun Bowl this afternoon, he is a great picture of perseverance. His father left his family when Sean was 2 years old. His mother was badly involved with drugs, as was an older brother. With the help of some teachers and coaches whom Sean moved in, he kept his life on track. 8th grade coach took him into his own home. And here Sean is playing in the Orange Bowl tonight. Kickoff return by Billy Legate. The touchdown pass to Scales, a 6-yarder, capping that 80-play drive. And now Tom Osborne decides to, with this good field position after the squib kick, they can throw it down the field.
Squib kick was probably the right call, but it wasn't kicked hard enough. I mean, they've got field position and they've got timeouts remaining, so why not go for it? All they need 25 to 30 yards for realistic field goal opportunity.
Long time since the Nebraska offense has been on the field. Frost does air it out, and it's incomplete. 17 straight plays were run by the Virginia Tech offense. You might remember the fumble on which Nebraska scored defensively. And right back on the field came their defense.
Good job by the Rover that time. Pearson Prelo running underneath the seam route, forced Frost to throw it up high and throw it away.
Kris Brown, the kicker, has a strong leg. He's made 2 from beyond 50 yards, so they wouldn't have to go all that far to get him into position. Down around the 33-yard line of Tech would do the job. Now they go back to the run. Amon Green, a short gain, and the team's content to let the half end. A very entertaining first half in the 63rd annual FedEx Orange Bowl.
Look at the look on Frank Beamer. Is that intensity or what?
I wonder he's still upset with the officials. He certainly was earlier when it was ruled a sack on Druckenmiller as Jim dumped the pass off while being held by Nebraska defenders. Here's Dave Logan.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Coach Osborne, you said your team would have to play with emotion in the beginning of this football game, or it would be a long evening. Are you happy with the level that they're playing with?
Yeah, I think we're playing hard. We're just playing a good football team, and it's going to be back and forth, and it's probably going to go down to the fourth quarter. And the big thing is going to be who's got the most left at that time, who's in the best shape. And we've had a few injuries, they've had a few injuries, so it'll probably all add up at the end.
We watched you come out and throw the football a little bit more than usual at Nebraska. Any reason for that, Coach?
Well, we're just doing what we think we have to do to move the ball, and we can throw it. We're very capable of it. We'll probably mix it up second half, too.
All right, Coach, have a good second half. Okay, Sean, back to you.
The end of the first half, the score: Nebraska 17, Virginia Tech 14. Pat O'Brien, Craig James, and Coach Lou Holtz will be along with College Football Today right after this message and a word from your local station.
They're the nation's best defense. They're known as JAG.
The United States government does not negotiate with drug lords.
The Marine Corps does not leave their own behind.
Those men lay it on the line every day. Some die.
David James Elliott is Commander Harmon Rabb.
You offering to defend me, Commander?
Yes, sir.
His partner, Marine Major Sarah McKenzie.
It works better with the safety off.
New year, new network, new champions. JAG premieres CBS Friday.
CBS. Welcome home.
Ken Osland has kept his car and boat insurance with American Family for over 20 years.
My grandson and I really enjoy fishing together. If we could, we'd fish every day. Way back when I chose American Family, I wanted an insurance company I could depend on. They've never let me down.
Loyalty, the mark of satisfied customers.
American Family Insurance.
Look in the white or yellow pages for American Family and call today.
Financial Solutions from Norwest. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, you can bank on Norwest. Financial products, financial services, financial solutions.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
The College Football Today Ford Taurus Halftime Report is sponsored by Ford Taurus.
A tuba with a baseball cap, the festive marching Virginians in their performance for the Orange Bowl fans earlier tonight. We welcome you to the College Football Today Ford Taurus Halftime Report, where it's a game, Nebraska, Virginia Tech 17-14. Hi again, everybody. I'm Pat O'Brien, along with Craig James and Lou Holtz. And coming up, the FedEx Orange Bowl Spectacular, Country, Stars, and Stripes. And before the night's over, maybe Lou will tell us where he's going in a couple of weeks, but we'll get to that perhaps a little later. Craig, you and I have talked about respect for Virginia Tech all season long, and they're getting it tonight.
And we've seen Virginia Tech on the football field. You know, Nebraska goes down and they score, and I thought, oh, gosh, here it goes. We're going to lose a ball game. But no, Virginia Tech shows they got athletes. They got football players out there. Sean Scales on that touchdown reception, he went up and made an athletic play. Virginia Tech's just not a blue-collar football team.
Yeah, gosh. Anyway, what about the confidence of Virginia Tech?
Well, I think it has to help you. You score just before the half instead of being down 17-7. You go in there at halftime, you say, hey, we gave them 7 points. We're only down by 3. I think their confidence level is going to grow, but the first 5 minutes, third quarter is critical.
Let's talk about Virginia Tech's defensive strategy so far.
Yeah, they've had to go in and try to figure out how to stop the option. Nebraska runs the option extremely well, and I was curious to see how they do it. Well, very simple here. They're trying to take the quarterback out. You're going to see a linebacker come down, try to kiss him in the mouth, but it's important you get inside-outside help from the linebacker. He's supposed to get out here, but the tight end is going to come in here and wall him off. Nebraska eventually will hit a big play if they don't get penetration from the inside. Virginia Tech's got to get out there. Those little 8- and 9-yard pops by the running back will eventually wear on somebody, and it puts a great deal of pressure on that secondary.
Well, the secondary comes up, makes a play, and all of a sudden you run a play-action pass. You turn around and say, where'd he come from? He jumped out of the ground or something like that. But Virginia Tech's doing a nice job.
Let's go for some battling telestrators here. And, Coach, costly turnover for the Hokies.
Well, we said that Virginia Tech did not need to give Nebraska any help. They didn't need it. Here on 3rd and 37, they're going to come out with an option. You see, they have 3 defensive backs to this side, only 1 into the short field. They're going to crack down here on the linebacker, fake the fullback up inside, run the option out there. But Nebraska runs a little bit of a twist stunt. The end down, Peters back out, creates a little confusion, disrupts the timing of the option. Druckenmiller doesn't make the play, and the ball's on the ground. Now you're going to see it picked up by Peters, goes in for a touchdown, and that is the 57th point scored by the defense this year, and the 167th point the defense has set up this entire year. And that was 7 points they gave away they did not need to do.
Think he's ever seen any game film before?
Hell, I know. Because that chalkboard was full of a lot of lines there, Coach.
All right, we'll be back later with bowl news and a report from the Fiesta Bowl. But next, Country, Stars, and Stripes as College Football Today rolls on right after this.
I feel very safe in this car.
People love talking about Ford Taurus.
I mainly bought it for safety and security.
I like the way it looks.
This car has everything I need to fit my lifestyle. Feels safe, reassuring.
It handles well, it hugs the road. I can turn on a dime.
I finally found a manufacturer who listens to the customer.
Ford Taurus, the best-selling car in America, starting at $18,545.
It's forward-moving, forward-thinking, and I love being a part of that.
You can't beat it. Took it to the next level.
I can't believe this has happened to me. I mean, the car tires are gone and the battery's gone.
Everybody goes through bad times. And you can see them change if you calm them down, or you explain something to them when maybe they were feeling in a position of powerlessness.
Robin, could you call a cab?
That's
a tow truck.
a great feeling. When something happens to somebody else, I want to give that back.
Thank you so much.
I think that's what this is all about, really.
Being in good hands is the only place to be.
For more than 60 years, the Orange Bowl Festival has thrilled millions with events such as the FedEx Orange Bowl with its renowned halftime extravaganza, the Orange Bowl Parade, and the Rolex Orange Bowl International Tennis Championships. Each year, Greater Miami and the Beaches welcomes visitors to the festival and offers them the opportunity to enjoy the area's beaches and many recreational opportunities. Join us as we salute the Orange Bowl Festival and Greater Miami and the Beaches, a world-class event in a world-class destination.
The most compelling action is on CBS Sports. Brigham Young and Kansas State clash at the Southwestern Bell Cotton Bowl Classic. Then in prime time, Penn State locks horns with Texas at the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl tomorrow on CBS.
On behalf of everyone at FedEx, welcome to the 1996 FedEx Orange Bowl. In college football, it takes a precise game plan, solid leadership, and the hard-won efforts of an entire team to succeed. Just as it is at FedEx, where we rely on our innovative strategies, strong leadership, and a worldwide team of 127,000 employees to deliver the world on time. We wish the officials, coaches, and players of Nebraska and Virginia Tech the best of luck in this year's game. FedEx is honored to be associated with the rich tradition of the Orange Bowl and college football. Have a happy new year.
Committee and the Cardi USA proudly present the 63rd Annual Halftime Extravaganza, starring Miss Scooter Lee and country music superstars, the Mavericks. Get ready for a red, white, and blue New Year's Eve celebration. It's Country Stars and Stripes.
Everybody loves country, country, it's country all the way. From Dollywood to Hollywood, from sea to shining sea, this down-home celebration takes you where you want to be. Everybody loves country, country, country USA. Everybody loves country, country, it's country all the way. From Dollywood to Hollywood, from sea to shining sea, this down-home celebration takes you where you want to be.
Georgia, please give a warm South Florida welcome to the honky-tonk twister herself, Miss Scooter Lee.
When I saw you from across the room, I thought, oh my, you're way too cool. Just one look and I knew I had to make you mine. A little nervous taking a chance, but I sashayed over asking you to dance. With a smile and a chuckle, you took my hand. It was gonna be a night to remember, oh man. So romping, stomping, get down, jumping, honky-tonkin' good time. Yeah, it's a romping, stomping, get down, jumping, honky-tonkin' good time. Well, it's a romping, stomping, get down, jumping, honky-tonkin' good time. Moving across the floor, screaming out for more. You know you make me lose my mind. We're just having fun, so don't come undone. Let's make those buckles shine. Well, it's a romping, stomping, get down, jumping, honky-tonkin' good time. Well, it's a romping, stomping, get down, jumping, honky-tonkin' good time. Twist the heart.
Another fabulous Orange Bowl halftime. The College Football Today Ford Taurus halftime report will continue in a moment.
What now? You're using the wrong tool.
Ford F-Series with the world's only standard third door. And available new 5.4-liter Triton V8 for even more torque and horsepower.
Now you got all your holes dug, huh?
The new Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
Take a stroll down memory lane at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
You crushed my knee. It was your toes. You broke my ribs.
It was your nose.
Ah, yes. I remember it well. You sacked me once.
I sacked you twice.
In pouring rain.
No, it was nice.
Ah, yes.
But when you go, don't forget your Visa card, because the Hall takes the NFL's best, but not American Express.
See ya, Nitschke.
It's Butkus.
Ah, yeah.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Here's the thing. Most long-distance plans, very complicated.
Oh, yeah.
But the AT&T one-rate plan, very simple.
How simple?
Calls from home are one low rate all the time.
How much?
It's 15 cents a minute to anybody in America at any time.
And this is AT&T.
That's right.
One rate all the time.
Exactly.
Is there any time when this is not the rate?
There is no time when this is not the rate.
I don't get it.
Am I just being unclear?
No restrictions, no games. The AT&T one-rate plan.
Larry Hackman returns to CBS in a powerful new dramatic series.
You wouldn't be offering my colleague a bribe now, would you?
In a city filled with secrets, there's one man who has all the answers.
I know, and you know, you're guilty as hell.
Totally unorthodox.
Oh, my.
Highly respected. He controls Orleans.
The family is a very precious and fragile thing, and you destroyed it.
Where things are done a little differently.
And I'm going to take you down.
Orleans, CBS, January 8th.
That's the sound you'll be hearing on Times Square and elsewhere later on. 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 15 seconds. And that's the story down in Times Square in New York City, where it's under 20 degrees. And this is for you a little later on. Welcome back to College Football Today. Ford Taurus halftime report. Nebraska leads Virginia Tech 17-14. Let's catch everybody up to date on what's going on in college football today. Stanford won their 5th straight win, and it was a big one over Michigan State this afternoon. 38-0 was the final score. Tyrone Willingham, 43rd birthday yesterday. Todd Schultz fires across the middle, but then picked.
Yeah, wrong guy. Josh Matson picks it off over the middle. Great running. This guy had to have been a former quarterback or running back in college, but he's got a great head on his shoulder, too. He comes out and pitches it to Leroy Pruitt, takes it on in for a 7-0 score. Stanford's defense the last 4 games was spectacular this season. They continued again today, continuing the beat for them, and Nick Saban knew that at Michigan State they were in a great deal of trouble because Stanford and Chad Hutchinson showed up to play. 22 of 28 on the day at 79% completion. This here, a touchdown pass to John Ritchie, and they go up 14-0.
Marshall didn't have a chance today. 38-0 the final there. The Independence Bowl, a thriller. Auburn and Army, 32-29 the final there. And Army's been riding high all season, smiling. But here, Damian Craig finds Tyrone Goodson for a 30-yard strike. Auburn led 32-7 after 3 quarters.
And you thought it was over with. I did, at least. I said there's no offense at Army. These guys are smoked. They're finished. Take them home. But they didn't. They didn't quit. Army came right back. A minute 27 remaining. Ronnie Makeda to Roderick Richardson. The 2-point conversion after this touchdown cut the lead to 32-29. And then after recovering the onside kick, we all jumped through our seats here in the studio. Joseph Parker, who was what, Pat?
17 for 17 under 40. It's a 3rd down attempt, and I guess you think it's money at that point, but he misses it. And Auburn goes on to win at 32-29 in a thriller indeed. In the Heritage Bowl, Division I AA, Howard prevails over Southern 27-24. Tomorrow, our Bowl Fest continues with the Southwestern Bell Cotton Bowl kicking off at 1:30, and then coverage of the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl begins at 8 o'clock Eastern. For a report on that game, our man Jim Nance.
As the last remaining hours of 1996 wind down, the final preparations were made today for the 1997 Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. Hi, everyone. I'm Jim Nance. In just a little less than 24 hours, 2 of the most storied programs in college football history will meet. Penn State and Texas squaring off for only the 5th time. For Joe Paterno and John Makovic, they had a chance to meet earlier today for the last time off the field.
later, the Longhorns went through their final paces here at Sun Devil Stadium, while Makovic anticipated the showdown with the Nittany Lions.
If we can keep from giving the ball back to them and we can move down the field, that'll be a big part of it for us. We have to score points too. I don't think that we can get into a low-scoring game with them. I think we'll have to try to put points on the board. If they get into the same mode and they want to try to score a lot and it gets into a high-scoring game, it should be a lot of fun. It'll be exciting.
As always, my man Terry Donahue is alongside. And Terry, we have two of the hottest teams in college football entering this bowl game tomorrow night.
Well, Texas, after a mid-season slump, won their last 5 games behind the quarterback James Brown. He can beat you with his legs or his arm. Just ask Nebraska. And Penn State, when Joe Paterno has more than a week to prepare for a game, he's the best in the history of college football.
He's won more bowl games than any other coach, and he's a perfect 5-0 at the Fiesta Bowl. Texas and Penn State tomorrow night. For now, let's send it back to New York and Pat O'Brien.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Terry, nice to have you guys on tonight. We'll be watching tomorrow night. Your take on that game?
I think Texas is a better football team right now. Texas can go out with their defensive line that's young and growing in experience and confidence and do a good job. But Joe Paterno's Mr. Bowl man, 17 bowl victories. If he can get his quarterback, Wally Richardson, to play a good, solid football game against Texas defense, they'll do it.
I want to ask Coach about this game, Nebraska, Virginia Tech. What does Tech have to do coming out now?
Well, first of all, at halftime, Nebraska knows those people are there and they aren't going to go away. Virginia Tech's got to say, we need to play 60 minutes. You just can't say, well, we proved something in 30 minutes. They got to come out with more intensity and greater confidence than ever before.
Play the whole game. Thank you, guys. As you look at the Cornhusker marching band performing earlier tonight, coming up the second half of the FedEx Orange Bowl, Nebraska leading Virginia Tech 17-14 after a message and a word from your very own local station. Enjoy the second half on CBS.
The College Football Today Ford Taurus Halftime Report has been sponsored by Ford Taurus.
CBS. Welcome home.
Okay, so I love TV. You would too if you had Prime Star satellite television. All it takes is one phone call. 1-800-PRIME-STAR. You see, Prime Star is a service, so there's no equipment to buy. You get up to 95 channels of great drama, sports, movies, a monthly program guide, digital picture and sound, and it starts at about $1 a day.
Save $60 when you order Prime Star. Call 1-800-PRIME-STAR and enjoy.
Did I mention that you don't have to buy the dish?
Took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems. Heart care close to home. Grandma's value number one. Here, look over here, come on. Honesty is the best policy. Value number two. You get what you pay for. Like the honest meal at an honest price you get at Runza. Bigger portions, higher quality, better value. Nobody gives you your money's worth like Runza. Grandma's value number three. Only the best will do. Live a little. Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
From all of us at 10/11.
Have a happy holiday.
New actor. Go ahead, Ray.
Everybody loves Raymond. Friday.
The regular Al Pacino, ain't he?
David Logan back with you at the Orange Bowl with the score: Nebraska 17, Virginia Tech 14. And joining me now is the star of Everyone Loves Raymond, Ray Romano. Ray, it is so good to see you here at the Orange Bowl. How you doing?
Great, nice to be here. Very excited.
Now, in your show that's seen Friday nights at 8:30 p.m. on CBS, you play a sports writer. What'd you think of the first half?
You're at a bowl game. All you want is a close game. That's all you can ask for. Although I'll tell you, I brought my wife. It's her first time ever at a football game. So I spent most of the first half explaining the rules of football. She doesn't watch. She's a full-time mother. We have 3 little kids. So I had to tell her things like when a team has a timeout, that doesn't mean they have to sit in a chair in the corner, things like that. But she's loving it, and I'll tell you why she's really excited to be here. We have twin 4-year-old boys at home. It's actually quieter here than in our house. So she's loving it here.
Okay, now speaking of the twins, where are they right now?
They're in New York. My mother's babysitting. Can I say hi? Mom, hi. Happy New Year. We're at the Orange Bowl. This will give her a big thrill. It might upset her because we told her we were going out to get Chinese food. But we're here, Ma. It's 80 degrees. I want to mention the weather. Everyone loves the weather here, except I think that guy in the orange must be really annoyed that it's warmed up so much.
Well, I tell you, everybody loves Raymond. Congratulations on a great 96 season. You've done well.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I also want to say I'm amazed that there's 40 or 50,000 people here pretending not to recognize me. The restraint they have, I commend them.
All right. Thank you very much, Ray Romano. Let's go back upstairs. John.
Well, perhaps that will change shortly. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Everybody loves Raymond. Everybody had something they could love in that first half. There was a lot of action, and as we expected, despite the point spread, an evenly played game.
Yeah, I think you and I and most of the people that watched them practice this week expected a tight game. You've got two very similar teams, big, tough, physical. Nebraska's got a little bit of an edge on team speed, but I like what Tom Osborne said at the end of the first half. They're going to get it into the fourth quarter. Whoever makes the big play wins the game.
Look at the first half stats. Virginia Tech with a rather comfortable edge in total yardage and nearly a 2-to-1 advantage in time of possession.
And you know what, on the rushing yardage side, when we talked to defensive coordinator Bud Foster from Virginia Tech, his goal was 180 yards rushing. He wanted to hold them to 180, which is 112 below their average. They only have 81 yards in the first half, so the Tech defense is accomplishing what they want against the run game.
Ken Oxendine rushed for 101 yards in the first half. Virginia Tech receives the second half kickoff. Sean Scales took Kris Brown's kick of the 5. And excellent kick coverage by the Cornhuskers. Travis Toline, number 92, made the tackle. Joel Makovica covered him up. So an excellent job all night by Nebraska on the kickoffs. And once again, Virginia Tech has the long field ahead of it.
Okay, let's not forget special teams. We talked about that up at the top of the show. First half, about a 10-yard advantage on punts for Nebraska, but I still think somebody's going to block a punt or make a big play that could decide the football game.
Jim Druckenmiller, 9 of 14 in the first half, or 109 yards and 2 touchdowns. He also had a big fumble. Oxendine running free again. Gets a block from Cornelius White. Gave the stiff arm to Mike Minter. Credit Minter with the tackle in Nebraska territory at the 45-yard line. A gain of 36 for Oxendine.
Carbon copy of the first half. He's going to come this way, cut it all the way back across the green, make people miss. This is what a great back does on this play. Front side, cut back, really good block by number 71, Jay Haygood. In the open field now, Mike Minter with 4.4 speed catches him from behind.
He's averaged more than 100 yards per game over the last 7 games of the regular season. Would have been a 1,000-yard rusher in the regular season had he not missed 2.5 games with an injured shoulder.
Time.
They just did get the play off. Druckenmiller throws in the flat. Scales grabbed by the shirt, and they'll give him forward progress to the 44. Another generous spot. Michael Booker made the shirt tackle. Call it a gain of 1. Scales actually wound up back by midfield.
Druckenmiller gets this play off as the clock hits 0. Little 5-step drop out in the flats. Late delivered just a little bit, but Booker, who was probably a first-round draft pick, does a nice job making sure of the tackle. And Sean, the reason they like him, he's a corner that's 6'1.5", 205 pounds. The NFL loves those big physical guys on the corner that can also run.
Booker's been bothered by tendonitis in his knees. It's limited his practice time. Oxendine replaced for a moment by Chiron Stith, who took the ball to the 43, a gain of 1 more, and another injury. It's Booker, who just made the tackle on Scales a moment ago.
One of the national scouting combines had Booker as the number 7 senior in the country. Not at his position in the entire country. They're checking his right knee.
Playing in his last game in Nebraska, he was the defensive MVP of the Fiesta Bowl as the Huskers won the national championship for Coach Osborne.
Bottom left of your screen, the end of the play, he gets cut right there, probably unnecessarily by Cornelius White in the open field. And I would hate to see any kind of serious injury on a play away from the ball like that to a young man that's had a great career and has a super future ahead of him. You know, Sean, it's kind of like that Marty Schottenheimer controversy earlier in the NFL. Is it a legal play? Yes, it is. But is it a necessary play within the context of sportsmanship? Probably not.
3rd down and 8. Opening possession of the second half. Nebraska leads 17-14. The pump by Druckenmiller, and White never saw the ball coming. He had a step on the defender. Mike Fullman had the coverage. But White was twisting and turning, trying to find the football, and never did pick it up.
Druckenmiller threw this ball way before White even made his break, but he never could pick it up. Ball was fairly well thrown. Look at it. If you keep running, it might be there. Working on the true freshman, Ralph Brown.
You have more of an appreciation for what Druckenmiller has accomplished when you watch this team play a couple of times and you realize it is not an outstanding wide receiver core that they've had. They're good, but not great. Very high, short punt by Kibble. Not what he had in mind. It bounces out at the 26-yard line. Just a 17-yard punt. Nebraska on offense for the first time in the second half in a moment.
One day, a young designer decided he could change the very shape of the world. How could he be so rash, so bold, so utterly successful? He simply discovered a doorway to the world that in the blink of an eye let him travel farther, set his sights higher, and look in directions he never could before. He wasn't always so daring, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works.
Ice Sport, the scent of exhilaration. New from Aquavelva. Also available in deodorant and antiperspirant.
A truck's life is filled with slings and arrows, including the inevitable flying stones and unmanned shopping carts. So we designed the all-new Dodge Dakota with software that optimizes dent resistance. Life on the road may be a battle, but Dakota has superior armor. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
Give me a large fry, supersize. I got
it. It's time to pick the 97 NBA All-Star team. And you can vote for your favorite players.
I love that haircut, man.
Where they serve America's favorite fries, McDonald's. Vote today.
It's your world, baby.
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by FedEx. Just what you want, just when you want it. It wasn't always this way, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works. The new Dodge, it's about change. And by McDonald's, home of America's favorite fries. Go get them.
First chance with the ball here in the second half for Nebraska. The blockbuster blimp is known to be one of the fastest blimps flying. It's been clocked at speeds exceeding 70 miles per hour. We look forward to seeing the blockbuster blimp at future events here on CBS Sports.
But can you say that 3 times real fast?
It's a little hard. Blockbuster blimp.
There's a good football coach right there. Just turning 60. He's got a lot of years left in him.
On first down, Damon Benning, who started the game at I-back. Powerful run. He put his head down and bowled his way across the 30 before Kerwin Hairston and John Engelberger took him down. Benning started at I-back, but we also saw Amon Green and Jay Sims.
Now, one of the questions they had at the top of the show was, could Brandon Simonis, number 21, right there at the bottom of your screen, stand up against the tight end, Timmy Carpenter? And you can see Carpenter wins that battle as Simonis never even gets into the play. He's an all-East guy, but undersized.
The leading tackler coming in, I'm not sure we've called his name tonight.
We haven't.
On target to Jeff Lake, and it's a first down for Nebraska. And we check in with Dave Logan.
Okay, Sean, thank you very much. The injury that was sustained to left cornerback Michael Booker is not that bad. It was just a bruise of the right knee. He is expected to return. Sean?
Thank you, Dave. Ryan Terwilliger, who left early in the game, will not return. He left with a sprained lower back and strained right hamstring. They tell us now from the Nebraska sideline he will not be back. Out at the 41-yard line, 1st and 10 Huskers. 12:17 remaining, 3rd quarter. Nebraska leads by 3. Damon Benning had a roller coaster ride of a career, he told us the other day. Now a senior, he's had chances to play, but then he's gotten hurt. Early in his career, he got hurt. A guy named Lawrence Phillips got a chance to play as a result. We know what happened there. And then Benning had a chance to play when Phillips had his problems last year. Benning gets hurt again. Here comes Amon Green, setting the freshman rushing record at Nebraska.
Said his first start, they're playing Texas Tech. He outgains Bam Morris, but gets hurt, and all of a sudden, bang, here comes Lawrence Phillips. End of story.
2nd and 6. The option by Scott Frost. He's across midfield. And down to the 45-yard line of Virginia Tech. Lauren Johnson tripped him up. Torian Gray finished the play for the Tech defense.
The favorite option play here for Scott Frost. And what they do is they're going to have the guard pull out, seal. The fullback right here does a great job taking the fake and bouncing and blocking either a linebacker or a safety on the contain. And Scott Frost will do a great job. Watch him follow the fullback, gets in behind him. Now the fullback can extend all the way out to the cornerback. Schuster didn't get the block he should have, and he knows it.
Frost, after the fake, has a man, and it's overthrown. Sheldon Jackson, the tight end, was open around the 15-yard line, and Frost airmailed him.
You know, I really like the job Frost did stepping up into the pocket. Power I formation, comes out, he steps up, creates, but he just overthrows Jackson. Look how open he is. If he can deliver that in stride, that's 6 points, folks, because he had him isolated on a linebacker.
And the decision to throw was the proper one because he was so wide open. Frost also could have run a long way on that play with the defenders running in coverage with their back turned. A lot of green grass ahead of him. Sean Weeding is checked in now. He wears number 33 at wingback. Frost, look out, there's Simonis. Frost got it off and throws it incomplete. Well, we talked about how Brandon Simonis is their leading tackler. He has only 1 tackle tonight. And that time he was in on the blitz and nearly got Frost for the sack, and there is no flag. The Hokies wanted a grounding call.
Simonis, number 21 from the right side of your screen, undersized at 6 feet, 190 at linebacker, is one of the quicker players around. Does a nice job, untouched. But let's give quarterback Scott Frost some credit. Just like Druckenmiller got rid of the football to avoid the sack.
3rd down and 10. 1 back now and 2 tight ends. Damon Benning, the lone back. Here comes the blitz. Simonis again. It is caught. Rashawn Jackson tripped up short of the 1st down. It's a big tackle made by Pearson Prelo, the rover back, as he made the play about a yard short of the 1st down. 7 completions now to Frost. They've gone to 7 different receivers.
Simonis again coming from the top of your screen right there. Untouched by the tackle. Anderson forces the throw early and the tackle before the 1st down. So finally, we're starting to see Brandon Simonis, Sean, get involved in this football game.
Because they've been bringing him on the blitz.
Exactly.
Huskers going for it on 4th down and a yard. At the 36 of Tech, they lead 17-14 to the Cornhuskers. And Frost calls for timeout, and he got it with 1 second left. Back for the 4th down play after this.
Here's another Orange Bowl moment.
There is a word, or haven't you heard? The future looks bright today. The world's within reach right down the street. So why don't you come out and play? One word, one word, Blockbuster. One word, one word, Blockbuster. The summer, fall, winter, or spring, for the latest enjoyment. Remember one day who brings you tomorrow. We are the world, so just come on and have some fun. One word, Blockbuster. One word, Blockbuster.
You know, no matter how fast the world moves or how many innovations are behind tomorrow's door, there's still one word that brings all the fun together. Blockbuster.
word. Blockbuster, yeah.
Every year I try to quit smoking cold turkey, but this year is my year. I'm committed. I'm psyched. And I have help, Nicorette gum, to help control my cravings. It's not like the patch. Nicorette lets me decide how much nicotine to use and when to use it, so I can stop smoking now. The idea is, by this time next year, to save enough money by not smoking, to be not smoking in Cancun.
Nicorette gum will help you quit smoking successfully by helping you control your cravings. You can do it. Nicorette can help.
With the all-new Dodge Dakota, we offer a choice. A torquey Magnum 4 that is not the typical wimpy whiner, a serious high-output Magnum V6, and a real live Magnum V8. The only V8 in its class. 468. Now who do you appreciate? The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
Nebraska, 4th in the nation in rushing per game, 292 yards their average. Tech's held them to 100. That's a pretty good job.
And we talked a little bit earlier, that was the goal by Bud Foster, the defensive coordinator. He said, I think if we can hold them to about 180, we can win the football game. We certainly can't let them anywhere near 300.
4th down and 1. And after the timeout, Tom Osborne has not changed his mind. He's going to go for it at the 36-yard line. 12 of 20 on 4th down this year are the Huskers.
Now their favorite set here is usually a wing or a power eye, which they're in right now.
It's Benning with the first down. All he needed to do was get to the 35. He bounced down to the 33-yard line. And a big first down picked up by Nebraska. Antonio Banks, the cornerback, made the tackle.
Every Nebraska fullback I've ever seen can block linebackers. Watch Brian Schuster, point of attack on the isolation play, coming in your screen, 28, big hit right there. That creates plenty of room for the running back, Damon Benning, to get a first down.
Benning, the lone back. 2 tight ends in the game, 9th play of the drive. Benning through a big hole. Damon Benning, touchdown Nebraska.
Backside guard and tackle pull. Zadiska and Anderson do a great job. Benning goes north and south. That's what I like about him. Shows more quickness than people give him credit for. Dances into the end zone. Excellent drive by Nebraska.
33-yard touchdown run. The longest run of the season for Benning. Kris Brown out of the hold of Matt Turman. The extra point is good. And for the second time tonight, Nebraska has a 10-point lead. That's the largest lead of the night for the Huskers.
Excuse me, think your disposable razor shaves as comfortably as his Gillette Sensor XL?
Yeah.
Well, try Sensor XL. It'll change your mind. After one shave with Sensor XL, we bet you don't go back. Because only Sensor XL has protective microfins for extra comfort.
Whoa.
And self-adjusting blades for extra closeness. Disposables don't. And Sensor XL gives more shapes per blade than any disposable.
Excuse me.
Take the Sensor XL challenge. Bet you don't go back to disposables.
Hey, I want my Sensor XL back. Hey, hey!
When the unexpected happens, the all-new Dodge Dakota swings into action. Standard dual airbags help guard you from the front. High-strength steel door beams help shield you from the side. While the new front seats are designed to help protect you from the rear. When it came to building a safer truck, we considered all the angles. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
Shoe size 19E. If you think they're hard to fill, imagine what it takes to fill the rest of him. Well, new cheese tortellini from Chunky foots the bill. It's loaded with giant ring-shaped pasta stuffed with cheese, plus huge chunks of chicken and tons of vegetables. So if you've got a giant appetite to feed, Campbell's Chunky scores with the big boys. Satisfied? Yeah, I thought so. Campbell's Chunky, soup that eats like a meal.
If your tools are looking a little more rusty than trusty, turn to the folks in the Red Vest, because they've got a wide variety, including Ace brand hand tools, built tough with a lifetime warranty. That's what makes Ace the place, with the helpful hardware folks.
Soon, you won't recognize me, because my New Year's resolution is to regrow my hair with Rogaine. Because now, you can get this new Rogaine starter kit, a 4-month supply for half price. So go for it, and get a real head start on the new year.
CBS Friday. Nash has 24 hours to deliver a witness.
We're a little busy right now.
But it isn't gonna be easy. This is outrageous.
You bet it is.
Arrest him. All new Nash Friday.
This college football bowl summary is sponsored by Mutual Fund, one source from Charles Schwab. Mutual Fund investing the way it should be.
Big East 2-0 in bowl games in this bowl season. Virginia Tech trying to make it 3-0. Joe Paterno in the Fiesta Bowl. Tomorrow night will try to maintain his perfect record in that game. And BYU looking for record 14th win this season in the Cotton Bowl. Brown's kickoff again goes out the back of the end zone.
Well, Nebraska really has two signature plays in their run offense. One is option, we've talked about it the other day. The other is counter. And counter's the play they just scored on their last possession.
This is the 7th possession of the game for Virginia Tech. As the 6th time they've started at the 20 or worse. And Druckenmiller will operate out of the shotgun. Virginia Tech trailed by 10 points in the first half. A late touchdown to make it a 3-point game at the break. Nebraska scored first here in the second half. Under pressure, it's dumped off to Parker's juggling catch. And he picks up 8 out to the 28-yard line. Octavius McFarland the tackle.
We talked about counter, the backside guard and tackle. The guard gets the kick, the tackle gets the seal inside. Benning steps up and watches acceleration through the hole. He's doing a great job taking advantage. Zadisco on the block, Anderson with the second one, and now he runs away from the corners who have bad support angles there. But a great job by Damon Benning.
Second and a long 2. Oxendine and Parker in the eye. Druckenmiller shifts them out of the eye. He wants to go deep. Has Cornelius White out there. The ball is caught. And then he lost the football, and they're going to rule it incomplete. Well, how many times have we seen that happen tonight? That was a big problem watching that Holiday Bowl game last night for Washington against Colorado. They dropped all kinds of passes, so that might have been a different game.
And it was like a track meet, but watch what happens here. The inside receiver is going to be working on Mike Follman. The cut, he uses them, turns them all the way around. Now you got to catch the football here. Good effort, but he's got it, he bobbles it. Let's see if this should be, it looks like maybe Follman gets a hand on it. I'm not sure White ever has the football, and it's probably a good call.
3rd down and 2, and Parker with a tough run to get the first down. He had a lot of punishing work to do to get the tough 2 yards. Mike Minter and Octavius McFarland made the tackle. And whistle stopped the play. An official's timeout.
You mentioned a little bit earlier that Druckenmiller's getting a lot done without quality wide receivers. That's twice tonight where the starting wide receivers have dropped wide open post corner routes. And you can't do that if you want to get to the level of Nebraska and be a big time team. You can't do that in this situation.
Looks like they've been in a hurry to run before they catch it, realizing that they have a chance for a big play. Jay Hager, the big tackle, taken up on the last play. 313-pounder. Senior from Easley, South Carolina, making his 35th career start tonight. 3-year starter, second team All Big East this season. And Derek Smith, who backs up at both tackle spots, has taken his place.
And he played real well for Haygood against Virginia 2 weeks ago. Did a nice job against Ashman.
1st and 10. 9 Huskers up around the line of scrimmage. Druckenmiller Wants to go deep again. Again, single coverage, and the ball's overthrown. Well, they're going to keep doing it until they get it right. White was covered by Booker. Good to see him back in the game after taking that block from White in the knee.
Exactly right. But, you know, the thing here is with Nebraska, if you can protect your quarterback against that blitz and that pass rush, you're going to get some deep shots, because what they do is all man-to-man coverage with a free safety. So if you can protect your quarterback and you've got wide receivers who can get off press coverage, you're going to have some opportunities. The key is taking advantage of them.
They've thrown in the direction of White 4 times now, and they've only had 1 completion to Cornelius White. 2nd down and 10. 24-14 Nebraska. 3rd quarter.
8 men in the box for Nebraska. Very aggressive.
Snapped it with 2 on the play clock. Oxendine dragging tacklers across the 35. Gain of 5 for the man they call Ox, and that's a fitting nickname.
Has this been a statement game for him or what?
So
ran for over 100 yards in the first half, had another 40 yards in receptions in the first half. He had 141 total yards in the first half, and now he's rushed for 141 in the game.
3rd down and 5.
They come.
The rush well picked up. Druckenmiller throws a strike. That time it's caught by Brian Jennings. He's been one of the few sure-handed targets. First down for Virginia Tech with 7:46 left in the 3rd quarter.
Good job moving the chains, understanding what you need to get a first down. Frank Beamer spent an entire period in practice. They call it the 3rd down drill. And the whole concern was that the tight ends and wide receivers knew exactly where that first down marker was, getting beyond it so that they could come back to the football and still make the first down.
The ball nearly slipped through Jennings' hand, we saw on the replay. He only had 12 catches in the regular season, has 3 tonight. 7th play of the drive is a run. Oxendine tackled by Mike Minter and John Hess. Hess is a senior from Lincoln. This is his first year as a starter. He wound up as a first-team All-Big 12 player.
That's him right there, folks. Watch him make the play. Good job reading, reacting, and along with Minter making the play.
Well, the Huskers gang up on Oxendine. He got 2 before he was driven back. And it'll be 3rd and long again, and that's been a story tonight. 3rd and long most of the night for the Hokies.
Sure has, and that's because of their inability to produce on first down in the run game.
Frank Beamer, Virginia Tech graduate. His 10th season at Tech, 50 years old. Big East Coach of the Year for the 2nd consecutive year. 3rd down and 7 near midfield. Nebraska leads by 10 points. Druckenmiller stood in and fires a bullet to Jennings. First down into Nebraska territory at the 32-yard line.
Boy, what a good job in the offensive backfield by number 34, Marcus Parker, picking up the blitz. Here comes Hess from the right, McFarland from the left. Watch the contact with McFarland right there in the hole. That is the key to provide the hole for Druckenmiller to complete the pass to Jennings.
Great job by that big offensive line. Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, watched his guys come up with 47 sacks this season. 2 shy of the school record set in 1985.
One of the most respected coaches on either side of the ball in the country.
Oxendine wrapped up and driven back by Jared Tomich. They'll give him the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Talked about Charlie McBride. This year, a great idea. The Frank Broyles Award given to the outstanding assistant coach in Division I college football. There are the 5 finalists. Mickey Andrews, the defensive coordinator of Florida State, won the award. Charlie McBride was one of the 5 finalists selected by that panel. And when those guys think a lot of you, that's saying something.
That's blue ribbon right there. There's 6 of the best names in the history of college football. He's one of the 5 finalists. And congratulations to Mickey Andrews from Florida State.
Great to see assistant coaches get recognition. They do so much great work. And the pass incomplete off the hands of Oxendine. It'll be 3rd and long again.
Been a long, time-consuming drive here for Virginia Tech. They've run off a lot of plays, but they need to come away at the end of this with some points. You're down 10. You've got to stay. You can't let them separate too far.
They've had the ball in this drive for 4.5 minutes. They had almost a 2-to-1 edge in the first half. Chiron Stith into the game now. Oxendine out. On 3rd down and just more than 10.
Safety blitz.
Druckenmiller throws, has a man. This time it's caught by White. Touchdown Hokies.
Great job of recognition of the safety blitz, both by the quarterback and the wide receiver. Here they come. Number 1, the linebackers coming. Number 16, Stokes. Druckenmiller knows he's going to take a shot, but he takes it, delivers the football anyway. It's just a fly pattern against the true freshman Brown. That ball is right on the money, and Druckenmiller knew he was going to take a heavy shot.
And a sigh of relief on the Hokie sideline as the ball was caught. Shane Graham, the freshman, out of the extra point. Once again, it's a 3-point game at the FedEx Orange Bowl.
A company most people never heard of is changing the way we fight cancer and kidney failure. By inducing the body to produce blood cells, chemotherapy and anemia patients are gaining new strength. Helping to grow blood cells helped Amgen become the world's largest independent biotech company. Where do you learn about companies with such pioneering spirit? Exactly. NASDAQ.com.
Justice, they will devote their lives. For the sake of America, they will fight for the truth. In the name of glory, they will risk it all. Just call us, Jag. In the courtroom or on the killing fields.
We're unarmed.
Fake it. The nation's best defense is a pair of criminal prosecutors. Commander Harmon Rabb.
I was always a sucker for dress whites.
Major Sarah McKenzie.
Major, I never had you pegged for such a romantic.
New year, new network, new champions. Jag premieres CBS Friday.
Well, Eric Johnson, the outside linebackers coming on the outside. The free safety, Eric Stokes from the inside. Talk about recognition, fly pattern up top. The offensive line does a great job. Druckenmiller knows somebody's going to come loose. He delivers the football. Touchdown, Virginia Tech. Hey, are you as happy about that as I am?
He just wanted someone to hug and celebrate with and grab the referee.
You know, and Tech was 4 for 4 on 3rd down conversions. That's the sign of a quality offensive football team.
The touchdown was 33 yards on 3rd down and 10. Back to a 3-point game. Kibble pops up a short kickoff. Fielded by Benning at the 16. He has a lane. Damon Benning brings it all the way back to the 39. So advantage Nebraska in a big way on the kickoffs tonight. Cody Whipple made the tackle for Virginia Tech, a backup free safety out of Milford Academy in Connecticut. One of 4 players in this game who played at Milford Academy. Jason Peter of Nebraska, Billy Conati, Gennaro DiNapoli, and Whipple for Virginia Tech. Outstanding drive by the Hokies. 80 yards. 3rd touchdown pass of the night by Druckenmiller. Only 1 possession in the second half for Nebraska. They scored a touchdown. Benning slips down at the 44-yard line, but another quality gain of 5 on 1st down for the Huskers.
Staying right on target on 1st down, picking up 4 or 5 yards at a pop. Good job that time by Zadiska, the right guard. And Benning's, you know, he's really doing a nice job stepping it up and having a good, solid football game.
I mentioned Milford Academy. There's the coach at that school in the orange shirt and the glasses.
Right up there.
Good job, Mike. That's Jeff Bavino, very proud of his players on both sides tonight. Frost in trouble on the option. Turned it up the field. Good decision. He got very close to a first down. Looks to be about a yard short. Frost started his collegiate career at Stanford. As he said the other day when we chatted with him, very few good high school football players leave the state of Nebraska. He did because he wanted to play for Bill Walsh, and you can understand that. Walsh left Stanford. Frost left, came back to Nebraska. And Tom Osborne feels he's a little bit behind in the option game because he hasn't been in the program for 3 or 4 years.
It was fun talking to him because you could tell he loved what he learned from Bill Walsh, but he had a heck of a lot more to learn on the option game here.
On third down. First down picked up by Damon Benning as he crossed midfield.
Good football player right there, Grant Wistrom. Short yardage situation, power eye. It's all about pushing the pile. Cornell Brown gets blocked, and a good job, first down.
First and 10 at the 49. Frost peels back to throw and throws behind his intended target. He was looking for Sean Wheating, the third string wingback.
Interesting little play they got in the power eye, just like they were in the short yardage play before that. Play action tried to sneak Wheating up there, but a good job by Tech.
Well, we had beautiful weather throughout the week for these two teams. Sunny every day, around 80 degrees, but now a little light rain falling at Pro Player Stadium.
It's better than Philly and Boston right now, Sean.
Yes, it is, Mike. Second and 10. Option pitch. Benning on the green grass ahead of him. Torian Gray and Cornell Brown. Pearson Prelo as well. In on the play for Tech to stop him short of the first down at the 43. Third down and a long 3 upcoming. Time of possession still almost 2-1 in favor of the Hokies.
A lot of people would have thought that graphic would have been reversed tonight. Big favorite Nebraska, but I'll tell you what, folks, these are two very similar football teams right here.
Huskers lead by 3 points late in the third quarter. Third down and 3. Frost, a lot of time to throw, and it is caught. Lauren Johnson with the coverage slipped down. Shevin Wiggins was wide open. Had he been able to stay on his feet while making the catch, he had a lot of running room because there was no defender nearby. First down to the 33-yard line.
Well, he had two guys wide open here, both Wiggins and Jeff Lake on the curl. Ball was a little bit underthrown here on the bootleg. This is the kind of play I think Nebraska's got to run. A little bootleg action. If he can stay on his feet, that's a big play.
Throw from Frost a little bit low. Nebraska marched right down the field on its only prior possession here in the second half. They're moving again. Quarterback draw. Frost ran into Simonis. And the play ends at the 30-yard line. Frost from a Nebraska family. Simonis from a Tech family. Scott Frost's dad, Larry, played fullback at Nebraska. His mother, a great track athlete.
Watch what happens. A little pass set, and then you release. Pass set, release, and he's looking for the seam right up in the middle. Pass set, go get him. And there's the hole right there. This guy's an athlete. He ran a 1.52 10-yard dash, one of the best on the team.
Second and 6, 8th play of the drive. The fullback, Makovica, able to squirt out of a tackle. He's very close to a first down inside the 25. Old Makovica's brother Jeff was the starting fullback for Nebraska last year. How about the story Scott Frost told us about his family? We mentioned his dad Larry was a halfback at Nebraska in the late 60s. His mom Carol, the first Nebraska female track athlete to participate in the Olympics in '68. She won a gold medal in the discus at the Pan Am Games in '67. Says mom is the best athlete in the family, and she's the one I go play catch with in the backyard. She puts on the receiving glove. I can throw the ball as hard as I can from 20 yards away, and she'll catch the football.
And he didn't even hesitate. He said mom's the best.
Another 3rd and 1. Frost keeps. And it is a first down. Frost's dad was his head high school football coach at Wood River in Nebraska. And Mrs. Frost, Carol, is the receivers coach.
At least in the front yard.
No, he is actually the receivers coach and the defensive backfield coach for the high school football team.
Sean, you know what's kind of interesting here in the second half? You're starting to see the offenses take over a little bit in the football game right now. First half, a little bit more of a defensive struggle, but both offenses got it going right now. Tech makes the big drive down the field. Here comes Nebraska right back.
There's an injured Hokie on the play. Cotton Bowl Classic comes your way tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern Time. Number 14 Kansas State against BYU, looking for that record 14th win of the season. Then the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl at 8 Eastern Time. Penn State and Texas.
Jopa and John Makovic, and I wonder if Makovic is going to stay at Texas. I mean, he's got some NFL experience, and who knows, this could be his last collegiate game.
Cornell Brown appears to be okay as he comes off the field. He missed a couple of games earlier in the year with arthroscopic surgery on his left knee.
Look at the cut block there, right there. No question where it happened. He also hurt that ankle in practice last Friday morning.
10th play of the drive. It's 1st and 10. Nebraska on the move. Benning wants to throw. He throws to the end zone and flags are down. Interference against Lauren Johnson. Lance Brown, the intended receiver. And Johnson collided with him in the end zone.
Let's remember the college rule, though. It doesn't go to the point of contact on the interference. It's 15 yards, or in this case, half the distance. So they'll go from about the 24 down to the 12. No question about the pass interference. Good call, though, Sean, huh? A little play action.
Pass interference on the defense. 15 yards from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Ball's underthrown. Johnson's got to get his head on a swivel and locate the football instead of just running into Lance Brown. In college football, there's no such thing as face guarding, but the contact is obviously illegal in that situation.
Johnson guilty of pass interference. The walk-off moves the ball inside the 10. Makovic and Benning in the eye behind Frost. 4th penalty tonight on Tech, 3 on the defense. Frost, the pitch to Benning. Good catch of the low pitch. And the tackle made by Tony Morrison with help from Torian Gray.
That Joel Makovic can knock some people down. Took the fake, knocked a couple people down on the corner. Damon Benning gets right in behind him. Heskew with the good cutoff block from the center position. There's the pitch. Gets right in behind Makovic. Good solid first down play.
Makovic, we mentioned his brother Jeff, the fullback last year, and their dad John was a great NAIA All-American player at Kearney State in the late 60s and was in the Nebraska College Football Hall of Fame. 2nd and goal to 6. Benning stumbles to the goal line. Touchdown!
Big offensive tackle. Adam True ran in the end zone with him. This is the counter again. Backside guard and tackle. This time it's Taylor and True. Right in the hole. And look, Adam True's just pulling him right into the end zone with him. Dixman gets the block. Excuse me, Taylor on the block. And here comes True. Along with Benning.
Great job by Benning while he was going down to lunge for the end zone. His 2nd touchdown of the night. Brown adds the extra point. And once again, the lead is 10. For the 3rd time tonight, the Huskers have a 10-point advantage late in the 3rd quarter in Miami.
It's a little pill to fight gas. It's fast. It's concentrated. It's powerful. It's a soft gel with no taste. Try extra strength Gas X soft gels or great tasting chewable tablets.
Once a single library held the knowledge of the world. Centuries later, data was still controlled by an elite few. Then Oracle freed everyone to work with databases. Today, Oracle is putting the knowledge of the world online.
It will forever change our markets and our culture.
Where do you learn about companies whose future is as limitless as our hunger to know? Exactly. NASDAQ.com.
When gas makes me feel like this, I take a little pill like this.
Gas X Soft Gels. As much gas medicine as this much Mylanta. Concentrated for fast relief. Try Gas X Soft Gels or great-tasting chewable tablets.
This year, give someone a birthday cake they can't eat, but they'll still love. The birthday flower cake from 1-800-Flowers. With 1-800-Flowers, giving someone a truly special birthday gift is a piece of cake.
Larry Hagman returns to CBS in a powerful new dramatic series.
You wouldn't be offering my colleague a bribe now, would you?
In a city filled with secrets, there's one man who has all the answers.
I know, and you know, you're guilty as hell.
Totally unorthodox.
Oh, my.
Highly respected. He controls Orleans.
A family is a very precious and fragile thing, and you destroyed it.
Where things are done a little differently.
And I'm going to take you down.
Orleans, CBS, January 8th.
We welcome you back live to the 1996 FedEx Orange Bowl from Pro Players Stadium. Just outside downtown Miami. 20 seconds left in the third quarter. And Nebraska leads again by 10. Kris Brown will be trying for a touchback again. Not this time. Scales will have a chance to run it back from the 5. And he did well to get to the 20.
We talked about the counter, premier play, the backside guard and tackle. In this case, Taylor and True will pull, get the kick out block. They hand the ball off to Benning, and he uses their blocks to cut up inside for a touchdown. Now here's the touchdown. Watch what happens with the backside guard and tackle. They will pull out. There's the block by Taylor. True comes through, and instead of getting ahead, he kind of grabs his elbow and pulls him into the end zone. Not quite like you diagram it, but effective nonetheless.
61 yards. Nebraska starting to make it look easy on offense against the Tech defense. Down to the last play of the quarter. Ken Oxendine picks up a yard before he was tackled by Jay Foreman, the son of the former great Minnesota Viking Chuck Foreman. That's the end of the third quarter. The score: Nebraska 31, Virginia Tech 21. CBS Sports coverage of the FedEx Orange Bowl will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
Our engineers gave it the largest interior in its class. They made room for the biggest engine available and specified the longest wheelbase. Then they added one more surprise: the taut, precise steering feel of a sports sedan. So when Sport Truck Magazine named the new Dodge Dakota Sport Truck of the Year, we were honored, but not surprised. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
CBS. Welcome home.
What would happen if you took all this Big Red Spirit and put it into a cellular phone? You'd get the Husker phone only at Alliance Cellular. This new Husker wide receiver is available in a quality Motorola flip or bag phone, with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phone from Alliance Cellular. There's a lot of Big Red Spirit in this little phone.
That was some kick.
Absolutely.
Good kick, man.
My man Chuck with the twisted ankle kicked the 25-yard.
I've been really talking about this for years. Did we ever tell you ladies about the kick?
It was pouring rain. This guy Chuck with the broken leg kicked the game winner from 45 yards.
Did I ever tell you kids about the kick?
It was a freak November blizzard. And then your dad, in a full body cast, hit that miracle kick from 68 yards.
Things just seem to get better around the Pizza Hut pizza. You'll love the stuff we're making.
The granddaddy of them all. The grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford. It's the biggest, and it's the absolute best 5 days of the year to buy. Every vehicle will carry a grand finale clearance price that you can't afford to pass up. Choose a new 1997 Ford Ranger, only $99.99, or a new 97 Ford Taurus, just $16,499. We simply don't want to carry inventory over into next year. During the grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford, 1901 West O Street, Lincoln. Don't miss it.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
15 minutes remaining in regulation time. Nebraska once again with a 10-point lead. Sean McDonough with Mike Mayock. And the game now keeps going back and forth between a 3-point lead for Nebraska and a 10-point lead. Sooner or later, the Tech defense is going to have to step up and stop somebody.
You know, it's neat. It's like a great heavyweight fight. Nebraska keeps hitting them with the left hook, and it looks like they might be down. And here comes Tech on another long drive. I mean, if this continues, they're not going to be the only ones tired out there. I think you and I will be too.
2nd and 10 on the first play of the 4th quarter. Virginia Tech at its own 20. Druckenmiller under a 4-man rush. Has to drop it off in the flat. Oxendine with some running room. On a block from Sean Scales and made it all the way out to the 40 for a gain of 20. Eric Johnson and Eric Stokes combining on the stop on Oxendine. He only had 4 receptions in the entire regular season. He has 3 tonight.
You know, I am so impressed with those two guys, Druckenmiller and Oxendine. He will take another shot. Wistrom from the backside. Peter coming up the middle. He delivers it right on target, in stride, and Oxendine does the rest. Huge games for those two guys.
4th quarter underway. Marcus Parker. A couple out to the 42. In the courtroom or on the killing fields, the nation's best defense is a pair of criminal prosecutors. David James Elliott is commander. Harmon Rabb. Don't miss the series premiere of Jag here on CBS Friday at 9 Eastern Time, 8 Central. 2nd and 8. Shifted from the shotgun into the eye. Play clock at 3. And timeout call. That could hurt them later on.
You hate to burn one this early in the half. You just, oh boy, do they come back to kill you later on.
They were over the ball a long time, but Druckenmiller couldn't make up his mind.
Today, some very unlikely people woke up and decided to change the world. A small shop owner set wheels in motion in faraway lands. A young designer made people sit up and take notice oceans away. A publisher stirred imaginations and turned classrooms into kingdoms. And a dressmaker helped brides everywhere become just that much more enchanting. How did such ordinary people come by such extraordinary powers? Believe it or not, all it took was the wave of a wand. The simple touch of a finger that let them open new doors, create excitement, and reach farther than ever before. People didn't always possess such global power, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works.
In a national tasting of regular and iced beers, Brewmasters named one beer the best tasting beer in America, Old Milwaukee. So when you want the best tasting beer, now you know where to turn.
Let's get real. Brakes stop your wheels, but tires stop your car. Goodyear AquaTread 2 has a deeper, wider aqua channel than the original AquaTread to sweep water away for outstanding wet traction. AquaTread, only from Goodyear.
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl has been sponsored by FedEx. Just what you want, just when you want it. It wasn't always this way, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works. Goodyear, #1 in tires. And by AT&T, your true choice.
And light rain has begun to fall again. We'd like to thank the Blockbuster Blimp for providing us with these beautiful aerial views. It's flying over this event at an altitude of 1,000 feet. Nebraska 31, Virginia Tech 21. Just more than 14 minutes remaining in the 63rd FedEx Orange Bowl. 2nd down, a short 8 for Virginia Tech, operating from their own 43-yard line. Druckenmiller forced to burn a timeout. And just a 4-man rush. And Druckenmiller's pass is incomplete. Another ball that could have been caught and was not. Brian Jennings, who's been one of the few short-handed receivers tonight for the Hokies, had it bounce off his fingertips.
got a little game here. You're going to have your All-American come around, and you're going to have Jason Peter come this way. He just about gets to the quarterback. Wistrom goes around, little twist, little stunt, just about gets to Druckenmiller, forces the ball to be delivered. Those two guys can really get it going, Wistrom and Peter.
Possibility Wistrom might forego his senior year. That decision will be made after this game. Druckenmiller decides to run. Excellent decision. Jim Druckenmiller slides down at the 41-yard line of Nebraska with a first down. McFarland closest in pursuit as Druckenmiller went into the slide. A gain of 16. Another important third down conversion.
Once again, the recognition by Jim Druckenmiller on third down. Out of the gun, Conatee looking left and right, step up into the pocket. The safeties have separated. Plenty of room. This time they're going to get a good piece of Wistrom. Haygood actually blocking two people. Great job on Wistrom.
Deep drop, Druckenmiller. He runs out of time. Now he's going to run again. Slides at the 31. And he's close to a first down. Took a pop from Jamel Williams as he went into the slide. Jason Peter forced Druckenmiller out of the pocket.
Now everybody said this guy can't run, he can't get it done, he doesn't have feet. Well, watch Jason Peter, almost gets him there. He steps up in, ducks away. I don't care if he doesn't look fast. The guy has the presence, the understanding of the game, and the physical ability to get it done. That's Jim Kelly waiting to happen right there, folks, number 16.
Druckenmiller from Northampton, Pennsylvania, between Allentown, PA, and New York City. He's 20-3 in his career as the starting quarterback. Waited behind Maurice DeShazo, the all-time leader in total offense at Virginia Tech. And Druckenmiller thought a couple of times about transferring. He's awfully glad he didn't.
Completely different style quarterbacks, too. DeShazo was a great option quarterback. They got in the eye. Ricky Bussell knew what he had, and they really took advantage of DeShazo's talent. That's why I like Bussell so much. Now he's got a big drop-back guy. His offensive scheme is definitely flexible enough to take advantage of whatever skills you have at that position.
Out of high school, the only other school approaching Jim Druckenmiller about playing football is East Stroudsburg. He went to Fort Union Military Academy, then to Virginia Tech on a scholarship. Second and 1. Lots of time still on the play clock. Oxendine.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
He's back at the 50-yard line and in a heap of trouble. Oh, what a big play.
Whoa.
Second and inches. Now third down and about 20.
Wow. Ken Oxendine is a smart enough kid to say, why did I do that?
And there is a flag on the play. And it gets worse for Virginia Tech.
Second and inches on the 31-yard line in field goal position. Now you're fighting for your life back on your own side of the line of scrimmage. Just a little ISO play. He gets pushed back but right there you just got to go down. That was Jared Tomich doing a great job fighting through the block of TJ Washington. Sometimes you got to know when to fold your tents and get down.
What a huge play. Virginia Tech had a sequence much like this in the first half as well.
Exactly right. Can't self-destruct against a team like Nebraska. They're just too good. They'll take advantage of it.
They had second and about a foot at the 31-yard line of Nebraska. Now they're back at their own 41.
Wow. Still second down.
Here's a penalty. Sort of a mixed blessing there.
Yeah, here's a situation where you're not going to get it all back in one shot. You're going to try and get 12 to 15 yards and give yourself a realistic shot on third down.
Under 13 minutes remaining now. Druckenmiller throws short. Another drop by Jennings. That's the story of the night for the Virginia Tech offense.
Yeah, they've had two or maybe probably 3 or 4 drops by the wide receivers. That was the first one by Jennings, who's had a pretty good game tonight. Maybe the second one by Jennings.
He had one a moment ago.
Right.
Third down to the mile now. 3rd and 27. Nebraska leads 31-21. Only 2 wide receivers on the field. And lots of men up around the line of scrimmage for Nebraska. They shift into the I.
Or on draw, something like that.
Druckenmiller going deep again. Scales is out there. It's too long. Overthrown by about 2 yards. He was running with 2 defenders, but he was open.
Yeah, I don't get that. 3rd and about 1 million. How do you beat somebody deep on a post cut? I don't get that one. Here you got Scales isolated initially on Michael Foreman, and he's going to get free safety help also. That's just a post route down the middle of the field. Why is the free safety running like that, 3 yards behind in that situation?
Jimmy Kibble to punt. Another short, wobbly kick. Fortunately for Kibble, it took a bounce. Coleman flags down a clip against Cheatham, a very obvious clip. And perhaps for the first time tonight, field position swings in favor of Virginia Tech.
Lucky bounce for Kibble, and then a bad penalty by Cheatham are going to combine to put them back inside the 10.
Tom Osborne told us a couple of days ago the reason he always has 3 men back, or usually has 3 men back to catch the punts, is for that reason. He doesn't want the ball hitting the ground. They've been very successful in punt returns over the years using that system.
You know, Sean, he's old school. 3 guys back for that exact reason. And then on punt team, he goes tight punt. He will not put ends out either way just for that reason.
Nebraska will begin at its own 5 in a moment.
Here's the thing. Most long-distance plans, very complicated.
Oh, yeah.
But the AT&T one-rate plan, very simple.
How simple?
Calls from home are 1 low rate all the time.
How much?
It's 15 cents a minute to anybody in America at any time.
And this is AT&T.
That's right.
1 rate all the time.
Exactly.
Is there any time when this is not the rate?
There is no time when this is not the rate.
I don't get it.
Am I just being unclear?
No restrictions, no games. The AT&T one-rate plan.
Come on, Scotty, give me a fry.
America's favorite fries. McDonald's. Go get them.
Please.
Get your own, man.
The Nissan year-end sales event. Buying a new Nissan has never been easier. The Nissan year-end sales event ends January 6th.
The body has been hidden. The killer's identity has been concealed. 2 men know the truth. One is a master thief. The other is the most powerful man in the world. Clint Eastwood. Absolute power. Rated R. Opens everywhere February 7th.
When is the best time to buy new clothes? Right now at Sears, where you'll save an extra 25% on clearance priced winter apparel for you, your guy, and the whole family. Now is the best time to buy, but only at Sears.
Guess who's coming to dinner?
Mr. Lucas, how'd you like to have dinner with the president?
Who's paying? Guess who's on an all-new Cosby Big Company Monday?
Here in the Orange Bowl, Virginia Tech had the lead briefly, 7-0 on a touchdown reception by Marcus Parker. A field goal by Kris Brown made it 7-3. Then Nebraska took the lead for the first time at 10-7 on cross touchdown run. The lead went to 10 points for the first time on Peters' recovery and 31-yard with a run with a fumble by Jim Druckenmiller. Late touchdown just before the half made it 17-14. We'll continue the summary as time permits. Bud Foster, the defensive coordinator, hoping that his group can stop Nebraska for the first time in the second half. 2 possessions for the Huskers. and 2 touchdowns.
Well, we had talked about that 180-yard barrier. Nebraska was approaching it on that last series. They may be over it now. They've got 173 yards. We've got 12 minutes left in the game.
Jay Sims, the I-back now. Good fake by Frost. Man wide open, and it's dropped. Wow. Tough catch for Sheldon Jackson as he was twisting and turning. Put his left hand up, and it clanged off it. But he was behind the defense and had a chance to go 95 if they had completed that play.
And boy, do I like the call there by Tom Osborne. Backed up in your own 5-yard line. Tech, 8-man front, aggressive. Torian Gray, number 14, bit on the fake, allowing Jackson to get behind him. If he gets a better pass out in front of him, as Sean just said, he's still running. A lot of missed opportunities tonight, Sean, both teams.
That's the 3rd drop by Nebraska. Tech's had more than that. Sims remains, the I-back. They give it to the fullback, Schuster. He's out near the 9-yard line, a gain of 4 for Schuster. Ryan's a senior from Fullerton, Nebraska, married. He and his wife Chelsea have 2 children, a 1-year-old daughter Samantha, a son Ryan, who was born 2 days before the Big 12 championship game earlier this month.
It was kind of a mixed week for them, huh?
Yeah. He's also the cousin of former Husker quarterback Jerry Godowski. There's a big play upcoming right here. Virginia Tech could use 3 plays and a punt with the clock running under 12 minutes remaining, and with Nebraska leading by 10. 3rd and 6. Frost throws, first down, and almost breaking free was Chevin Wiggins. He was tripped up by Keon Carpenter, or that might have been a lengthy play.
Nice job by Scott Frost. He had 2 receivers in that route. He looked off to the wide guy, came back across his body to Chevin Wiggins. And as you just said, Sean, that's a key first down here. Good job coming back across his body, spotting Wiggins. He did a good job looking off Pearson Kralow.
3 catches for Wiggins, all of them on 3rd down. Clock under 11.5 minutes remaining now. Frost has an alley, and he's close to another first down. This Nebraska offense has been unstoppable here in the 2nd half. Myron Newsom and Torian Gray made the play on Frost, and they are going to measure.
You know, when you ask people about the Nebraska wide receivers, they all start off by saying, boy, can they block. And on that play on the option, the split end, Brendan Holbein from the left side of your screen will come in, make the key block on Simonis right there. That's Kenny Cheatham, excuse me, on Simonis. Simonis had quarterback, and once he's eliminated, they've got to get a quicker replacement by the corner.
Frost came up about a foot short of the first down. Frost struggled at the start of the season, as you might expect. Hadn't played much football since his senior year in high school. Spent a couple of years at Stanford as a backup to Steve Stenstrom, then sat out a year as a transfer. He's got much better as the season has gone along. He felt that he was unfairly made a scapegoat earlier in the year, particularly after the loss against Arizona State. He said, I didn't play very well, but a lot of guys didn't play very well.
See, the problem is they're comparing him to the guy that just left, who was a special football player by the name of Tommy Frazier. That's an unfair comparison for a guy in his first year as a starter. And if you want to even take it on the macro level, they're comparing this whole team to the last 3 teams, and that's probably unfair too.
Also comparing Frost to Brooke Behringer, the former Husker quarterback who was killed in a plane crash in April. You see the number 18 decals on the back of the Nebraska helmets. They've dedicated this season to the memory of Brooke Behringer. Nothing fancy on 2nd and inches. The fullback Schuster picks up the first down. They move the chains and keep the clock moving. Tony Morrison made the tackle.
Talk about the importance of first down for offensive teams. Nebraska has run the ball 15 times on first down. 12 of them, they got more than 4 yards. It keeps them on schedule. Makes them in a situation where they're going to have 3rd and short.
From the 35, 1st and 10. Jay Sims, another good gain on first down. He's out to the 40, gain of 5. Keon Carpenter made the tackle.
You know, Nebraska's offensive line is starting to exact its toll. It's probably the best in the country. Here's Sheldon Jackson on All-American Cornell Brown. The turnout block, though, by number 75, Chris Dishman. That's All-American on All-American, and Dishman can't wait to get a piece of Cornell Brown.
Full house backfield now. And the pitch back to Sims. He goes out of bounds, close to another first down. At the 46-yard line, he appears to have the first down. Myron Newsom knocked him out of bounds.
They've had 2 long drives already this half. Here comes the third. Good blocking. The pitch, and here comes the block by number 28, Schuster. Sims in behind. And Sean, you can really see this offensive line from Nebraska really starting to take control of the football game.
Nebraska has not been stopped here in the second half.
59, Hesku's really the key guy. It allowed them to move Taylor from center back to guard and Dishman from guard to tackle. His development as a center over the year allowed them to make the move.
Timeout called by Virginia Tech. They only have 1 remaining, and they're down by 10.
Remarkably enough, the same engine that's used at the Indy 500 powers the all-new Infiniti Q45 luxury performance sedan. And if the new Q45's engine can compete on the track, imagine what it can do for your commute.
Start your New Year's diet. So include the Kellogg's Special K breakfast and make up for the way you ate this holiday season. Kellogg's Special K. Lose the holiday fat.
Excuse me, think your disposable razor shaves as comfortably as his Gillette Sensor XL? Yeah. Well, try Sensor XL. It'll change your mind. After 1 shave with Sensor XL, we bet you don't go back. Because only Sensor XL has protective microfins for extra comfort. Whoa. And self-adjusting blades for extra closeness. Disposables don't. And Sensor XL gives more shaves per blade than any disposable.
Excuse me.
Take the Sensor XL challenge. Bet you don't go back to disposables.
Hey, I want my Sensor XL back. Hey, hey!
More than 7 million Americans trust their retirement savings to Fidelity Investments. One reason is our passion for helping people realize their retirement goals. In fact, our retirement specialists will happily guide you through all your investment options, day or night, to help you plan for a secure, comfortable retirement. And that should be a great comfort to you right now. Visit our branches or our website, or call 1-800-FIDELITY for a free retirement planning guide.
Total yardage still in favor of Virginia Tech, but Nebraska is starting to pile up the rushing yards, 119 of the 200 here in the second half, and we still have 10 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. And the big play in the game remains the only turnover committed by either team, the fumble by Druckenmiller, which was run in by Jason Peter for 31 yards.
And we've got a 10-point game now. Nebraska started this drive on its own 5. It's hard to go 95 without making a mistake.
8th play of the drive. First and 10 at their own 46. Virginia Tech has burned 2 timeouts. Hokies have only 1 remaining.
Go, baby. Go, baby.
And it's a very tired-looking Virginia Tech defense now. Jay Sims with another first down for the Huskers on a pickup of 11.
You make a good point, Sean. They look very tired. Poor tackling. Watch number 1 right in the middle of your screen, Keon Carpenter. He's not touched. He's got a clean shot. Come on, you got to make that tackle.
They don't have the depth they would want on defense. A couple of players didn't make the trip for various reasons. Nate Williams, a backup tackle. Myron Edmond, backup linebacker, are not here. Ordinarily, they'd be second teamers. Frost throws, and it's caught for another first down by Jeff Lake. He's down at the 26-yard line. 17 more on the pass play.
If Frost puts this ball on the money, Lake would still be running. They take an inside tight end, run him up the field, and then underneath they clear Lake. If he can catch it in stride, there's nobody within 8 yards of him. But a very good concept. Tight end, Jackson clears, Lake comes underneath.
Lake's a former walk-on. Tom Osborne's had great success with walk-ons over the years. More than 100 players dressed for this game, many of them walk-ons. Jay Sims driven back. One of the few plays that's been stuffed by the Virginia Tech defense. Cornell Brown and Tony Morrison combining on that play.
Spread the field with 4 wides and then hope to run draw inside, but the interior line, Cornell Brown follows down the down block by number 75, Chris Dishman, and makes a heck of a play.
Loss of a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 11. Von Green back on the field now. The only back behind Frost. 2 tight ends in the game. Frost turns it upfield. He's shirt tackled at the 20-yard line by Pearson Prelo. Good decision by Frost. Very intelligent young man. 3.64 grade point average in business administration.
2 plays are killing Virginia Tech right now. The counter and this one right here. Here's speed option. Good decision by Frost. Holds onto the football, picks up more good yardage. And Sean, this is just a classic drive that started on their own 5-yard line. They've gone 75 yards so far.
Chewed up more than 4 minutes. The game clock down to 8:05. 3rd down and 3. Frost. Simonis didn't contain him. Frost throws to the end zone, and it's incomplete. Another man open, another pass off fingertips. Rashawn Jackson was the receiver. Keon Carpenter had the coverage, and Nebraska will opt for a field goal try.
Man, I really like the call, but you got to convert when a guy's this open. What's going to happen is number 34, Rashawn Jackson, after play action, is running the post. Everybody goes this way, quarterback comes back. You got to hit Jackson when he's this wide open. There's the play fake. Look at him down the middle of the field. 5 yards of separation. The ball's thrown late, but it still should be caught.
Kris Brown trying a 37-yard field goal out of Turman's hold, and it is good. A sophomore from Southlake, Texas, Kris Brown, gives Nebraska its largest lead of the night. Now 13 points at 34-21.
Remarkably enough, the same engine that's used at the Indy 500 powers the all-new Infiniti Q45 luxury performance sedan. And if the new Q45's engine can compete on the track, imagine what it can do for your commute.
There is a word, or haven't you heard? The future looks bright today. The world's within reach right down the street. So why don't you come out and play? One word, Blockbuster. One word, Blockbuster. In the summer, fall, winter, or spring, for the latest enjoyment, remember one thing: who brings you tomorrow? We are the one. So just come on and have some fun. One word, Blockbuster. One word, Blockbuster.
You know, no matter how fast the world moves or how many innovations are behind tomorrow's door, there's still one word that brings all the fun together: Blockbuster.
One word, Blockbuster.
Well, Visa Gold bought you the clubs and the clothes and 3 rounds at breathtaking Pebble Beach. The one thing it couldn't buy you was a single decent shot.
I quit! Finish without me!
I can't. Those were my clubs.
Fortunately, it had enough purchasing power for your next set of clubs.
Graphite.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Are you excited about New Year's Eve?
Dave is.
Then I'm staying up,
because Tom Arnold's dropping by. I'm there, dude, tonight on The Late Show.
Nebraska in its 16th Orange Bowl. Virginia Tech in its first. The Huskers lead 34-21. Nebraska 6-9 all time in the Orange Bowl. Only 2-7 under Tom Osborne, but they'll always remember their last appearance here as they won their first national championship for Coach Osborne. Kris Brown's kicked off, downed again. That's the 5th time that's happened. Sean Scales took a knee. That was a big field goal instead of a touchdown, which it easily could have been, because now Virginia Tech is still within 2 touchdowns, and as we've seen, they can score quickly.
Yeah, bottom line is you're down 13 with 7:52 left. 2 touchdowns wins a football game, so there's plenty of time, but it's got to start here scoring, but then it's got to be transferred to the Virginia Tech defense because they've got to stop people.
Out of the shotgun. And they shift once again into the I. Parker and Oxendine. Druckenmiller running away from Tomich, took it down and threw, and it is incomplete. Mike Minter looked like he was going to have an interception, but he couldn't hang on.
Bad decision by Druckenmiller, but I don't think we haven't seen a defensive back or a wide receiver catch a pass all day, have we?
If he caught that, both teams would try to move him to their offense.
Bootleg. Druckenmiller makes a poor decision. Late back across the middle. You never do that. It looks like, though, maybe in all fairness, I think the ball was tipped by 28 Jamel Williams right there, and that's why Minter didn't catch the football. So we got to give him a break there. Sorry, Michael. Going to the Senior Bowl this year along with a bunch of his teammates.
Very religious young man. He grew up in Lawton, Oklahoma. He said, I was always a Nebraska fan. I used to drive my friends and family crazy in a Nebraska-Oklahoma game every year. I cheer for Nebraska.
It's just something about that red and white. Had to play here.
And Druckenmiller's coming to the sideline.
Looks like the trainer pointed to his eye. He probably has a cut. Once they stop the game, he's got to come out. They've got to bring another guy in unless they want to burn their final timeout.
Al Clark is the backup quarterback. Last year in the preseason, Clark and Druckenmiller had a spirited battle to see who would be the #1 quarterback. Druckenmiller won the battle, and as a result, the Hokies have had 2 excellent years. Jim Druckenmiller has missed on his last 4 pass attempts. Clark steps into 2nd and 10 from his own 20.
This might be a one-play situation here for Al Clark.
They don't ask him to do anything too dramatic. The handoff to the fullback Parker. Now that's a gain of 3. Larry Hagman is returning to CBS. New dramatic series, Orleans. He plays a judge who bends the rules but never breaks the law. The 2-hour series premiere comes your way Wednesday on CBS. Druckenmiller back at quarterback. Al Clark can say he played in the Orange Bowl. Big play. 3rd down and a long 7. Only a 4-man rush, but they put pressure on Druckenmiller, and his pass is incomplete. Pressure from Tomich forced the incompletion, and Frank Beamer has no choice. He has to punt with 7 minutes left.
Those defensive linemen from Nebraska, man, they can run. Tomich and Wistrom are so quick. Their first step off the ball is impressive. And Sean, what it's really come down to is that the big guys on both sides of the line of scrimmage for Nebraska have dominated the football game in the second half.
This is the first 3 and out of the night for Virginia Tech. Coleman is very deep, standing at his own 35-yard line.
Kibble can't get it there.
No, he's not had a good night punting.
Low liner.
It is caught by Octavius McFarland. And he gets banged down by Jamel Smith at the 45-yard line. 40-yard punt, but again low and returnable. And an 8-yard return by McFarland. 6:50 remaining in Miami.
Give me a large fry, supersize.
I got it. It's time to pick the '97 NBA All-Star team.
Anything the kid wants.
And you can vote for your favorite players.
I love that haircut, man.
Where they serve America's favorite fries, McDonald's. Vote today.
It's your world, baby.
Remarkably enough,
The same engine that's used at the Indy 500 powers the all-new Infiniti Q45 luxury performance sedan. And if the new Q45's engine can compete on the track, imagine what it can do for your commute.
It is a test, not just of strength, but of the power of the mind. And if you complete the journey, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Say you're a retailer with 87 stores and you sell a zillion different items. How do you keep all that inventory from spinning out of control? You find a partner who can move the right stuff to the right store 24 hours a day and get it there just in time. It's integrated logistics from Ryder. Nothing improves your bottom line like Ryder know-how.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue #1, so don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports continues on the road to the Final Four as Player of the Year candidate Tim Duncan leads the unbeaten second-ranked Wake Forest Demon Deacons into Cameron Indoor Stadium for an ACC showdown with Coach K's number 13 Duke Blue Devils. It all comes your way next Saturday at 4 Eastern on CBS Sports, home of the NCAA Championship. Jim Druckenmiller on the headset. Ricky Bustle. Time running out.
He looks a little beat up there, doesn't he?
Yep. He's been under siege all night.
I'll say. And he's stuck in there just like Ricky Bustle said he would. He took every hit.
A game of field position, and Nebraska's had a great edge. And fresh legs from Amon Green. And he's all the way down to the 33-yard line. Antonio Banks brought him down after a gain of 22.
Fresh legs, you're not kidding, man. All of a sudden, you got an All-American type tailback in the game late in the fourth quarter with fresh legs. Great job by Zadiska and Anderson. The right guard and tackle here and here. They're going to pull out. Good job by Zadiska. Now Green gets in behind Anderson. Breaks the tackle once again of Torian Gray. In the open field, he is a bear.
When he's fully healthy, he's the fastest player on the team. Clocked at 4.34 in the 40. This is his fourth carry of the night. And he is wrestled back down to the ground by Waverly Jackson. He's the emotional leader of that Tech defense. We watched him at practice on Saturday give a spirited speech to the entire team after practice, telling them stay away from the party scene. We're here to play football.
Yeah, I got a kick out of it. It was kind of fun, and we talked to some of the players later to ask them what Waverly said, and every one of them said he kind of warned us in no uncertain terms that if we didn't get focused on this game and away from the party scene, we'd have to answer to Waverly himself.
Second down and 9. 5:40 remaining. Nebraska leads by 13. Green. A big surprise there. Loose football. And it's recovered by Nebraska. Looked like Rashawn Jackson, the tight end, fell on the fumble. Nebraska has not turned it over tonight. Frank Beamer really needed one there.
See,
Almost got it.
That's the downside to a guy like Green, who has missed a couple of games, has not practiced hard, is not used to the contact. Sure, he's got fresh legs, but he's also not used to protecting the football in a physical game. There's a good hit in there, too.
Rare third down and long now. 3rd and 8. 5 minutes remaining. Some confusion from Nebraska. You saw Tom Osborne hollering a moment ago. Frost is going to throw, as all day. Has a man. The tight end has a first down. Sheldon Jackson. Down at the 20-yard line. A big conversion on 3rd down and 8.
Nice job looking out to the sidelines to his 2 wide receivers and waiting for Jackson to come in, working the middle underneath. Good play call by Tom Osborne.
He calls the plays, and the mix of plays tonight has been very impressive. He scored 34 points on an outstanding defense. They made it look easy here in the second half. Green still an I-back behind Makovica. Frost in trouble. Gets away from Engelberger. But not from Simonis. And he compounded the problem by failing to get out of bounds. Clock stopped with 4:15 remaining. Failing to stay in bounds, I should say. Let's go down to Dave Logan.
Okay, Sean, just want to get you caught up on quarterback Jim Druckenmiller. He lost the contact apparently, and what they've done is the trainers here have found him a new one, so he's good to go. So if they ever get the football back, he will get one last shot in the game tonight. Sean?
And he's hoping for that shot as he looks up at the clock.
Those 200 yards would be increased if they had a couple of balls that were dropped, caught.
Second and 11. And off to the fullback, and Makovica gets stumped. That's a loss on the play. About a half a yard. That'll take the clock down under 4 minutes remaining.
That's a big stop right there. They need another one on 3rd and 11 to force a field goal. And then they need one of those big special teams plays we've been talking about all night, because once it gets to 16, then it gets even tougher. You need 2 touchdowns and two-point conversions just to get it into overtime.
3rd down and 12, 7th play of the drive. Frost has a lot of running room. Frost inside the 10. Touchdown! Great run by Frost.
Now, at some point, we're going to have to give Scott Frost his due. He's done a great job here. Number 67, Aaron Taylor on the seal. Amon Green was supposed to be there for the shovel pass, never showed. Frost had the presence of mind to cut it back. Let's see if he breaks the plane of the goal line. Look at the stretch. Sean, he might not be a great passer. He may not be a great runner, but he's a very good college quarterback.
Kris Brown drills the extra point. And the Huskers are on their way to victory. It appears in the FedEx Orange Bowl, leading by 20 with 3:26 remaining.
Take a stroll down memory lane at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
You crushed my knee. It was your toes. You broke my ribs.
It was your nose.
Ah, yes. I remember it well. You sacked me once.
I sacked it twice.
In pouring rain.
No, it was nice.
Ah, yes.
But when you go, don't forget your Visa card, because the Hall takes the NFL's best, but not American Express.
See ya, Nitschke.
It's Butkus.
Oh, yeah.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Shoe size 19E. If you think they're hard to fill, imagine what it takes to fill the rest of him. Well, new cheese tortellini from Chunky foots the bill. It's loaded with giant ring-shaped pasta stuffed with cheese, plus huge chunks of chicken and tons of vegetables. So if you've got a giant appetite to feed, Campbell's Chunky scores with the big boys. Satisfied? Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Campbell's Chunky, soup that eats like a meal.
They're the nation's best defense. They're known as JAG.
The United States government does not negotiate with drug lords.
The Marine Corps does not leave their own behind.
Those men lay it on the line every day. Some die.
David James Elliott is Commander Harmon Rabb.
You offering to defend me, Commander? Yes, sir.
His partner, Marine Major Sarah McKenzie.
It works better with the safety off.
New year, new network, new champions. JAG premieres CBS Friday.
20-point lead now for Nebraska. It was a 3-point game at halftime, but Nebraska's offense has been unstoppable here in the second half. And Kris Brown has been a key factor with his kickoffs time after time into the end zone. This one will be returnable for Sean Scales. Started at the 8. They hand it off on a reverse. Cornelius White has some running room. looking to pick up blockers. He gets blocks. Cornelius White inside the 30 and all the way to the 25-yard line. So a little trickery on special teams, and it pays off in a big way. Tony Ortiz made the tackle for Nebraska.
Boy, that's a great job. Virginia Tech getting the ball right back down to the 26-yard line with an opportunity to keep playing. Now watch what happens here. Scales with the ball. Starts out on a left return behind the wall. The handoff, perfect timing to White. At this point, he's got a whole group of blockers out ahead of him. They do a good job forcing him back inside right here where the pursuit, the kicker does a good job in the pursuit right there of number 37 from Nebraska, Tony Ortiz.
67 yards on the return, the longest kickoff return allowed by Nebraska this year. Druckenmiller operating out of the shotgun. Four-man rush. Druckenmiller throws and the man open. The defender slipped down, and Stewie slipped down as well while making the catch, but he has a first down at the 10-yard line, and Tech will go without a huddle.
Wow. Michael Minner fell down. If Druckenmiller hits him in stride, that's 6 points in one play.
Clock stopped momentarily while they moved the chains. Now it'll run under 3 minutes on this play. Druckenmiller flushed and throws it over the head of Oxendine. Tomic and old guard putting the pressure on Druckenmiller.
Tomic was a Lombardi finalist, Walter Camp All-American, another one of those guys playing in the Senior Bowl. I mean, look at him, 265 pounds. He runs a 4.65 or a 4.7 40. These guys all fly.
Second and 10. Inside handoff. Cut back Oxendine. He appeared to trip over his own man. Looked like he was tripped up by the left tackle, Jay Haygood.
And looked like he was going to pop through here on the inside handoff out of the shotgun. Conaty's going to peel back on Hess. Good cut right there on Wistrom. Now he's going to trip right over his tackle, Haygood, or that would have been a touchdown.
Third down and 5. They fake it to Oxendine. Druckenmiller throws incomplete. Looking for Scales. Tomic applying pressure. And a field goal really does them no good. They'll have to go for the touchdown on fourth down.
No question about that. I'm amazed he even got the football off in the vicinity that time of Scales. There was so much pressure on Druckenmiller. They're really coming after him now. They're going to have to do something, get rid of the football quickly because they're putting so much pressure on him.
Fourth down and 5. They could get a first down very close to the goal line. Druckenmiller has a lot of time. Throws a strike incomplete. Intended for Gildersleeve. Mike Fullman broke it up. And the Nebraska defense holds after the long kickoff return. And they take over with 2:18 left, and Virginia Tech in possession of only one timeout.
Excellent coverage by Fullman at 5'7", 170. This time they only rushed 4. Druckenmiller had time, but they played a bracket. 3 defensive backs on 2 wide receivers. Watch the drive on the football by Fullman and Gildersleeve. Even if the ball's caught, it's not a first down.
Like
excellent
Fullman
job.
Had the right arm on the back when the ball was coming. He wanted to make sure he didn't see a flag. New quarterback for Nebraska. Matt Turman, the senior from Wahoo, Nebraska. Hands it off to Amon Green. He's out to the 13. There's Turman, who's appeared in 9 games during the regular season.
Now he's listed at 5'11", but we saw him out at practice next day. He was standing next to our producer, Mike Arnold, who can't be more than about 4'8".
Oh, no.
And I don't think he was taller than him.
Wow.
What do you think?
I always thought you and Mike Arnold were good pals till that. Second and 4. 5'11" for Turman is probably a little bit generous. 185. Green picks up a first down. Tomorrow on CBS, the Southwestern Bell Cotton Bowl Classic. K-State and BYU. That's at 1:30 Eastern Time. Followed by the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl at 8. As Penn State takes on Texas. Terrific season, terrific run for Virginia Tech in a bowl for the 4th straight year, but the reality that this is going to be a rare loss for the Hokies has set in.
Kind of their own medicine right back at them. They've been used to wearing people down, winning the game in the 4th quarter, being the physical team that can overcome. But let's face it, when you're talking about those kind of qualities, Nebraska is still the master. Those offensive and defensive lines of Nebraska took the game over.
Virginia Tech players felt they needed this game to convince people around the country that they were a legitimate top 10 power. Perhaps they'll still have to earn that respect next year. That's a first down. The genuine Chevrolet players of the game are Ken Oxendine from Virginia Tech. He rushed for 150 yards and also had 60 yards receiving. And Scott Frost did a terrific job running the Nebraska offense tonight and scored 2 touchdowns, including the last one. Well, we wondered how ready Nebraska would be to play. The players said we're ready, and they played hard and well tonight. Interesting, Jason Peter told us about the phone call he had from his brother Christian Peter. Christian Peter said, when I came to Nebraska, they had a reputation of being a team that would win a lot of games but never win the big game. The 2 national championships.
You can't take it back like that, baby. I took it back for 6. Yes, he did.
He said the 2 national championships did away with that, but if they lose the Big 12 championship game and then the bowl game, 2 games they're expected to win, Christian Peter's concern, as he expressed it to Jason, was people start saying again, there goes Nebraska, can't win the games at the end of the year.
Right. Well, they certainly proved something tonight, and that was pretty funny seeing Jason Peter looking right in the camera and talking to his brother Christian and saying, hey, you couldn't have done that. This is little brother, and I can do something you can't, pal.
Well, it really was the biggest play of the game, the 31-yard fumble return, the only turnover of the night. Turman showing off his rushing ability. Torian Gray the tackle, and the 63rd FedEx Orange Bowl is history. 20-point win for Tom Osborne and the Corn Huskers. 41-21 the final. 4th straight year Nebraska has won 11 games. And for Tech, a 10-2 finish for Frank Beamer. For Mike Mayock and Dave Logan, Sean McDonough saying so long. We'll join Pat O'Brien in New York. Happy New Year.
All right, Sean, Happy New Year to you guys down there. Good job. Welcome to the College Football Today Ford Taurus post-game show. The final score, Nebraska 41, Virginia Tech 21. I'm Pat O'Brien along with Craig James and Lou Holtz. We're still here drinking coffee and sodas and wishing all of you a Happy New Year. And let's go down to Dave Logan right now, who's still in Miami. Dave?
All right, Coach, first of all, congratulations on another fine performance by your team. They made it close in the first half, but in the second half, Coach, your interior just really chewed them up.
Well, we were hoping that we had a little more depth and maybe conditioning. We could be a dominant team in the 4th quarter, and that's kind of the way it worked out. I thought Scott Frost played an awfully good game. He threw the ball well, and defensively we made some plays when we had to. But overall, it was a tough game. They have a good team.
You came in, Coach, a little thin at the I-back spot, a little uncertain because of some of the injuries, but Damon Benning really stepped up big time, didn't he?
Yeah, Damon had a great game. Jay Sims played pretty well. And then Amon Green was able to play some. So that really helped us. D'Angelo Evans really wasn't able to play tonight, but overall, those guys came through for us.
All right, Coach, congratulations.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's go back to Pat O'Brien in New York. Pat.
All right, Dave, thank you. Nice job with Tom Osborne, who gets to celebrate New Year's Eve for the first time in a long time. And to put a smile on his face, this victory.
It was a nice year for them. They didn't win the national championship, but boy, they played awful well. They didn't have a turnover, had very few penalties. It's like trying to have a tank crush peanuts when you just turn that offense loose. They're so powerful, as you said, wore them down.
And I think it's really a blessing for Virginia Tech in this football game because they keep talking about wanting to be just like Nebraska, feel like they're the kind of ball club that could do that same thing. Well, you got to play the best to be the best. And I know that Virginia Tech has learned a great deal from this football game about power, about concentration and making plays when you have a chance. All those drop balls early in the ball game, that cost Virginia Tech.
I want to ask everybody to join us tomorrow on CBS for more bowl action. Kickoff is at 1:30 Eastern as 14th-ranked Kansas State meets number 5 BYU in the Southwestern Bell Cotton Bowl. Then coverage of the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl begins at 8 o'clock Eastern Time as number 7 Penn State clashes with 20th-ranked Texas. We'll be back with more right after this. And take a look at Times Square. Over 1 million people downtown here in New York City getting ready in just over an hour on the East Coast anyway to welcome 1997. We'll be back after this.
It's one of the most comfortable cars I've ever driven.
People love talking about Ford Taurus.
It's fun to drive. It really is.
With Taurus, you fit in no matter what size you are.
I'm big.
I'm surprised by how much room there is inside it.
Everybody in my family's big.
Just turn the wheel a fraction of an inch. The car responds.
There's a lot more room.
It's designed so I don't have to search for anything. The seats feel like they wrap around you.
It's a state-of-the-art car.
Ford Taurus, the best-selling car in America, starting at $18,545.
This car is a pleasure to drive.
I have fun.
How was your 1996? Well, on the East Coast, you got an hour, 4 minutes, and 5, 4, 3 seconds left in 1996 as we get ready to ring in the new year, and that's Times Square. It's freezing cold in New York. They're out there having a good time. Coming up next on CBS, except on the West Coast, we have 3 more hours to celebrate 1996. Your local news, then Late Show with David Letterman. Dave's special guest tonight is Tom Arnold. That's followed by the Late Late Show with Tom Snyder. That's tonight on CBS. Meantime, let's go back to Miami and Dave Logan. Dave, you're on.
Thank you very much, Pat. First of all, Damon Benning, congratulations on a fine performance this evening. 15 carries, 95 yards, 2 touchdowns. You were thin tonight, but you stepped up big time for your team.
Yeah, I think that the coaches told us all week long that they were going to go at the guys that were able to practice hard and go full speed. And Jay and I knew that we'd have to shoulder the load. And it felt really good being a co-captain and a senior to help put my team in position to play well.
Virginia Tech, they've got one heck of a defense. First half, they played you tough, but in the second half, your interior linemen just really chewed them up and opened up some big holes for you.
Yeah, Coach Osborne worked us so hard these last 2 weeks, and we came down here early to get in shape and work hard, and we're in pads 5 days, and that's a lot for a bowl game, and he knew that we could wear them down if we kept it close in the second half, and we did.
Okay, excellent performance tonight.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
Damon Benning, let's go back to Pat O'Brien in New York. Pat.
All right, Dave, thank you. We're counting down here in the studio as well, and we'll be back with more after this.
What tough is? It's the available new Ford Triton 5.4-liter V8. What tough does. What tough is? It's the wide open spaces of the world's only standard third door. What tough does. Tough is what tough does. The new Ford F-150. Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Built Ford Tough.
Hour, 2 minutes, and 4 seconds left in 1996 on the East Coast. That's Times Square. More than 1 million people down there. About 17 degrees in New York, but their hearts are warm as they get ready to welcome the new year, as it should be. Tomorrow, the Bowl Blitz continues on CBS with the Southwestern Bell Cotton Bowl. That's at 1:30. And then coverage of the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. That begins at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And Texas and Penn State, tell me about that game. What do you like there?
Yeah, Texas has got to come out and run the football. They got to be extremely aggressive on the ground. They got 3 good tailbacks back there led by Ricky Williams. All 3 of these guys average 185 yards a game on the ground. They've scored 20-something touchdowns together. They have got to run the ball so that they have a chance offensively with James Brown to be good.
Coaching the Cotton Bowl, it's BYU's offense against K-State's defense. Something's got to give there, right?
Well, one thing at the depth of KSU's secondary gives them a chance against BYU. They won't shut off BYU, but I think they'll slow them down enough to give themselves a chance to win.
All right, it's been a good day with you guys today. We'll be here tomorrow. It's nice to see you. Happy New Year to you and your families.
Mel
okay?
told me not to go out with you either.
For Craig James, Coach Lou Holtz, and everybody here at CBS Sports, I'm Pat O'Brien. Wish you all a very happy New Year. Be careful out there. Good night, everybody.
I'm going with Coach.
Ring in 97 with Dave and his guests on Late Night's Happiest Hour. Join Dave, Tom Arnold, and a whole lot more following your local news next.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. Just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
holiday season can be one of the most dangerous times to be on the road. That's why Friedman Law Office is once again sponsoring the Holiday Safe Taxi program. Have a good time this holiday, but if you drink too much, please don't drive. Instead, call this number between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. for a free ride home. I'll pay for the taxi. Remember, don't drink and drive. From everyone here at Friedman Law Office, have a safe and happy holiday.
Throughout our 10-11 Against the Violence campaign, we've stressed the importance of education.
Now we're asking you to take an active role. If you feel you know someone who is being abused, please call 1-800-876-6238.
By calling this number, you are able to learn how to be supported and what programs are available for the abuse victim you care about.
The figures are out there. Abuse is happening in Nebraska, and educating yourself is the best step you can take.
Please join 10-11 Against the Violence.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Another major bowl game, another victory for Coach Tom Osborne and his Nebraska football team. The Virginia Tech Hokies called this the biggest game they've ever played, and they put up a good fight, but after all, they were playing the two-time national champions. It's a big Husker victory, and we have a special post-game edition of 10-11 News coming up right now.
This live 10-11 News and Report special is brought to you in part by your local Dodge dealers, Prime Star, Anderson Ford, and Runza.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. We hope you're having a safe and happy New Year's Eve. It wasn't for a national championship, but hundreds of thousands of Nebraskans surrounded their television sets tonight. The Huskers were back in the Orange Bowl. This time they faced a new unknown opponent, the Hokies of Virginia Tech. The results, though, were the same as the past 2 years, a Husker victory. Bill Robertson and Dave Willey were on the sidelines for the whole game, and Bill, Husker fans are again leaving the stadium happy.
Real happy, Deb. What a great game. You know, final score 41-21. It's an incredible output by both the offense and the defense. Joining me right now is Chancellor of the University, James Peter. Chancellor, what a great effort it was.
It was a great effort, and it was a lot of fun.
You know, the whole team put together this win because Virginia Tech just seemed like they were coming back and coming back.
In fact, you don't point out to any particular players on our team. It was a total team effort. I think it really showed the character of our team, and I'd like to think of the university.
But it was a ton of fun to watch, just being here on the sidelines, and I know a large contingent of fans were here.
It was fun, and I think everybody had a good time.
Well, we want to thank you very much for talking to us this evening.
Thanks.
And the team heads back. You head back early tomorrow morning.
That's right.
Okay, Chancellor. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Hey,
Look who's joining me now. My goodness, number 55, Jason Peter. What a great game. Good defensive game.
Thank you. We're real satisfied with the way we played, and you know, we're looking forward to next year already.
Hey, they just kept coming and coming and coming. They were a good, strong offensive team and a defensive team.
They were very good up front, actually. But, you know, actually during one of the breaks, one of their offensive tackles said, God, he said, if it wasn't for you front four, we'd be scoring 100 points. So, you know, it was a good battle up front, and turned out that we were the victors tonight.
Druckenmiller was he's good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a big boy. I hit him a couple times. I couldn't even take him down. He's a great quarterback, and he's got a promising future in the NFL.
What do you think it was that kept y'all? Did y'all wear him down eventually?
Yeah, I think eventually, you know, at the end of the second quarter and then the beginning of the fourth quarter, they just didn't have the legs anymore. You know, we came down here on the 22nd, and we've been preparing ever since, and it really paid off, I think.
Hey, how about that touchdown?
Oh,
how about that?
I'll tell you, my eyes just got, this big. I just saw it. It was bouncing. I knew I could get it. As soon as I picked it up, I wanted to high step in there, you know, like Christian did a little bit last year.
Yeah, you gonna call your brother?
But, I gave him a little message on camera, but yeah, you know, his didn't count, so mine counted for 6. So I got some bragging rights. I think.
Better believe it. Good luck. Congratulations. Have a happy New Year.
Thank
all right?
you. You too.
Okay. Hey, we got another team player coming in here right now. Quarterback Scott Frost. fantastic game, Scott.
Thank you very much.
I mean, you at that touchdown at the end, you were on a mission, weren't you?
Yeah, I smelled the end zone. I wanted to get in there, and it was a great way to end a great game.
You were really on the target with the ball right off the start, too. You were really hitting your receivers. They weren't catching it right off the start, but you were hitting them good.
You know they will. Some things have happened this year where the passing game hasn't clicked like it should, but I think we have the talent to be a great passing team, and we're looking forward to a great offseason, and we ended this season on the right note so we can work hard this offseason.
Absolutely. What about the Tech defense? They were resilient, weren't they? They were tough.
They really were. They were very aggressive, and they offloaded the ball really well. We tried to hit them with a little bit of counter stuff, and it ended up working on them, but I got to give a lot of credit to them. They played us really tough.
Okay, and you know you were CBS's player of the game for Nebraska. Do you know that?
I didn't know that. I appreciate it.
Congratulations. A heck of a great way to end the season, don't you think?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was. It was a great way to end this season after a few disappointments, but we got experience down here at the Orange Bowl now, and some of the young guys haven't had, and we're looking forward to coming back down here.
All right. Well, best wishes for a happy new year and good luck next year. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Go enjoy it. Thanks a lot. Now, how about receivers coach Ron Brown? Coach, good showing.
We were really proud of the kids. They really did a tremendous job of rising to the occasion. After a difficult loss a few weeks back in St. Louis, this was the toughest game we had to get up for in a number of years. It's easy to play for national titles, but they rose to the occasion.
What happened at halftime when you went into halftime? What did the coaches say to the team to keep them the nose to the grindstone, so to speak?
The big thing was we had given up a few big plays on defense. We had to eliminate that, shut them down. Offensively, we were just pounding them. And we had a great drive going seemed like every series. And it was just a matter of wearing them down. Played a number of players tonight because of the heat and humidity. We like to play a lot of players anyhow, but it really works in our favor. They did a great job.
What about getting Amon Green in there? I don't think many of us were expecting to see him at least so early in the game.
Yeah, he really came in and ran hard. The I-back situation was touch and go the whole time, but of course Damon had an excellent game. Jay Sims came in there and ran pretty hard. And of course, Amon came in, had a couple of pretty good runs. So we were pleased we were able to get through it. I think offensively it was spread around real well tonight, and we just thank God for the opportunity to be here and to play well.
Certainly. Scott Frost, CBS player of the game for Nebraska. Probably his best game of the season, it looked like.
Scott was functioning extremely well. He was very confident in his throwing. He ran the option game very well. We really thought Virginia Tech could be very vulnerable to the option game. Syracuse had hurt him with it. Scott ran it extremely well, got in and out of plays well. Kids blocked well. So, again, it was a fine performance, particularly by Scott.
Well, congratulations to you and your squad, and Happy New Year to you and your family, all right?
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Deb, right here from Miami and Pro Player Stadium, the site of this year's Orange Bowl for the first time, a dominating win by the Huskers, at least in the end of it. It was a good close game throughout until the fourth quarter. They kind of began to pull away, and as you saw, a team effort by everyone involved. Scott Frost, the CBS player of the game for the Nebraska team, and Jason Peter, of course, scored that wonderful touchdown and has a bragging rights as far as the family is concerned. So, Deb, it's a great effort down here and a great game.
Nice to see everybody so excited about the victory, Bill. You know, they were talking a little bit of a letdown, Orange Bowl, not national championship, but it's still a great win.
Yeah, it really is. And the fans, though, they were severely outnumbered. Many, many more Hokie fans here than Husker fans. There were quite a few Husker fans actually on the right here behind me, actually, there were quite a few on the second tier, but the Hokie fans were actually spread out everywhere and much louder than the Husker fans that we're so used to, that are normally so loud. The Virginia Tech fans were much louder throughout the game.
We were all here at home cheering for them.
Good. That's what we needed, and it paid off.
We'll talk to you a little bit later, Bill.
We'll be here.
Okay. Well, the Huskers were 16-point favorites going into tonight's game, but anyone, Vince, who thought it was going to be easy going looked like they might have been wrong in that first quarter.
Might have been. First quarter was kind of touch and go. Both teams came out throwing the ball, trying to get the other's defense to back off a little bit, and Tech a little bit more successful at the outset as the Huskers rushed onto the field in their home red. Coach Osborne and company, though, saw Jim Druckenmiller really go to work. They say that one of the big raps on Druckenmiller is he can't scramble. Kind of proved him wrong on this play, hitting Ken Oxendine. And look at Oxendine go, the running back. 41 yards on the play, and the Huskers were kind of in a hole early. And Druckenmiller was not done. This time a little double screen action over to the left side to Marcus Parker, and look at the big fullback go. Utilizes two good blocks and a good juke, and he's in for the touchdown. Tech led this one 7-0 after the first quarter, but Deb, as we know, in the second quarter, everything kind of changed a little bit, and we'll show you that a little bit later.
We'll look forward to it, Vince. Well, the Huskers may not have taken home the national championship trophy again this year, but fans seem to be as supportive as ever. 10-11's Doug Walker spent the night talking to the Husker faithful, and he joins us live from one of Lincoln's Husker hotspots. We can tell, Doug.
A lot of smiling faces and cheering here tonight as the Huskers take home the win to end their season. But while many felt like the loss against Texas sort of put a nosedive on the enthusiasm of the Huskers, fans here say they'll step behind the Huskers no matter what. There weren't many people predicting a Husker loss before tonight's game at this bar. 45 to 14.
28-17 Nebraska.
24-6.
28-7 Nebraska. Go Huskers!
Whatever the final score or the team's season record, these Husker fans are behind them all the way.
I love them. Born and raised here, always going to be a die-hard Red fan.
Everybody's still going even though we've lost a few games. It happens. That's sports.
Even though the Huskers lost to Texas, some fans say support for the team is as strong as ever.
The majority of people are good fans. They stand behind the team, you know, no matter how they do, good or bad.
I don't think you're going to find a fair weather fan in the state, but outside, sure.
But not everyone's been happy with the team's support over the past few days.
Fair. I'd say the fan support's been fair, not near as good as what it should be.
As far as she and others here are concerned, you're either a fan through the wins and losses, or you're not one at all.
They want to support the Huskers. You know, you got to be behind them 100%.
I think they've had a great year. I think it's you know, you can't win them all.
Nebraska's #1. As far as I'm concerned, they're #1 all the time.
Let's look at this team. 4 years, top 5, 2 national championships. What more could you ask for?
Now, a lot of people here tell me that next year they definitely feel like the Huskers are going to be championship material. Others say they're not so sure, but whatever they are next year, they say they are going to stand behind them. And a lot of happy people here tonight, Doug.
Sure sounds like it. Once a fan, always a fan, and it's great to see Doug Walker reporting live tonight. Doug, have a good time out there.
Okay, sure will.
Well, mix a Husker bowl game with New Year's Eve celebrations, and as you might have guessed, you have a prescription for possibly a hangover. We've all heard tall tales of outrageous remedies for that pounding headache. What really works? Well, 10-11's Nicole Tyke serves up a straight shot of remedy advice.
I literally had a headache for probably 3 days.
It's the way many folks start out the new year, hungover.
I tried to get myself sick, but I couldn't get sick, so I just kept, just dragged on the whole day.
And for every headache, there's a homemade remedy.
I've heard spicy foods, like really spicy foods the next day, like tacos and Mexican stuff. I don't know if it works. I've never tried it.
You make sure you drink plenty of water, cold showers at one time.
A cold shower probably doesn't help much of anything except make you cold and make you wish you were still in bed and a few things like that, but it isn't going to cure anything any faster.
The doctor's book of home remedies has some surefire solutions for the morning after, but will they work? First, they say to drink some juice. The sugar, they say, will help the body burn the alcohol.
And it's the fluid, I think, that helps more than the fact that it happens to be tomato juice.
Another sweet cure the book suggests, try crackers with a little bit of honey.
Honey, of course, will give people some extra sugar, and they may feel a little bit better with just having something like that in their system, but it isn't going to cure anything.
And when in doubt, push your cart to the produce aisle. Some swear lemons will do the trick.
No, I wouldn't walk around with lemons underneath my arms.
I guess I might try if I was desperate enough. If I break down and buy something here, or maybe I shouldn't, I might have to keep that in mind.
But for many folks, there's only one surefire way to avoid the New Year's Day blues.
Drink Pepsi, don't drink beer.
But for many of you, it's probably already too late for that. In Lincoln, Nicole Tyke, 10-11 News.
Now, doctors say the only way to avoid a sure hangover is not to drink, but if you do have a little too much, take an aspirin and drink plenty of fluids. Well, there's still more ahead tonight. Vince Erickson will take a look at second half highlights from tonight's game, and we'll go back to Bill Robertson live at Pro Player Stadium, where the crowd has just about all but disappeared, but we have some interviews for you, so stay with us.
It's lunchtime, and what are we having with our burger today? Wow, you get a big 28 grams of fat with this one. And this one serves up an amazing 39 grams. Hey, tell it like it is. A great sandwich doesn't have to have all that fat. At Subway, 7 of our 6-inch subs have 6 grams of fat or less and taste fresh and delicious. Take the Subway Challenge and take one bite. If you don't think our subs are great, you get your money back. Take the Subway Challenge at a Subway near you.
As Nebraska's #1 provider of heart care, we never forget the meaning of being first. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
If you're looking for a diverse and challenging career, you should consider the opportunities in non-destructive testing technology. My job involves inspecting critical aircraft parts to help ensure their safety. Many other industries require the same degree of quality control. The pay is great and there's room for advancement. The NDT program at SEC prepared me for various high-tech industries. It takes just 18 months to earn your degree. If you choose to participate in a co-op, you can earn money while you go to school. Call SEC and find out what opportunities could be in store for you.
From now through December 31st, buy any new Lincoln Dodge car, van, or truck with no money down and no payments until April. Caravans, Ram trucks, Dakota trucks, no money down, no payments till April. In addition, Lincoln Dodge and Chrysler Corporation will give you cash back on selected models like Stratus, Intrepid, conversion vans. But hurry, when the new year comes, this great old sale must go.
Lincoln's low price leader, Lincoln Dodge.
The 16th Orange Bowl is now history. It will go down in the books as another Nebraska victory. Bill Robertson saw the whole game from the sidelines of Pro Player Stadium. He joins us again. Bill.
Hi, Deb. It's all cleared out here at Pro Player Stadium. As quickly as it filled up, that's how quickly the fans got out of here. But it is hailed as another success for the Nebraska team. And joining me right now is Orange Bowl Committee President Clark Cook, the 63rd Orange Bowl. So how did it go? What's the evaluation?
Well, we thought it went extremely well for us. Certainly went well for Nebraska. We had two great football teams in Virginia Tech and Nebraska competing in this year's Orange Bowl. Great ball game between two fine institutions. It was our first actual ball game in Pro Player Stadium, as you know. I hope we worked out a lot of the bugs out. We're very pleased. We sold 64,000 seats approximately, and we had about attendance walking through the gates tonight of about 51,000.
All right. Is that more or less than you were hoping for?
We were hoping for more,
sure.
Obviously, but I think it's to be expected with the date that we had and the particular night that we had it on. So I think we did very, very well.
Now, what happens when do you start planning for next year's game?
We start planning for next year's game next week.
No, good grief. So the headaches start all over again.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Because next year we have the championship game, and it certainly will be a major game for us, and we'll want to be ready.
All right. Mr. Cook, certainly appreciate your help all week long. You've been in a number of our pieces back home for the folks in Lincoln and throughout Nebraska. Thanks a lot, and we certainly have enjoyed our stay in your nice city and right here at the Orange Bowl.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure to have you.
It's been our pleasure. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. So there you have it from Orange Bowl President, Committee President Clark Cook. Another success, another year, a building year, because they've broken with tradition. And here at Pro Player Stadium, of course, years past at the old Orange Bowl, but now it's here in this fine facility. And we had a great time, and the team came out a winner. So I guess we're all one for one, you might say. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens next year and see if we're back here for the national championship game, Deb.
Maybe a New Year's Eve tradition, Bill.
Why not? Let's start it.
Sounds good to us. Thanks a lot. We'll check back with you in just a bit.
Okay.
Vince Erickson joins us again. Not a lot of action in the first quarter, Vince, but the second quarter was a different story.
Indeed, Deb. You know, the Huskers don't like being behind at all, and they not only got mad, they decided to go ahead and get even. Different tune in the second quarter, you might say. After a Kris Brown field goal, Scott Frost on the option play. Leading the troops down, used Brian Schuster's good block and raced into the end zone in a hole he could have driven the family car through. Gave the Huskers a lead. Then Jim Druckenmiller, stopped by Mike Rucker, and there's Jason Peter with the fumble he picked up to take in. He did score the sixth that his brother Christian did not, to give the Huskers a 17-7 lead, but the Hokies were not done. Druckenmiller to Sean Scales. That made it 17-14 as the Huskers headed into halftime. They had that lead, a lead they would not relinquish. Deb, again, a much different story there in the second quarter. The third quarter, the Huskers would wear them down. We'll see that after a bit.
Jason Peter pretty excited about that touchdown he scored.
But he didn't high step like Christian did.
Didn't have enough time. He was just right in there real quick.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think they may have flagged him like they did in Christian last year.
All right, Vince. Well, tonight's game brings an end to another year of Nebraska football, but there was more than football happening in '96. We'll look back at some of the top local stories we've covered. Plus, there's more ahead from Miami. Not all the fans are gone. We'll be back there in just a bit.
So many offers.
So many stores.
So much confusion.
But one store cuts through all the clutter because right now at Ernie's in Ceresco, you can buy your furniture with no money down and no interest.
Not a dime until 1999.
Always incomparable furniture values.
Always an unbelievable selection.
But right now at Ernie's, you can buy with no money down and no interest.
Not a dime until 1999.
Even get famous name carpet, electronics, and major appliances clearance price.
With no interest or payments till 98.
At Ernie's in Ceresco.
Grandma's value number 1.
A job well done is time well spent.
Value number 2.
You can't put a price on quality.
But you can get quality at a terrific price at Runza, like our 100% ground beef burgers, special Runza sandwiches, or hand-sliced onion rings and great French fries. Value number 3.
It's better to give than to receive.
Thanks, Grandma.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
What would happen if you took all this Big Red Spirit and put it into a cellular phone? You'd get the Husker phone only at Alliance Cellular. This new Husker wide receiver is available in a quality Motorola flip or bag phone, with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phone from Alliance Cellular. There's a lot of Big Red Spirit in this little phone.
There's a rare edition hitting the streets, rich in added features, and available at a price that's very good news. The Accord Special Edition. A car this uncommon is definitely front page stuff.
Welcome back. Believe it or not, there is other news going on across the state tonight. Let's get to some of it. A blow to horse racing fans. The ponies will no longer run at Exarban. The empty stands will stay that way. The Douglas County Board today approves the sale of the 140 acres to First Data Resources. The plan calls for First Data to build an office complex on the northern portion of the grounds. We're in the final stretch of 1996 as we count down the hours till 97, so it seems the right time to take a look back and see who and what made news in Nebraska the past year. 1011's Amy McLeod brings us the top 6 stories of 96.
As 1996 begins, the Nebraska Cornhuskers clinch a second straight national championship. Great! 2 in a row! The win sends Nebraska fans everywhere into a frenzy. But along with the celebrations, there was tragedy. A few short months later, quarterback Brooke Behringer died in an April 18th plane crash.
It's just it's a tragic event that's happened today, and we lost a great person. He was a great friend, a great guy, and he'll be missed.
1996 brought its share of natural disasters.
I can't believe it. Where are we gonna go now?
In May, a tornado rips through the town of Beatrice, destroying everything in its path.
I think probably every building in town here has got some damage to it.
There was also controversy. In July, convicted child killer John Jubert is executed. His death brings crowds outside the state penitentiary. While others watch from inside.
He killed 2 young boys in an incredibly horrific manner. And to see such an awesome penalty being paid for such an awesome crime, I was struck by a very strong sense of appropriateness.
On Nebraska's roads, the pace quickens in September as the speed limit jumps to 75 miles an hour on the interstate and 60 on county roads. November brings a changing of the guard. After a long campaign, political newcomer Chuck Hagel defeats Governor Ben Nelson in the bid for U.S. Senate.
I want to, right from the beginning, reach out and include people of this state. You start with the committee assignments. Where can I be the most effective for Nebraska?
Hagel's win marks the first Republican U.S. Senate victory in Nebraska in 24 years. And these are just a few of the many who made headlines in 1996. Amy McLeod, 1011 News.
Another story making big news this year, the excommunication of Catholics in the Lincoln Diocese. It happened after Bishop Fabian Bruskowitz ordered the church members to disassociate themselves from 12 groups or face being thrown out of the church. Back to tonight, cracking down on those who celebrate too much. It's a full-scale effort across the state. Drunk driving numbers are among the highest in Hall County, but DUI arrests are also among the highest as well. Sheriff Jim Foskett credits that to a commitment by law enforcement to get those who drink and drive off the road.
I think it shows that all the three agencies that work in Hall County, State Patrol, our department, and the Ground Police Department are very aggressive in the working of drunk drivers.
Hall and Dawson counties rank highest among Nebraska's 15 most populated counties in drunk driving arrests. Well, coming up on this special post-game edition of 1011 News, third quarter highlights from tonight's Orange Bowl. And the party continues both in Miami and here at home. More reaction from the Orange Bowl when we come back.
That was some kick. Absolutely.
Good kick, man.
My man Chuck with the twisted ankle kicked the 25-yarder.
We'll be talking about this for years.
Did we ever tell you ladies about the kick?
It was pouring rain.
Then this guy Chuck with the broken leg kicked the game winner from 45 yards.
Did I ever tell you kids about the kick?
It was a freak November blizzard. And then your dad, in a full body cast, hit that miracle kick from 68 yards.
Things just seem to get better around the Pizza Hut pizza. You'll love the stuff we're making.
The granddaddy of them all. The grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford. It's the biggest and it's the absolute best 5 days of the year to buy. Every vehicle will carry a grand finale clearance price that you can't afford to pass up. Choose a new 1997 Ford Ranger, only $99.99, or a new 97 Ford Taurus, just $16,499. We simply don't want to carry inventory over into next year. During the grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford, 1901 West O Street, Lincoln. Don't miss it.
For the past week, you've been hearing about the grand event at Nebraska Furniture Mart and Mega Mart. We've had such a tremendous response, we're closing our doors tomorrow to restock. We'll be bringing in more Lazy Boy furniture for your selection, marking the tags and getting it ready for you to take home. Use your NFM card on purchases of $299 or more and get 1,000 United Airlines Mileage Plus miles free, plus one additional mile for every dollar charged to your card. Then be sure to register for a new Plymouth Neon during the grand event. It continues Thursday at the Mart.
Financial Solutions from Norwest. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, you can bank on Norwest. Financial products, financial services, financial solutions.
Don't have a clue what it's doing outside tonight. Been too busy watching the Orange Bowl. I know it was kind of raining for a little bit in Miami.
We had, actually, we're seeing some pretty unseasonably mild temperatures out there right now. Normally this time of the year, as we head towards January 1st, you're looking at overnight lows around 10 above, Deb, and afternoon highs around 30. Well, we'll see overnight lows tonight in the 20s and 30s over most of Nebraska and northern Kansas, and much milder air working in. And we just checked the tape of the Orange Bowl, and apparently it was louder at Doug Walker's live shot than it was in the actual Orange Bowl itself. So
they were pretty excited.
They were very excited, which is just great. It was a great game, and we're happy for all the Husker fans. And so the other thing, we're going to guarantee folks that I'm not going to miss another forecast the whole rest of the year.
Wow, that's a big guarantee.
I'm giving you an hour and a half, and that's the first time I think I've done that all year. Here's a look at afternoon high temperatures today. Once again, we had much cooler conditions over the eastern half of Nebraska compared to the western sections of the state. And keep in mind that our normal high is in the lower 30s, so even these temperatures that were much cooler over the eastern half of Nebraska, these temperatures are very close to where we should be for this time of year. Folks across the western portions of the coverage area were very, very lucky, and we're going to see these mild temperatures that we had in western Nebraska today try to work their way east over the next 12 to 24 to 48 hours. So the start of the new year is going to be extremely mild across the 10-11 coverage area. We topped out at 61 today in Goodland, 63 degrees in Scottsbluff. That's 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. Temperatures at the 10 o'clock hour, as we mentioned, are seasonally mild. Our readings are in the 20s and 30s. We're at 41 right now in McCook, 44 in Scotts Bluff, and 43 in Goodland. We may drop into the upper 30s for a brief period of time tonight over far western Nebraska, but we think these temperatures are going to stay just about where they are right now and even rise as we move towards daybreak of the new 1997 year. We're having some fog problems over eastern sections of Nebraska and across northern portions of Kansas. In fact, a dense fog advisory has been issued for the Concordia area, so there are a few travel problems out there in the form of some fog. We're not expecting anything in the way of precipitation or moisture, but the fog, it could get rather dense tonight over eastern portions of Nebraska and across northern sections of Kansas. So if you have late night travel plans, please be very, very careful out there if you run into some of this fog. Right now in Lincoln, we're at 29. We have cloudy skies, a steady barometer, a relative humidity reading very high at 96%, a south wind that continues to pump in a lot of low-level moisture, and that's why the fog is developing. Our dew point is at 28. Our wind chill with that south wind, it's 13. That's what it feels like outdoors. So a bit of a brisk southerly wind, not only pumping in some milder air and some moisture, but also giving us a little bit of a wind chill factor to deal with in the lower teens. The numbers today in Lincoln, 30 for an afternoon high, 14 for our low this morning. We'll be much milder than that to start the new year tomorrow morning. No precipitation in the past 24 hours. Our record high for the date is 59. Our record low is 20 below. Set back on this date in Lincoln in 1973. Sunrise tomorrow, probably won't see it. It'll be a little bit on the cloudy and foggy side, but it will arrive at 7:51. Sunset tomorrow evening at 5:10. In the Tri-Cities, we hit 36 today in Grand Island, 35 in Hastings, and 40 in Kearney after lows this morning in the mid to upper teens. Here's a look at our 24-hour satellite loop, and as we mentioned at 6 o'clock, much of the country, I mean much of the country, not just Nebraska and Kansas, but much of the country is inundated with cloud cover. But at the same time, that cloud cover is an indicator of somewhat mild temperatures. We're not seeing a lot of cold air anywhere in the country. Now, in the extreme northeastern part of the U.S., it is a little bit below normal. But as far as cold Arctic air is concerned, that is confined well across portions of southern and central Canada. And really for at least the next couple of days, and maybe the next several, that's where it's going to stay. We'll take you down to the surface, and we'll show you how our surface features shape up. Here's a warm front. All we need to do is push that through the eastern third of the state overnight during the morning hours tomorrow, and we are all going to be enjoying some much milder conditions as far as temperatures are concerned. Those readings in the 50s and lower 60s today in the west. We're hoping for upper 40s and lower to mid-50s over the entire state of Nebraska for tomorrow afternoon. More moisture, unfortunately, for folks in the Pacific Northwest, and at least one more weather system will bring more precipitation, unneeded precipitation, to portions of Washington, Oregon, and northern California. Forecast map for tomorrow shows high pressure dominating most of the central part of the U.S. We will wake up to quite a bit in the way of cloud cover and some fog, but we expect at least partial sunshine by the afternoon, and we should be looking at milder temperatures. Folks that today were in the upper 20s and lower 30s should be in the mid to upper 40s and lower 50s by tomorrow afternoon. Folks over western Nebraska will once again be in the 50s and lower 60s. We'll be watching this piece of energy now over the Pacific Northwest. Won't get here for Thursday, but it may get here for Friday, cool us down and bring us a chance for a mixed bag of precipitation for Friday and the first half of the weekend. Tonight we're looking at variable cloudiness, seasonally mild temperatures. Readings will hold in the 20s and lower 30s. Fog may be the biggest problem overnight tonight, so please be careful. Keep those headlights on low beam if you do run into some of that fog. Overnight lows of around 25 in Lincoln, 28 in Grand Island, but we will actually see the possibility of some rising temperatures as we move towards sunrise tomorrow. The first day of the new year looks pretty good. Morning clouds and fog, but then at least a little bit of sunshine for everybody, although there will be quite a bit in the way of cloud cover around. But look at these temperatures rebounding into the 40s, 50s, 60s, maybe even some 70s in extreme western and southwestern Nebraska and northwestern Kansas. We could be looking at some record highs in this area. We're going to shoot for 50 tomorrow in Lincoln, 60 degrees in Grand Island. What a way to start the new year. And the forecast for Thursday looks just about as nice. Variable clouds, breezy and mild with temperatures well above normal in the 50s for most of us, maybe some lower 60s, including 57 in Lincoln, 60 degrees in Grand Island for the second day of the new year. And then things will start to change as we move into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Deb, it looks like we'll cool back down. And we're not talking about a major outbreak of cold Arctic air, but conditions will be cooling down a little closer to normal for this time of year. And we may also be looking at a chance of a little mixed bag of precipitation, maybe starting out as some rain, then going over to at least a period of freezing rain, then maybe some snow as we move into late on Friday and into Saturday. It does not look now like it's going to be a major storm system, but it will certainly be a drastic change compared to the very mild conditions that we're going to see over the next couple of days.
Okay, a pretty good start to the new year, though.
Should be a great way to begin 1997.
You went out on a limb on that forecast prediction.
Well, I think I can get 90 minutes straight and not screw that up, but I guess we'll find out.
Thanks, Ken.
You bet.
Vince Erickson is up next with a look at second half highlights from tonight's game. And the stadium in Miami is a lot quieter than it was an hour ago. Bill Robertson and Dave Willey will have more live from Florida when we come back.
It's lunchtime, and what are we having with our burger today? Wow, you get a big 28 grams of fat with this one. And this one serves up an amazing 39 grams. Hey, tell it like it is. A great sandwich doesn't have to have all that fat. At Subway, 7 of our 6-inch subs have 6 grams of fat or less and taste fresh and delicious. Take the Subway challenge and take one bite. If you don't think our subs are great, you get your money back. Take the Subway challenge at a Subway near you.
Took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems. Heart care close to home.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. Just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Okay, so I love TV. You would too if you had Prime Star satellite television. All it takes is one phone call. 1-800-PRIME-STAR. You see, Prime Star is a service, so there's no equipment to buy. You get up to 95 channels of great drama, sports, movies, a monthly program guide, digital picture and sound, and it starts at about $1 a day.
Save $60 when you order Prime Star. Call 1-800-PRIME-STAR and enjoy.
Did I mention that you don't have to buy the dish?
Welcome back. The Huskers came out of the locker room for the second half. Vince nursing a 3-point lead, but the third quarter did get a little bit easier.
Indeed, Deb, it did for both offenses, you might say. You know, in basketball, you trade baskets, and at the Orange Bowl, well, they trade touchdowns, as they did in the third quarter. Damon Benning got things started with a 17-14 lead. A 33-yard run that he could have driven a Mack truck through. Huskers up 24-14, but then Jim Druckenmiller would bring the troops back. Looking for Cornelius White, gets him on the fly, and he's in for the touchdown, 24-21. But the Huskers would trade one more touchdown. Damon Benning again. This time from a few yards out, Adam True helps him in. 95 yards for Benning and 2 touchdowns, 31-21 the score at the end of the third quarter. And Deb, that's where the Huskers really took over. So that the Huskers at the end of the third quarter with a little more comfortable 10-point lead, and the game now down to the final 15 minutes. Where the Huskers again in the fourth quarter always seem to just take over. Kris Brown with the field goal gave them a 13-point lead. And if that wasn't enough, you can high-five this. Scott Frost, the CBS player of the game, had the one touchdown earlier and this one here to seal it. And the Huskers are your winners, 41-21, Tom Osborne and company. He gets his third Orange Bowl win of his career. Deb, truly, and honestly, a great game out there and a great testament to coming back from that Texas loss and winning convincingly in Miami.
A very determined run by Scott Frost there to end that game. It was a great touchdown. Yeah. It was indeed. Well, the celebration continues here at home, and we'll have more on the Huskers' victory in South Florida. And Vince will be back with a little hoop action for us in just a bit.
That was some kick.
Absolutely.
Good kick, man.
My man Chuck with the twisted ankle kicked the 25-yarder.
We'll be talking about this for years. Did we ever tell you ladies about the kick?
It was pouring rain. This guy Chuck with a broken leg kicked the game winner from 45 yards.
Did I ever tell you kids about the kick?
It was a freak November blizzard. And then your dad, in a full body cast, hit that miracle kick from 68 yards.
Things just seem to get better around a Pizza Hut pizza. You'll love the stuff we're making.
Say yes to SCC. At Southeast Community College, we provide vocational, technical, and academic transfer programs for students wishing to excel in a job of their choice. Southeast Community College offers small classes and outstanding educational facilities, all at an affordable price. We provide a proud tradition of quality education at our 3 campuses in Beatrice, Lincoln, and Milford, plus continuing education programs in 23 communities in Southeast Nebraska. Say yes to SCC Southeast Community College.
You know, golf is a deceptively simple game.
People borrow money through American Family Financial Services for all kinds of reasons. To consolidate bills, buy a car, fix up the house, and sometimes to buy a golf course, like Andrew Toth did.
I was surprised how quick and easy it was to get a loan through American Family. They were there when I needed them. It was really smooth. I wish my golf swing were that smooth.
American Family Insurance. Look in the white or yellow pages for American Family and call today for information.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. Just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems. Heart care close to home.
Well, the Orange Bowl's been over for just about 50 minutes now. We're going to head back to Miami. And Dave Willie has been a busy man tonight getting some post-game comments. Dave?
We've been all over the place, Deb. Yeah, we've been in the bowels of Pro Player Stadium here back there getting some post-game interviews. We'll hear from Coach Tom Osborne and Orange Bowl MVP Damon Benning here in a moment. Now, about tonight's game, 41-21 Husker win. So the Huskers now finish the season 11-2, and more importantly, the senior class wraps up its career at Nebraska. The last 4 years, an unbelievable 47-3 at Nebraska. That is some kind of amazing. Now, the Huskers got off to a slow start tonight, as we've talked about. They trailed 7-0, came back, scored the next 17 points. It was 17-14 at the half. Then the Huskers really used their depth. They've really practiced hard down here. They had 5 days in full pads, which is really remarkable for a bowl game. Normally, you kind of take it easy, but Coach Osborne felt it was very important that they get acclimated to the climate down here. They really used their depth. They really pounded on Virginia Tech in the second half and blew them out there. Final score 41-21. Coach Osborne obviously happy with tonight's performance.
And I really thought it'd be anybody's game, and our plan or our idea was to play physical football and to use maybe a little additional depth that we thought we had to wear people down, and I thought as the second half went along we were able to do that.
More on Damon Benning now. Of course, he was the Orange Bowl MVP, and what a great story for him here. He's kind of had one of those up and down careers. Every time an opportunity came along for him, he would get injured, or he felt sometimes maybe, or actually he didn't feel it, but it seems sometimes he got overlooked a little bit and someone else would start, namely Amon Green or D'Angelo Evans. But Benning tonight got the start because of the injuries to Green and Evans, and boy did he cash in. 15 carries, 95 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the senior in his last game. And being the team player that Damon Benning has been since he's been here at Nebraska, obviously the game was important for the Huskers tonight, but it's also an important Husker win for the entire program.
Well, there was kind of a lot riding on this game more than people thought. Just because it wasn't for the national championship doesn't mean it was a big game. It was a big game for our program because I think people were anxious to see how we were going to respond.
Our cue is now Benning obviously graduating, but at one point there in the second half, Scott Frost said tonight it was great because the Huskers were driving down the field, and at one point they had 10 of the 11 players on the field were underclassmen. So it's really important that the Huskers got that momentum. Scott Frost this week has said this game was actually not just the last game of this season, but the first game of next season, because these underclassmen that are coming back really need something to build on. Obviously, you don't want to end a season on a loss. Scott Frost said tonight was that game. In fact, Tom Osborne about Scott Frost said Scott Frost probably played his best game here at Nebraska, so that certainly bodes well. Scott Frost has that performance to look forward to through spring ball and leading into next year, of course, his senior year here at Nebraska. Well, that's pretty much the story here from Miami, Deb. Nebraska winners tonight 41-21 over Virginia Tech in the Orange Bowl. They are now 7-9 in Orange Bowl, so a couple more wins here in the next couple years will get them to 500. And the Huskers sure want to come back next year because the Orange Bowl, the way the alliance is set up, will host the national championship game. So with a little luck and a good season next year, they might be right back here trying to make it 3 out of 4, Deb.
We hope to see you back in Miami next year, Dave. It was a game of experience for the Huskers tonight.
It was indeed.
All right, thank you so much. Well, Vince will join us a little later with a look at some of the other sports news of the day. That when we come back.
At the Dodge year-end event, you'll get your choice of up to $1,500 cash back. Or air at no extra charge. Or up to $11.87 in package value discounts. So hurry in now, and you too can tear along the dotted line. The best Dodge sales year ever ends very soon. Don't miss it.
Okay, so I love TV. You would too if you had Prime-Star satellite television. All it takes is one phone call. 1-800-PRIME-STAR. You see, Prime-Star is a service, so there's no equipment to buy. You get up to 95 channels of great drama, sports, movies, a monthly program guide, digital picture and sound, and it starts at about $1 a day.
Save $60 when you order Prime-Star. Call 1-800-PRIME-STAR and enjoy.
Did I mention that you don't have to buy the dish?
I bet he was a cute kid.
Cute? I was adorable.
And I'll bet your mother made you popcorn on a stove with real melted butter.
She knew what I liked.
Like that new Pop Secret made with real butter.
I love my mother.
Didn't your mother teach you how to share?
Now there's a Pop Secret made with real butter. And not just any butter, real Land O'Lakes butter.
By the way, I'm still cute.
Not that cute.
Pop Secret popcorn. So good, it's one secret no one wants to share.
Give me the popcorn.
Welcome back, everyone. A few other items, believe it or not, on the sports dockets this New Year's Eve. The Huskers Hoopsters tangling with 6th-ranked Cincinnati at the Puerto Rico San Juan Classic. And Danny Nee in his nice short-sleeve shirt going up against the number 6 Bearcats. Tyronn Lue blowing past everyone to keep the Huskers within striking range. But Lue would come up lame, hustling after a ball right here. Takes a little shove, and right there, little hyperextension of the knee. He would not come back for the second half and his day-to-day. And the Bearcats came alive. Flint upstairs to Patterson, alley-oop, and they dunked the Huskers this afternoon. 84-73, Cincinnati the winner. Okay, back here at home, we found out tonight just how many hardcore hockey fans the Lincoln Stars do have, and they do have quite a few. Facing the Omaha Lancers tonight, and things did not bode well in the first period. Stars cannot get the puck out of their own end, and Omaha gets it up front. The shot's missed, but the rebound is there. That made it 3-0. Omaha leads this one 4-1. They are now midway through the third period of play. Now more troubles for the Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys for 2 players who have been in trouble before. One of them, Michael Irvin, accused of assault by a 23-year-old woman who says Irvin held a gun to her head while teammate Eric Williams and another man forced her to have sex with him. All this at Williams' home. Now, Irvin denies the whole thing. Williams is not commenting. Both players remain eligible for Sunday's playoff game at Carolina. Meanwhile, in the Sun Bowl, the Michigan State Spartans stood high above the stadium, and that's about all. Todd Schultz intercepted by Josh Madsen, and look at him go. Deb, kind of shades of the band game against Cal a few years ago, except no band on the field. Simply turf for Madsen to churn up. First score of the game, and they would roll from there. Stanford shutting out Michigan State 38-0. At the Poulan Weed Eater Independence Bowl, I like the sound of that. Bob Sutton and Army taking on Terry Bowden and Auburn, and it was all Auburn early, already up 10-0. Willie Gosha. Touchdown pass right there to give them a 17-0 lead. 20-0 before Army came alive. Bobby Williams will get the call here. They run the option in Army, and they option this one in for the touchdown to make it 20-7. They come back within a field goal, and Jay Parker misses his first one of the year, and it would cost them the tie and the win. Auburn comes back to win it 32-29. Now, of course, tomorrow is another big day in bowl games. Kansas State plays Brigham Young in the Cotton Bowl. That's going to be an interesting matchup of great offense from BYU and that great K-State defense.
You can see it right here on CBS, I believe.
Here.
All right,
here.
Vince, thanks a bunch. Yeah. Still ahead, parts of the world have already welcomed the new year, and some parts of this country hope the new year brings some better weather. Nebraska fans are ending the old year on a high note after another Orange Bowl victory. We'll head back to Miami a little later.
the granddaddy of them all. The grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford. It's the biggest, and it's the absolute best 5 days of the year to buy. Every vehicle will carry a grand finale clearance price that you can't afford to pass up. Choose a new 1997 Ford Ranger, only $99.99, or a new 97 Ford Taurus, just $16,499. We simply don't want to carry inventory over into next year. During the grand finale clearance at Anderson Ford, 1901 West O Street, Lincoln. Don't miss it.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
It was a huge success, but we couldn't get to everybody in one day. So at Rod Cush's Furniture, we're holding over our New Year's sale one more weekend. Every single item in the store is discounted for this annual sale. You'll get a flyer when you walk in the door that tells you every sale price. Day beds down to $43. Gliders starting at $88. Metal futons only $55. Ochre cherry plant stands now $7. Futon bunk beds as low as $168. And a 5-piece white natural dinette is just $128. Plus 6 months savings cash with approved credit. But hurry, it all ends this weekend. The New Year's sale at all 5 stores of Rod Cush's Furniture.
Where can you stop when you wanna get started? Make some noise, get in the know. Wanna get inspired, get some fire. Takes you higher than you thought you'd go. Get with the program. Get with the program. Wanna get in the game? You know her name. Alright, get with the program.
Weekdays at 3 on 10/11.
Thanks for staying with us. There's more movement in the Peruvian hostage situation today. 2 hostages are freed as TV cameras are allowed inside the Japanese ambassador's residence. 81 people remain captive. Some 20 cameramen spent 2 hours inside the residence where the rebels made it clear they want their comrades released. 4 haggard-looking hostages also told the reporters they were being treated well by their captors. A man accused of being a Nazi death camp guard is reported in serious condition at a Kansas City hospital tonight. Michael Holmfer opened fire on reporters and police outside his home. The 79-year-old was then shot in the leg. Before the shooting, the Justice Department filed papers seeking to strip him of his U.S. citizenship. Officials allege he concealed his concentration camp ties when he applied for citizenship back in 1952. New Year's Eve celebrations are well underway all over the U.S. 2 million people are expected to come out for the first night parade in downtown Boston. The event is a big indoor and outdoor celebration. A highlight of the night, ice sculptures on display. The celebration ends at midnight with fireworks over Boston Harbor. An unwelcome New Year's blizzard to our north tonight. Vehicles are in the ditch as an unexpected ground blizzard closes Interstate 29 in North Dakota. A couple hundred people are said to be stranded at the Fargo Airport. The State Patrol is hoping the wind will die down so plows can get out and clear the roads. Meanwhile, the cost is rising from a series of deadly storms in the Pacific Northwest. Damage is expected to top $125 million. 10 deaths are blamed on the weather. Some 35,000 homes and businesses in Washington, Oregon are still powerless. Back-to-back storms left parts of the region under freezing rain and snow. Then came the rains. Now folks in the region are bracing for even more violent weather. Well, they've spent the past 5 days in sunny Miami. The sun has gone down now, but Bill Robertson and Dave Willey are still ready to go. We'll take one last trip to Pro Player Stadium when we come back.
Grandma's value number 1.
Here, look over here. Come on. Honesty is the best policy.
Value number 2.
You get what you pay for.
Like the honest meal at an honest price you get at Runza. Bigger portions, higher quality, better value. Nobody gives you your money's worth like Runza. Grandma's value number 3. Only the best will do.
Live a little.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
What would happen if you took all this Big Red Spirit and put it into a cellular phone? You'd get the Husker phone only at Alliance Cellular. This new Husker wide receiver is available in a quality Motorola flip or bag phone, with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phone from Alliance Cellular. There's a lot of big red spirit in this little phone.
Financial solutions from Norwest. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, you can bank on Norwest. Financial products, financial services, financial solutions.
After our best sales year ever, we couldn't resist blowing our own horn. Just a little. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
It's been a fun 5 days for our crew down in Miami, but all good things must come to an end, and so must our Orange Bowl coverage from South Florida. Let's take one more last trip to Miami, and Bill Robertson and Dave Willey. Guys?
Deb, I sure hate to come back to that Nebraska weather. I'll tell you, it's about 70 degrees here now and just absolutely gorgeous. But like you say, all good things come to an end. For the Huskers tonight, again, 41-21 winners over Virginia Tech. And as Damon Benning was saying tonight in the post-game news conference, they really wanted to win this, obviously not for themselves, especially Benning and the other seniors, but also for Coach Osborne. They said after the Texas game, they could really see where Coach was hurt. And then tonight in a meeting where Coach Osborne kind of said goodbye to the seniors, they could see some hurt in his eyes. And they really wanted this for him and the program, and they sure got it, Bill.
Yeah, you know, I was out here a while earlier talking to Scott Frost, and you mentioned it, you touched on it, that this is the first game of this season, and of course he went out with a bang, and we can expect great things, it looks like, next season. I had one of my, I had another brush with fame here while in Miami. I was wandering the stands, listen to this story, and who did I bump into? Lee Majors, the $6 million man. Remember him? Well, I went up to him and I said, so, Mr. Majors, are you a Hokie or a Huskers fan? He said he's a Huskers fan, and specifically a Bob Devaney fan, because back in the 70s, during the Johnny Rogers years, he met Mr. Devaney, and he was very impressed by him, and he understood he couldn't make the trip, but he wanted to wish him well. So to Mr. Bob Devaney from Mr. Lee Majors, the $6 million man, we hope you're doing well. How about that?
Indeed we do. How about that, yeah.
Yeah, you're just walking along and you just bump into people sometimes.
It is amazing.
And there you have it.
These big games are kind of for the stars. A lot of people show up.
Sure. And it was a great time and a great showing, a terrific team effort, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Deb, we're going to kick it back to you. We'll be home tomorrow. Get those winter coats ready for us. How about that?
We've enjoyed your coverage, guys, and your stories. Have a happy new year down there and a safe trip home tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. They've had lots of fun. Bill, boy, you never know who he's going to run into.
He could run into somebody famous in a men's room. I believe it. I fully believe it. I can't believe his luck. Anyway, Bill and Dave were both hoping for 2 days of overtime down in the Orange Bowl so they could keep their trip just extended just a little bit longer. But actually, they're going to be coming back to some pretty nice weather. Now, our morning forecast doesn't look all that great. We do expect some mostly cloudy skies, and there will be some areas of fog early tomorrow morning. But we'll start the day unseasonably mild. Remember, normally our overnight low is around 10 above. We'll start tomorrow in the 20s and 30s across Nebraska and northern Kansas. By tomorrow afternoon, folks in the 40s, 50s, and 60s to start the new year.
Sounds good. A great way to end the season, Vince. A great way to start the new year for the Huskers.
Indeed. 41-21 winners. They were predicted to win by 16. They covered, as they normally do. Tomorrow should be another big day in football. We mentioned the Cotton Bowl earlier. You'll also have the Rose Bowl. Arizona State, a team we've seen a lot from this year, especially on our highlight reels. If they win that, they may have a shot at the national championship. Big days in football coming up.
Okay, we hope you've enjoyed our Orange Bowl coverage tonight. We want you to have a safe and happy new year, and we'll see you tomorrow.
CBS, welcome home.
From New York, just 25 minutes till 1997, it's The Late Show with Dave